Welcome to Infinite Novel Audio. Like, subscribe, and enjoy this video. Chapter 1, Dou Po, I Can Solidify Talents of All Things. Author Fox Wants to Eat. Multiple heroines, no saintly behavior, invincible style. Dou Po Trilogy. Dou Po Right Arrow Wudong Right Arrow The Great Ruler, ongoing. Transmigration to the Fighting Qi Continent. Cultivate. I possess the innate spirit body. My cultivation has no shackles, and energy comes from the heavens and earth. Talents. I can extract the talents of all things in the world, solidify the fire control talent, and advance it to flame control, law of fire. Dragon body, true dragon body, dragon phoenix body. Soul, divine power, devour, life. The combination of space and time, law of space-time. All are turned to my use, and can be infinitely advanced. From now on, the calamity poison body, triple jade green snake flower pupils, dragon phoenix bloodline, all talents belong to me. From the Jiamar Empire to the Central Plains ancient clans, from the Fighting Qi Continent to the endless major thousand worlds. Exotic flames, ancestral symbols, dharma bodies, the supreme talents of the myriad worlds turn into a long staircase to godhood. Master the laws, control the origin, step upon the firmament. In the major thousand worlds, where myriad worlds contend and myriad Daos vie, I am the heavenly emperor. Chapter 1, Advancing to Dou Practitioner, Mysterious Golden Book. Xiao Family Back Mountain. The giant rocks on the mountain appeared hazy under the twilight. Beneath a precipitous cliff, there was an opening barely wide enough for one person to pass through. The cave was dim, with only the afterglow of the setting sun shining through the cracks in the vines. The air emitted a damp, earthy scent and a strange energy fluctuation. A youth was sitting cross-legged on a relatively flat, cyan boulder. He had a lean build and a youthful face, yet possessed a calmness that did not belong to his current age. He was Xiao Qing. At this moment, the atmosphere around Xiao Qing began to change. The originally calm air began to show subtle changes, as if disrupted by a mysterious force. Pure pale white Dou Qi seeped out from Xiao Qing's pores, beginning to swirl and circulate around his body. Inside Xiao Qing, a miniature black hole seemed to be born, crazily absorbing the energy of heaven and earth from the outside. The originally peaceful energy of heaven and earth around him seemed to be drawn in, suddenly becoming restless, turning into visible specks of light, and gathering toward him. However, the moment these riotous energies were about to touch Xiao Qing's body, they seemed to hit an invisible and gentle barrier. All the restlessness was smoothed out in that instant, becoming docile, and then slowly began to merge into his body. These external energies of heaven and earth met with the Dou Qi Xiao Qing had cultivated himself, and instead of repelling, they gradually fused, forming a thicker and purer stream of energy. Under the guidance of Xiao Qing's will, this fused energy began to wash and temper the relatively tender meridians in his body over and over again. Each tempering brought a faint sensation of swelling pain and numbness, but as his meridians became tougher, a feeling of unobstructed pleasure began to fill him. Compress, compress again, refine, refine again. The Dou Qi within his body was compressed to the limit during repeated cycles of the great circulation, as if wanting to concentrate all energy into one point. Finally, when this compression reached a certain critical point, boom! A low sound rang out, not from the outside, but from the depths of Xiao Qing's body. In an instant, all the energy seemed to find its destination, crazily rushing toward the dantian in his lower abdomen, condensing, rotating. Finally, a tiny vortex began to form, rotating slowly on its own, generating and absorbing Dou Qi with every rotation. The Dou Qi vortex formed. This proved that Xiao Qing had officially stepped into the realm of a Dou practitioner. After a long while, Xiao Qing let out a long breath. This breath condensed into a white mist in the chilly cave, lingering for a long time. The brand new yet familiar power within Xiao Qing, true Dou Qi, flowed steadily through his widened meridians like a gentle stream. He slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his pupils, a flash of pale red light flickered and then vanished, appearing exceptionally bright in the dim cave. As Xiao Qing stopped his cultivation, the energy of heaven and earth gathered around him lost its core, and began to dissipate slowly and reluctantly. The strange energy fluctuations in the cave gradually subsided. Finally, I have achieved the rank of Dou practitioner. His heart was filled with hard-to-conceal joy. After such a long time of cultivation, Xiao Qing had finally become a Dou practitioner, taking the first step on the path of cultivation. Feeling the Dou Qi in his body, which was several times stronger than Dou Qi, Xiao Qing clenched his fist tightly. Fire attribute Dou Qi. Next, I can officially begin cultivating the cultivation technique left behind by my father. He whispered in his heart, filled with anticipation for what was to come. 1 hour later, Xiao Qing opened his eyes again, having completed the first great circulation of the cultivation technique. Xiao Qing opened his right palm, his mind stirred. Puff! A wisp of pale red Dou Qi began to emerge from his palm, about an inch long, like a dancing fire spirit, appearing quietly. In this relatively dark cave, this red Dou Qi looked exceptionally bright, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Faint heat drifted out, colliding with and neutralizing the inherent cold, damp air of the cave, bringing a trace of warmth to Xiao Qing. Just then, a phantom, hazy golden book, neither gold nor jade, appeared silently in the depths of Xiao Qing's consciousness. This was a mystery only he could perceive. On the book, archaic characters appeared one by one. Host Xiao Qing. Age 9. Physique innate spirit body. Bloodline rank 1 Dou Dai bloodline, inactive. Talent 1-2, mortal grade fire control, intermediate, 120. Divine ability, none. Cultivation, Dou practitioner 1 star. Soul realm, mortal realm middle stage. Cultivation technique, yellow rank intermediate, mystic fire mantra beginner. Dou technique, yellow rank low fire palm, proficient. Available talent fixation slots, 1. Innate spiritual rhyme, 2179. Fire control intermediate, can control flames with relative finesse, speed of absorbing and refining fire attribute energy gains a small increase, resistance to flame and fire attribute energy attacks is slightly enhanced. Innate spirit body, awakening, during cultivation, can spontaneously induce and soothe surrounding heaven and earth energy, greatly increasing the efficiency of absorbing and exhaling heaven and earth energy. As cultivation increases, this effect will continue to strengthen and contain unknown wonders. This mysterious golden book had appeared in his mind ever since Xiao Qing cultivated his first wisp of Dou Qi at the age of 3. Its function was direct and powerful. It could extract the talent abilities of all living things in the world and convert them into talents that he could fix and use. Even more miraculously, the talents fixed by the book had a fundamental difference from the talents before extraction. They possessed the possibility of infinite growth and advancement. Talent grades were currently known to be divided into mortal grade, spiritual grade, heaven grade. Among them, only mortal grade talents could have their proficiency and rank improved through continuous hard work and practice, while spiritual grade and above talents had more difficult and mysterious ways of improvement. The opportunity to fix a new talent was extremely precious, obtainable only after breaking through a major realm. Xiao Qing had gained one during the Dou Qi stage, and now that he had advanced to a Dou practitioner, he had gained another precious opportunity. An innate spiritual rhyme could be generated naturally every day. Its function was to directly increase the proficiency of talents or even push them to advance. Sigh without realizing it, I've been in this world for 9 years. Xiao Qing's gaze fell on the age column of the book, his expression somewhat dazed, his heart heavy, as he let out a soft sigh inconsistent with his age. Memories surged. Xiao Qing's mother had suffered from a root illness when giving birth to him, causing her origin Qi to be severely damaged, and she passed away not long after. His father, Xiao Tian, was once the captain of the Xiao family's herb-gathering team, with a forthright and unyielding personality. However, 6 years ago, while leading the Xiao family's herb-gathering team into the magical Beast Mountain range to collect herbs, they encountered an attack by a rank 2 demonic beast. Although they ultimately killed the beast after a desperate fight, the team suffered heavy casualties. As the main force, his father was severely injured. Although he survived due to treatment, he suffered from a serious root illness and passed away when Xiao Qing was 5 years old. Chapter 2: Fire Control Advanced, Spiritual Grade, Talent. The Fire Control Intermediate talent currently fixed on the book came from the essence blood of the rank 2 demonic beast, the Firetail Fox, which his father had desperately brought back. When it was first fixed, it was only Fire Control Beginner, and its effect was merely to be able to control flames with relative proficiency and slightly increase the speed of absorbing fire elemental energy. It was only through Xiao Qing's long-term, continuous practice of that lowest-level yellow rank low do technique, Fire Palm, and thousands of exercises and insights that he had managed to arduously improve it from beginner to intermediate. Choosing to fix the Fire Control talent was by no means an impulsive decision. An opportunity that only came once per major realm breakthrough, how could he waste it? What he valued was precisely the terrifying growth potential of the talent. In this book, it could constantly break through limits, surpass the originally extracted talent, and even reach unimaginable realms. And choosing the fire attribute was because Xiao Qing knew deeply that in this fighting Qi continent, the alchemist was an incredibly esteemed profession, and the benefits and resource allocation it brought were covetous. The core of an alchemist was flame control and soul power. Moreover, with this fire control talent continuously advancing, would it transform into a terrifying ability to control the law of fire, or even the origin of fire in the future. Therefore, after confirming through the book that he possessed fire attribute Dou Qi with a trace of wood, fulfilling the most basic condition for becoming an alchemist, Xiao Qing made the choice without hesitation. Wait. Xiao Qing's gaze suddenly froze on the book. Innate spirit body, it didn't seem to be there before, and the soul realm, it actually jumped directly to the mortal realm middle stage. His heart stirred. Is it a special physique awakened because of the abnormal induction of heaven and earth energy when breaking through to do practitioner? Is the improvement of soul power also a benefit brought by the breakthrough? Thinking of this, an unprecedented sense of excitement surged in his heart. The path ahead seemed to become wider and brighter. If Xiao Qing wanted to rely on practice to improve the mortal grade intermediate, fire control talent to advanced, he would likely need to spend years of hard work. The efficiency was too low. Xiao Qing's gaze moved back and forth between fire control, intermediate, and the innate spiritual rhyme, number accumulated over several years, and he quickly made a decision. In that case then, add points for me. Concentrating his mind, the massive innate spiritual rhyme value began to decrease rapidly, turning into streams of cool and mysterious energy pouring into the line of text representing the fire control talent. That line of text immediately shimmered and became blurry. A moment later, the light stabilized, and the text had changed significantly. Mortal Grade Fire Control Advanced, 150. Control over flames gains a significant increase. Where the mind goes, the flame obeys like an arm. Speed of absorbing and refining fire attribute energy gains a higher increase. Resistance to flame and fire attribute energy attacks gains a small increase. Chapter 2. The moment the breakthrough was completed, Xiao Qing felt a thunderous roar in his mind, as countless inspirations and techniques regarding fire manipulation emerged out of thin air. Many obscure and difficult points he had encountered while cultivating the fire palm in the past, which had felt slightly sluggish when executed, now suddenly became clear and seamlessly connected. It was as if a great master who had been immersed in this path for decades had poured his entire life's experience into him. Xiao Qing's heart stirred. He subconsciously raised his hand and circulated his Qi. Yellow rank intermediate do technique, fire palm. Whoosh! It was not a simple eruption of flames. Instead, a condensed, scorching flame, vaguely outlining the silhouette of a dragon, roared out from Xiao Qing's palm. The intense heat instantly evaporated the humidity in the cave, and the emitted firelight illuminated the entire cave in a crimson glow. The dragon-shaped flame struck accurately against a hard rock outside the cave. Boom, crack! Amidst a loud bang, the rock shattered directly, its interior violently exploding into countless small fragments that splattered in all directions. Many of the stone fragments even showed traces of melting. A moment later, Xiao Qing withdrew his palm. Looking at the pale red Qi still lingering on his palm and the hot air remaining in the atmosphere, he was astonished by the power of his strike. With the support of fire control, advanced, The power of this originally mediocre yellow rank intermediate Dou technique is probably approaching or even comparable to some yellow rank advanced Dou techniques, right? If used by surprise, this strike is enough to severely injure or even kill a 9-star Dou Qi. Xiao Qing murmured inwardly, his eyes flashing with excitement. If this is the power of a mere mortal grade advanced talent, then what would the spiritual grade and heaven grade look like? Xiao Qing's eyes grew brighter, filled with anticipation and longing for the future. Feeling the remaining 2,000 plus innate spiritual rhyme within his body, as well as the critical sensation of being on the verge of another breakthrough, Xiao Qing did not hesitate. Continue adding points. With a slight movement of his mind, the mysterious book floating deep in his consciousness began to move without wind. The mysterious runes on its pages began to circulate, and an invisible yet indescribable great power emerged quietly, instantly locking and isolating the space within a 10-mile radius. All external sounds suddenly vanished, as if even the wind had ceased to drift, turning this piece of heaven and earth into an independent domain. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy within the locked area seemed to hear the mobilization of a supreme existence, and with an unprecedentedly docile attitude, it frantically gathered towards the cave and towards Xiao Qing. The massive amount of energy was compressed to the extreme, emitting a faint buzzing sound, and finally transformed into a fist-sized, dazzling, almost solid pure white light ball, emitting heart-palpitating energy fluctuations. It was also at this moment that a wisp of purer origin separated from the spiritual radiance, representing the opportunity for evolution, merging with the extremely compressed pure white energy light ball. In the next instant, this fused ball of radiance, as if it had found its target, entered Xiao Qing's glabella without resistance, surging directly into the depths of Xiao Qing's soul. Suddenly, Xiao Qing felt a refreshing sensation in his mind, as if a sweet divine spring had washed over him. Every trace of impurities in his soul was being purified and refined, becoming increasingly miraculous. The fused energy did not stop, but continued to surge throughout his entire body, merging into every inch of flesh and even every meridian. An indescribable feeling of comfort instantly spread throughout his body, as if the very origin of life had been nourished and sublimated at this moment. The light ball provided the massive energy required for the breakthrough, while that miraculous spiritual light was the most critical and essential element in pushing the talent from the mortal grade to the spiritual grade. It was a fragment of the law, a manifestation of a higher level of mystery. In an instant, Xiao Qing felt his consciousness detach from the shackles of his physical body, wandering across the sky, and generating some mysterious and unknown resonance and fusion with the surrounding heaven and earth. Xiao Qing was no longer simply absorbing energy. It was as if he had become a part of heaven and earth, undergoing a leap in the level of life and a sublimation at the level of the soul. A gentle yet thick warm current continued to cleanse his body and soul, bringing an extreme feeling of being reborn. Xiao Qing involuntarily closed his eyes slowly, his entire focus immersed in internal vision, carefully experiencing every subtle and magical change brought about after the talent broke through to the spiritual grade. His understanding of fire was being overturned and reconstructed. After a long time, Xiao Qing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. It was as if two substantial flames had been ignited in the deepest part of Xiao Qing's pupils. Deep within his originally black pupils, there was faintly a crimson light circulating. Looking closely, it seemed as if there were truly two tiny flames burning quietly. This caused the temperature of the air wherever Xiao Qing looked to seem to rise quietly, carrying an invisible pressure. Spiritual grade talent. Achievement. Chapter 3 Fire Control, Xiao Qing, who plans to live off Guzana. The book in his consciousness updated the information at the right time. Fire Control Initial Stage, 100. Your control over fire has entered a very high realm. With a slight movement of your mind, you can wield fire like an extension of your arm, with exquisite precision. The speed of absorbing and refining fire attribute energy is greatly increased. Resistance to fire and fire attribute energy attacks is greatly enhanced. Fire element affinity is slightly increased. Fire element affinity. Xiao Qing recited this brand new term in his heart. Subconsciously, he touched his chin. The flames dancing in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep contemplation. This no longer seemed to be just a simple increase in control and resistance. Affinity means that the relationship between Xiao Qing himself and the fire element, a basic energy between heaven and earth, has undergone a brand new change. Closer, more harmonious, and even easier to understand its emotions and law. Is this an elevation in status? Xiao Qing quickly realized that the changes brought about by this breakthrough were far more miraculous than he had imagined. This was not just an accumulation of quantity, but a qualitative leap, opening a door to something more mysterious for Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing's mind sank into his body, and after a slight check, he was both surprised and delighted. His cultivation, along with the talent breakthrough, had actually also risen to a 3-star Dou Qi. The Dou Qi vortex was a full circle larger than before, spinning faster, and the Dou Qi contained within it had significantly soared in both quantity and quality. What made Xiao Qing even more delighted was that for this 2-star cultivation forcefully raised, the Dou Qi did not have the slightest feeling of instability or superficiality in the foundation. On the contrary, it was extremely condensed, and the foundation was as solid as if he had cultivated it step by step himself, or even better. Every wisp of Dou Qi flowing through his meridians carried a sense of substantial power, moving with ease and without any feeling of obstruction. What an unexpected joy! Xiao Qing could not help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Xiao Qing carefully estimated his current true strength. Although he was only a 3-star Dou Qi, Xiao Qing could directly feel that relying on his pure Dou Qi, which far exceeded those of the same rank, and his newly transformed spiritual grade, fire control, talent, even if he were to face a Dou Master expert who could condense a Dou Qi gauze, he was confident that he could face them head-on for a few moves without falling into a disadvantage. Between a Dou practitioner and a Dou master, although it is not like the later major realms which have a chasm-like gap, the difference still cannot be underestimated. A Dou master is stronger than a Dou practitioner in terms of total Dou Qi amount, recovery speed, and the application of Dou Qi. Xiao Qing knew clearly that his advantage at this moment lay in the quality of his Dou Qi and his extreme fire control techniques, which were enough to smooth out the gap between ranks in a short time and burst out with astonishing combat power. But after all, the storage of Dou Qi is far inferior to a real Dou master. Xiao Qing thought calmly, if I cannot end the battle quickly, after exchanging a few moves, once the Dou Qi is exhausted, I will be powerless and left to be slaughtered. Thinking of this, a flash of heat crossed Xiao Qing's eyes, and his obsession with cultivation techniques deepened significantly. If he could cultivate a profound rank, low-level cultivation technique, relying on the Dou Qi quality and total amount far superior to yellow rank cultivation techniques, plus his spiritual grade, talent perhaps, he could truly possess the strength to fight a low-star Dou master head-on, or even defeat them. Rumble. Just then, an extremely loud sound suddenly came from Xiao Qing's stomach, and an intense feeling of hunger surged into his heart, directly scattering his thoughts. So hungry. Xiao Qing held his instantly empty stomach. He felt as if his body had been hollowed out, and he urgently needed to consume a large amount of food to replenish the consumed energy. How come promoting a spiritual grade, talent, feels like it's about to suck me dry? Xiao Qing complained faintly in his heart, and at the same time noticed the changes in the surrounding environment. Inside and outside the cave, the heaven and earth energy had become extremely thin, as if it had been completely drained, and was now flowing back very slowly from further away to replenish. It seems that this breakthrough consumed not only innate spiritual rhyme, but the energy required also reached a terrifying level. Xiao Qing felt a chill in his heart. No, next time if I want to advance or break through again, I cannot choose here. It's still too close to the Xiao family, and the commotion is too big, making it easy to attract attention. I must find a more remote place with abundant energy. Let's stop here for today. I'm so hungry I'm starving. Getting back to eat is what's important. Xiao Qing patted his famished stomach, jumped down from the bluestone, and left the cave with slightly hurried steps. Xiao Qing walked back to the area where the family lived, the setting sun stretching his shadow very, very long. The hunger in his stomach was still intense, but a greater longing in his heart was churning at this moment. It seems I need to plan my future cultivation techniques properly. Xiao Qing pondered secretly, frowning. The yellow rank intermediate, mystic fire mantra, is still enough for the Dou Qi, and even the early Dou master stage, but with the improvement of strength and the evolution of the spiritual grade, talent, it has already become his current shortcoming. The cultivation technique rank directly determines the speed, total amount, and recovery ability of Dou Qi cultivation, which is crucial. As his thoughts turned, a name naturally appeared in his mind. Xiao Yan. This nominal younger cousin, actually a fellow countryman, is only over 3 years old now, still a young child. And about half a year later, that girl who is enough to change their entire Wooten city, and even affect the situation of the continent for countless years in the future, will be sent to the Xiao family. Gu Zana. Xiao Qing recited this name in his heart, a complex light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Who wouldn't like such a perfect partner with a deep background, who is wealthy enough to rival a nation, is super rich, and once she sets her sights on someone, will be brain-dead in love only for you? Xiao Qing shook his head, very calmly facing this version of himself. Sorry, old Qing, is just a vulgar person. He might be able to rely on himself for delicacies, but when this fragrant, soft meal is delivered to his mouth, how could he not eat it? As for how to attract the gaze of this young lady of the Gu clan, from the originally fated Xiao Yan to himself. Xiao Qing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, having already thought of a plan. There are many ways, and it's not to the point of using some low-class means. Sneaking over the wall in the middle of the night to touch a little girl. Xiao Qing chuckled. Xiao Qing would not do such a thing. Subsequently, Xiao Qing's mind began to spin rapidly. Similar age is an advantage. She is coming to Wooten City for the first time, and being unfamiliar with the place, her heart must be sensitive and uneasy. A first impression that is just right, not deliberate, but sincere, is crucial. Showing talent and heart nature far beyond his peers. No, not too much, especially under the nose of the Gu clan, but the occasionally revealed maturity and unique insights into things might make her feel surprised. Most importantly, companionship and sense of security, at the time when she is most lonely and needs friends the most, appearing as a gentle, reliable, interesting, yet not overstepping big brother, influencing her subtly. And the Xiao family. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to slightly improve my current situation. If I can get even a tiny bit of care from the young lady of the Gu clan, many things will become much easier. Countless thoughts and preliminary plans outlined a vague contour in his mind. Xiao Qing took a gentle breath, suppressing all these emerging distracting thoughts in his heart. For now, it's best to fill his stomach first, and then prepare for the opportunity that will come soon. Chapter 3. He gradually quickened his pace, walking in the direction of the Xiao family inner academy, a brightness beginning to emerge in his eyes. The future Wooten city would not be as peaceful as it was in the original timeline. Chapter 4. Xiao family test, Xiao Yan's mother. 3 days later, Xiao family martial arts square. The massive square was paved with thick bluestone slabs, having endured much wind and rain, as well as the polishing of countless footsteps, leaving the surface smooth and solid. At this moment, over 100 Xiao family youths between the ages of 8 and 15 were gathered here on the square. They were in groups of 3 or 5, either excited and jumping with joy, or filled with nervousness and trepidation inside. Bursts of heated discussion converged, making the scene exceptionally lively. Today was the day of the Xiao family's annual test of the younger generation's Dou Qi cultivation. For the younger generation, this was an important moment that would determine their resources and family status for the coming period. In the very center of the square stood a massive black stone tablet about 2 people tall. The material of the stone tablet was special, cold to the touch, and the surface was as smooth as a mirror, engraved with profound runes, with a transparent crystal ball embedded at the top. This was the extremely expensive testing magical stone tablet, which only major forces like the Xiao family in Wooten City were qualified to possess. Beside the stone tablet stood a middle-aged man with a cold expression and a thin build. He was the family deacon who had been responsible for this test for many years, keeping a straight face, his gaze sweeping over the youths below without any emotional color, maintaining the seriousness and fairness of the test. On a stone step at the edge of the square, Xiao Qing sat alone, watching the group of clansmen youths with their various emotions from afar. Xiao Qing's expression was calm, forming a sharp contrast with the liveliness around him. Deep within his soul, the mysterious golden book began to operate, concealing Xiao Qing's true cultivation of a 3-star Dou Qi, only revealing the disguised Dou Qi Kai fluctuations. In every past test, what Xiao Qing displayed was, in the eyes of others, the cultivation level that matched his age group and what he deserved after hard work. It would not be too outstanding to arouse suspicion, nor would it be so far behind as to invite contempt. Just then Xiao Qing sensed a gaze landing on him, and subsequently steady footsteps approached him. Xiao Qing raised his head, and upon seeing who it was, immediately stood up and respectfully bowed. Clan Chief. The person who came was none other than Xiao Yan. He was dressed in a grey brocade robe, with a jade belt tied around his waist, and a meticulously trimmed long beard on his chin. Between his brows he carried the majesty of a family head, but his gaze towards Xiao Qing at this moment was gentle. As the only great Dou master currently in the Xiao family, he was the pillar of the entire family. Kinga Xiao Yan walked to his side, his tone soft and filled with concern. Cultivation is certainly important, but one must also balance work and rest. I see that in recent years you have spent almost all your time on cultivation. You shouldn't be too tense. You should rest and relax when it's time to do so. Xiao Yan's concern was not unreasonable. Children of Xiao Qing's age were usually either playing wildly all day or going up mountains and down rivers to catch fish and birds. Compared to children of the same clan, Xiao Qing's self-discipline and diligence were particularly outstanding, even somewhat alien. Perhaps it was the precociousness brought about by the early passing of his parents that caused him to pour all his energy into cultivate. As the brother-in-law of Xiao Qing's mother, and also the clan chief of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan had always shown extraordinary care and attention to this nephew, who had lost the protection of his parents. Not only had he never lacked in cultivate resources, but he had also done his best to provide Xiao Qing with a relatively peaceful environment, free from the disturbances of trivial matters. "Thank you for your concern, clan chief," Xiao Qing said sincerely. Towards Xiao Yan, he indeed felt a great deal of gratitude in his heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan deliberately put on a stern face and scolded with a smile. "You brat, how many times have I told you? There are no outsiders here, call me uncle." Xiao Qing's face showed a hint of appropriate embarrassment. He scratched his head and readily changed his address. "I know, uncle." Suddenly, a strange feeling emerged in his heart. This kind of familial care, devoid of utilitarian colors, was particularly precious in this world. Seeing Xiao Qing's natural expression and clear eyes, without any signs of gloom or depression, Xiao Yan nodded slightly in his heart, feeling secretly relieved. It seemed this child had slowly walked out of the shadows of the past. Xiao Qing's words broke the ensuing silence. Xiao Qing looked solemnly at Xiao Yan, his brows slightly furrowed, his tone filled with sincere concern. "Uncle, aunt's illness. Are the physicians hired by the clan and other physicians really completely helpless?" Mentioning his beloved wife's condition, a thick haze instantly covered Xiao Yan's resolute face. Xiao Yan's hands subconsciously tightened. He sighed heavily, his voice filled with powerlessness and disappointment. "Physician Li is already the best physician in Wooten City. After diagnosing her repeatedly, he said that your aunt injured her foundation during childbirth, and her life origin Kai was too severely depleted for ordinary medicine to compensate. Unless we can invite a noble alchemist to take action and refine a 4th-grade medicinal pill, a Gu Yuan pill, only then is it possible to completely stabilize her origin Kai, make up for the deficiency, and allow her to recover her health." A 4th-grade medicinal pill. These few words hit the air like a heavy hammer. In the entire Jiamar Empire, alchemists who could refine 4th-grade medicinal pills were already big figures with respected status, and they could be counted on one hand, let alone in this remote Wooten City. You must know that the highest-ranked alchemist in Wooten City was just Gunai, a 2nd-grade alchemist from the Mittel Auction House. As for a 4th-grade alchemist, the difficulty of inviting them to take action could be imagined, and the price required to be paid was an astronomical figure. Xiao Yan's eyes dimmed, filled with helplessness toward reality and heartache for his wife. Xiao Yan and Yan Qian had a deep relationship. They were true partners, very much in love. Seeing his beloved wife tormented by illness year after year yet being unable to do anything, this pain tortured him day and night. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audio. Actually, Xiao Yan's voice lowered further, carrying a trace of imperceptible bitterness and unwillingness. These years, I have also been trying to find a way in private. I have pulled countless strings and paid a huge price, finally managed to get a pill formula for a 4th grade Gu Yuan pill. A 4th grade Gu Yuan pill formula. This was already the greatest effort Xiao Yan could think of and achieve under the current conditions. Moreover, I have also been secretly collecting the materials needed to refine the 4th grade Gu Yuan pill. Xiao Yan shook his head, the bitterness on his face intensifying. It's just that the materials needed for a 4th grade medicinal pill are all precious and rare items. Many require going deep into the dangerous areas of the magical beast mountain range to be picked, or bidding at large auctions. So far, having spent countless money and effort, the materials collected probably aren't even enough for half a set. The world of alchemists had strict rules. To ask someone to refine pills, one not only needed to provide the pill formula, but usually also needed to prepare at least 3 sets of materials to prevent failure in alchemy. Of course, if the alchemist succeeded in refining the pill with the first set of materials, the remaining 2 sets of materials would naturally go into the alchemist's storage ring. Besides this, one also had to pay the alchemist an extremely generous reward that would move them. Every single one of these items was almost an insurmountable mountain for the current Xiao family and for Xiao Yan personally. Remote and without a date. This phrase perfectly summarized Xiao Yan's mood at this moment. The hope was as slim as the stars in the sky, visible yet unreachable. A 4th grade Gu Yuan pill, huh? Xiao Qing listened to Xiao Yan's low voice, his gaze slightly fixed, subconsciously rubbing his fingers, as if thinking about something, and repeated the name of this medicinal pill in a low voice. Xiao Qing's voice was very soft, seemingly just confirming information, but the slightly furrowed brows and the flash of keen light in his eyes hinted that his inner thoughts were not calm. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Qing caught sight of a woman not far away, leading a child, slowly walking toward the martial arts square. The woman had a light posture, dressed in a simple yet elegant and dignified dress. Her steps were leisurely as she walked, carrying an air of grace and elegance that seemed somewhat out of place with the noisy atmosphere of the martial arts field. The little boy she was holding was about 3 years old, looking sturdy and cute, his big, dark, rolling eyes curiously glancing around, full of curiosity about everything around him. The woman's gaze shifted, and she quickly discovered Xiao Yan and Xiao Qing standing by the stone steps. A smile appeared on her gentle face, and she led the child straight toward them. Chapter 5: Mother's Keepsake, Yao Lao's Black Ring. Why is Aunt here? Xiao Qing looked at the woman gradually approaching, his heart moved slightly. The person who came was none other than Xiao Yan's wife, the Xiao family's clan chief's wife, Yan Qian. Not only that, Yan Qian was the biological sister of Xiao Qing's mother, which meant she was also Xiao Qing's own aunt. It was precisely because of this blood relationship that Xiao Yan showed extra care for Xiao Qing. When Yan Qian walked closer, one could see her face clearly. Yan Qian's appearance was delicate and pretty. Between her brows, one could see a faint resemblance to Xiao Qing's mother, carrying a kind of beauty of a lady from a prominent family. However, this beauty seemed to be shrouded in a layer of morbidity. Her complexion showed an unhealthy pallor, lacking color, and her lips, which should have been rosy, now appeared somewhat pale. Her breathing seemed lighter than that of an ordinary person. Xiao Qing knew the root cause of all this in his heart. This was the root of the illness Yan Qian had contracted after suffering severe depletion of origin Kai when she gave birth to Xiao Yan years ago. Several years had passed, and it had not been able to heal. Instead, it had a tendency to become more severe. Looking at his aunt, who was forcing herself to keep up her spirits, yet could not hide her weak appearance, a trace of complex bitterness could not help but emerge in Xiao Qing's heart. Who could have thought that such a gentle and kind woman would pass away in more than half a year? Thinking of this thought appeared in his mind uncontrollably, causing his gaze to dim slightly. The world is unpredictable, and fate sometimes appears so cruel. Watching this heartwarming scene that faintly revealed a hint of tragic omen, Xiao Qing suppressed his inner emotions, put a smile on his face, and said to Yan Qian, "Aunt, why did you come over?" Yan Qian had already walked up to them, first glancing at her husband Xiao Yan, and then letting her gaze fall on Xiao Qing. The smile on her pale face was full of warmth, and she said, "I saw you two talking here from far away. Kinga, when it's your turn to be tested later, relax a little, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Her voice was gentle, carrying the concern of an elder for a younger generation, yet vaguely had a hint of weakness due to a lack of strength. As she said this, she gently pushed the sturdy and cute Xiao Yan beside her and said, "Yana, quickly call cousin Xiao Qing." Xiao Yan looked up, the depths of his eyes carrying a gleam not belonging to this age group, and began to size up Xiao Qing, seemingly somewhat curious, but still called out in a milky voice, "Cousin Xiao Qing." Xiao Yan tilted his head. He had a vague impression of this cousin who was several years older than him, and more than that, curiosity. In his current memory, this cousin Xiao Qing seemed to always stay at home, burying himself in hard cultivate. Sitting facing the air for such a long time, wouldn't it be boring? At this time, Xiao Yan had not yet started cultivate and felt puzzled in his heart. "Wife, why did you come? Didn't I tell you to rest well at home?" Xiao Yan's tone was filled with worry and love for his wife. As soon as he saw his wife, he immediately stepped forward, carefully supporting her slender arm. When his gaze touched her still pale face, his brows furrowed unconsciously, and his heart was filled with worry. Xiao Yan's broad palm could feel the slenderness of his wife's arm, and the fragility that seemed as if it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Yan Qian felt her husband's worry, gently patted Xiao Yan's large hand, revealed a reassuring smile, and said in a soft voice, "Isn't it the day for the clan to test Dou Qi? The child Yana is still very curious about this Xiao family Dou Qi test, so I brought him over to take a look. He is also almost at the stage of starting to cultivate Dou Qi." As she said this, her gaze looked toward the little Bane at her feet. Hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately, fiercely, glared at Xiao Yan, who was hiding beside his mother, and let out a snort of dissatisfaction from his nose. This brat, doesn't he know his mother is not feeling well? But looking at his son, who was not even as tall as his leg, he ultimately couldn't bear to speak harsh words, just kept a straight face and scolded in a low voice, "You brat." Xiao Yan was glared at by his father, and the suppressive force from the depths of his bloodline made him subconsciously shrink his neck, his little head drooping, his eyes staring at his own toes. At the same time, he quietly tugged at his mother's sleeve. Father is most afraid of mother. This was a precious conclusion Xiao Yan had reached through long-term observation. "Don't scold, Yana." Seeing this, Yan Qian shook her head with a laugh, extended her other slightly cold hand, gently stroked her son's soft hair top, her fingertips gently rubbing Xiao Yan's black hair, and helped him out, saying, "Actually, I myself also wanted to come and see these children in our Xiao family now, to see the future of our Xiao family." As she said this, her gaze turned again toward the lively square, her eyes filled with anticipation and care for the future of the family. Xiao Yan looked at his wife's gentle yet persistent appearance, and could only helplessly shake his head, his tone filled with complete indulgence. "You." He knew his wife's character too well, seemingly weak on the outside, but having her own persistence and opinions on the inside. If he said a few more words, I'm afraid the one to be gently admonished next would be himself. Yan Qian moved her gaze away from her husband and let it fall on Xiao Qing again, looking him up and down. A hint of emotion flowed in her eyes, and she sighed softly, saying, "Without realizing it, Kinga has grown so big." The youth before her had an upright posture, his height almost catching up to her. Between his brows, one could vaguely see the shadow of her sister back then, which made her heart ache, yet also feel deeply comforted. At this time, Yan Qian seemed to remember something, took out an object from her bosom, and placed it into Xiao Qing's palm. It was a ring that was black all over, very archaic in style. One couldn't tell exactly what material it was forged from, bringing a heavy, cold feeling. The surface of the ring seemed to be engraved with some long-blurred patterns, but because of the age or wear and tear, it was already difficult to identify the specific shape. Yan Qian looked at the black ring, her eyes starting to dim, carrying a faint sadness. She sighed softly and said, "This is a keepsake left by my sister before. I only discovered it by chance when I was organizing old things not long ago, thinking, perhaps it should be handed to you for safekeeping. A black ring. Could this be that ring from the original work that drained Xiao Yan's Dou Qi for 3 years, eventually causing him to become a waste? The legendary heaven rank Dou technique, ghost possession, the place where Yao Lao resides. Xiao Qing's gaze fell uncontrollably on the black ring in his palm. His pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his heart's beating frequency accelerated drastically. Chapter 4. A massive shock instantly surged into his heart. Countless memory fragments regarding the original story flooded his mind frantically. Xiao Qing tried his best to control his facial expression, managing not to reveal his shock, but deep within, a monstrous wave had already been stirred up. This seemingly ordinary ring represented the beginning of a legendary tale. An old man capable of changing the destiny of countless people. Chapter 6. The test begins. Young Xiao Ding. Just then, a loud voice carrying vigorous Dou Qi exploded forth, clearly spreading to every corner of the martial arts square, instantly drowning out all the noise. The Dou Qi test officially begins. The voice originated from the cold-faced middle-aged tester, standing beside the magic test stone tablet. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the crowd, announcing the start of this annual grand event. Xiao Yan shifted his gaze away from Yang Qian and toward the massive black stone tablet in the center of the square, his expression returning to the composure of a clan chief. He said to Xiao Qing in a deep voice, "The test is about to begin. Go, relax. Regardless of the result, just do your best. There is no need to feel too much pressure." "Qing'er, don't be too nervous," Yang Qian also urged gently, a gentle, encouraging smile on her pale face. "I will, Uncle Aunt, then I'll go over." Xiao Qing nodded, his expression calm. His gaze followed, shifting toward the noisy center of the square, and an invisible fighting spirit quietly gathered in the depths of his clear eyes. Xiao Qing no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and, following the crowd gradually surging ahead, walked steadily toward the test stone tablet that would determine the short-term fate of many peers. At this moment, Xiao Yan, holding his mother's hand, tilted his head up. His large, clear eyes flashed with unmasked envy, tightly following Xiao Qing's receding back. Xiao Yan subconsciously clenched his small fists. Because of the force, his knuckles turned slightly white. A voice in his heart shouted excitedly, "Dou Qi, I can start to officially cultivate next year." No one knew that inside the body of this 3-year-old child resided an adult soul from another world. Having experienced transmigration for over 3 years, when Xiao Yan finally confirmed that the extraordinary power of this world was real, the ecstasy and anticipation in his heart were already beyond words. That thrill of my fate is determined by me, not the heavens, of climbing to the peak by relying on one's own strength, had long since made Xiao Yan yearn for it, unable to wait any longer. Beside the black test stone tablet, the middle-aged tester, whose face was perpetually indifferent, held a roster in his hand and began to read out the list of the first batch of family disciples participating in the test in his calm, emotionless tone. "The first to test, Xiao Teng." As the words fell, a youth in the crowd, looking about 11 or 12 years old with a rather handsome face, stiffened noticeably. He took a deep breath, harboring unmaskable nervousness and anxiety, and walked step by step onto the test stage. Standing before the massive black stone tablet, he appeared somewhat small. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Teng slowly extended his right hand and pressed it onto the cold, smooth surface of the tablet. After a moment of silence, the surface of the pitch-black magic stone tablet suddenly shimmered with faint light, like stars being lit up in the night sky. The light gradually converged, finally forming a clear line of energy text, Dou Qi, 4 stages. The middle-aged tester glanced at the number on the tablet, his expression unchanged, as if he had only seen an insignificant pebble. After all, the middle-aged tester had to test hundreds of family disciples every year, and he had seen this kind of lower intermediate aptitude too often. It no longer stirred any waves in him. Unless a truly dazzling genius appeared, his face would likely maintain this accustomed, indifferent expression. The middle-aged tester cleared his throat, and using that indifferent voice that seemed to pronounce the youth's future destiny, he slowly spoke, his voice spreading throughout the square. "Xiao Teng Dou Qi, 4 stages, level intermediate." Following the announcement of the first youth's test result, a buzzing discussion immediately arose among the many waiting family disciples. Some were excited and jumping for joy because they were later in the order, ready to go. Others were more anxious, their faces pale, fearing their own results would be worse than 4 stages. Next, the middle-aged tester continued to read the names on the roster, without emotion. Xiao Ding. As soon as this name was called, a small commotion arose below. A youth aged 13 or 14 with a rather handsome face stepped onto the test stage with steady strides, surrounded and cheered on by a group of peers, his face wearing a confident and even somewhat flamboyant smile. He clearly enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. Xiao Qing, watching this cousin who was currently high-spirited and slightly high-profile, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly, feeling a bit helpless. This was Xiao Yan's eldest son, Xiao Qing's cousin, Xiao Ding. Who would have thought that the wise, deep, steady, and reliable eldest brother Xiao Ding of Xiao Yan in the original story would be this relatively flamboyant during his youth? Xiao Qing silently complained in his heart. But on second thought, Xiao Ding was only 13, just 4 years older than him. With a youthful heart nature and good talent, some arrogance was normal. Moreover, Xiao Ding had a second younger brother, Xiao Lei, who was 10 this year. On the stage, Xiao Ding confidently pressed his right hand onto the magic stone tablet, not even glancing at it, instead slightly lifting his chin to scan the crowd below. The next moment, the magic stone tablet suddenly erupted with a light several times brighter than before. The brilliant light attracted the gaze of everyone below, finally condensing into a few exceptionally dazzling characters, Dou Qi, 7 stages. The middle-aged tester to the side saw this number, and his eyes, which had been calm as an ancient well, finally couldn't help but flash with a trace of surprise. His pupils contracted slightly, and he thought to himself, as expected of the clan chief's eldest son, this aptitude is truly extraordinary. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, that originally indifferent voice actually carried a few traces of imperceptible excitement and volume, as if infected by the result. Xiao Ding Dou Qi, 7 stages, level advanced. Hearing the result, Xiao Ding let out a light breath, the smugness and arrogance on his face becoming more obvious. Xiao Ding withdrew his palm, and like a young general returning in victory, waved to his friends supporting him below before walking off the stage in high spirits. At this moment, the square completely exploded. Dou Qi 7 stages. Isn't cousin Xiao Ding too amazing? A youth with an ordinary appearance opened his mouth wide, his face full of admiration. Heavens, cousin Xiao Ding is truly remarkable. He is only 13. A young girl with a pretty face held her hands to her heart, her eyes filled with admiration. Another young girl standing next to her also had a fervent gaze, as if she had seen her ideal partner, and excitedly echoed, "According to this progress, with cousin Xiao Ding's aptitude, I'm afraid it will take at most 3 or 4 years for him to condense a Kai cyclone and become a true Dou practitioner, right?" Exclamations, praises, and discussions rose and fell. Xiao Ding had undoubtedly become the focus of the entire audience at this moment, enjoying countless envious and admiring gazes. The flamboyance and aptitude of the youth were displayed to the fullest at this moment. Chapter 7 Xiao Qing Dou Qi, 4 stages level intermediate. Next, Xiao Bai, the middle-aged tester's cold voice rang out again, announcing the next name with mechanical precision. A youth with a somewhat pale complexion and a thin figure swallowed nervously, lowered his head, and walked quickly onto the test stage. He almost trembled as he pressed his hand onto the cold magic stone tablet. A burst of light, not too bright but clear enough, welled up, and the result appeared on the tablet's surface. Dou Qi, 4 stages. Xiao Bai Dou Qi, 4 stages, level intermediate, the middle-aged tester announced without emotion, as if he had only recorded an insignificant number. Next, Xiao Jing, another youth went on stage, and the result came out quickly. Xiao Jing Dou Qi, 2 stages, level low, the voice remained indifferent, pronouncing yet another mediocre result. Next, Xiao Ran, this time the light was slightly brighter. Xiao Ran Dou Qi, 5 stages, level intermediate, this result caused a small murmur but it quickly subsided. Next, Xiao Yuan, a young girl went on stage. Xiao Yuan Dou Qi, 3 stages, level low. The test proceeded step by step. with the results of most disciples concentrated in the 2 to 4 stages range, and occasionally a 5-stage result would stir up slight waves. The middle-aged tester's face was as if frozen, never showing any expression. Until next, Xiao Li. When reading this name, the middle-aged tester's calm, ancient well-like tone seemed to pause ever so slightly, and his gaze subconsciously lingered on the roster for an extra moment. Finally, it's my turn. As soon as the middle-aged tester finished speaking, a youth's voice, clearly flamboyant and even somewhat exaggerated, rang out in the crowd. The surrounding Xiao family disciples immediately opened up a path. A youth of about 10 years old, with a bit of roguishness between his brows but unable to hide his handsomeness, walked out with his hands in his pockets, striding with a swagger, a confident and cocky smile on his face. Xiao Qing, watching this cousin who was 1 year older than him, subconsciously touched his chin. It's that kid Xiao Li. In terms of cultivate aptitude, it seems to be slightly better than his older brother Xiao Ding, Xiao Qing evaluated in his heart. Although Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were both older than him, in the eyes of Xiao Qing, who possessed an adult soul, these two were essentially just little brats. Having lived 2 lives, looking at a 10-year-old and a 13-year-old youth, Xiao Qing really did feel like he was looking at elementary and middle school students. Xiao Li on the stage didn't think so much. He carelessly slapped his palm onto the magic stone tablet, his action even carrying a bit of impatience. The light blooming on the magic stone tablet was quite dazzling, instantly attracting everyone's gaze. Dou Qi 5 stages. Xiao Li Dou Qi 5 stages, level intermediate. Seeing this result, the middle-aged tester's long tense expression finally couldn't help but loosen slightly. He let out a light breath, a trace of obvious surprise flashing in his eyes. The second young master was only at Dou Qi 3 stages in the last test, right? In just 1 year, he actually made a breakthrough of 2 stages, directly advancing to 5 stages. The middle-aged tester's heart was stirred with waves. And the second young master is only just 10 years old this year. At this terrifying speed in a few years, is it not possible for him to directly become a Dou practitioner? 10-year-old Dou Qi 5 stages. This aptitude could definitely be considered outstanding in the history of the Xiao family in Wutan City. The test finished, and Xiao Li turned around, his chin slightly lifted, carrying the unique smugness of a youth. His gaze scanned below the stage, and he happened to see Xiao Qing watching him. Xiao Li immediately grinned at Xiao Qing, revealing a big smile, and even raised his eyebrows in an extremely flashy manner. The expression clearly said, "Did you see that? Cousin Xiao Qing, am I not amazing? Is this not gifted aptitude?" As expected, a little brat, Xiao Qing felt speechless at Xiao Li's slightly childish show-off, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The sincerity and smugness of a youth, although simple, had their own cuteness. After Xiao Li walked off the stone stage, satisfied and swaggering, the middle-aged tester restrained the slight fluctuations on his face, returned to his usual indifference, and continued to read the next name on the roster. Next, Xiao Qing. It's my turn. Chapter 5. Xiao Qing chanted silently in his heart, taking a shallow breath without leaving a trace. Deep within his consciousness, that mysterious book glimmered slightly. An invisible barrier completely concealed Xiao Qing's true cultivation of a 3-star Dou Qi, revealing only the carefully disguised fluctuations of Dou Qi. Even this expensive magic stone tablet, capable of detecting Dou Qi cultivation, could never hope to peer through the miraculous nature of the book. Xiao Qing's expression was calm as he stepped onto the stone platform with steady, unhurried paces. He skillfully extended his right hand and gently pressed it against the cold, smooth surface of the tablet. The entire process was devoid of any hesitation or nervousness, as if he had practiced it countless times. The magic stone tablet lit up in response with a soft, clear glow. Energy converged, eventually settling into a line of text. Dou Qi, Stage 4. The middle-aged examiner, who had remained expressionless, raised his eyebrows sharply upon seeing this result, his face revealing an undisguised look of astonishment for the 3rd time. He subconsciously looked down at the roster in his hand, which clearly recorded the information from the previous test. Xiao Qing, 8 years old, Dou Qi Stage 2. In 1 year, he improved from Stage 2 to Stage 4. he broke through 2 stages consecutively. The middle-aged examiner felt a jolt in his heart. This Xiao Qing, his parents passed away early, and with no one to supervise him, he could actually achieve such progress. A 9-year-old at Dou Qi Stage 4. Although not as stunning as young Master Xiao Li, he is far superior to the average person. Our Xiao family's generation is truly full of talent. The middle-aged examiner couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He then picked up his pen and solemnly recorded, 9 years old, Dou Qi Stage 4, next to the name Xiao Qing on the roster. This was an important family record, tracking the growth trajectory of every descendant. When he looked up again, although the middle-aged examiner tried to maintain his stern demeanor, anyone could hear the faint, imperceptible excitement and approval mixed into his tone. His voice was significantly more vigorous and energetic than when he had announced the other intermediate results. Xiao Qing Dou Qi Stage 4, Level Intermediate. As his voice spread, a moderate commotion erupted below the platform. Many peers who knew Xiao Qing cast looks of surprise and envy. One must know that the cultivation of Dou Qi becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. Improving by 2 stages in a year was by no means an easy feat for these youths who lacked resources. Especially since Xiao Qing cultivated alone, which served as a testament to his hard work and talent. Xiao Qing was not at all surprised by this result. With his expression unchanged, he withdrew his palm, bowed slightly to the middle-aged examiner, and turned to walk off the stone platform. His expression remained calm, as if he had only completed a trivial matter, no different from before he stepped onto the platform. This composure, far beyond his years, caused Xiao Yan, who had been watching Xiao Qing, to nod slightly, a trace of gratification flashing in his eyes. Yang Qian also smiled gently and nodded slightly. After Xiao Qing's figure disappeared into the crowd below, the middle-aged examiner gathered his thoughts, returned his gaze to the roster, and read out the next name in his usual indifferent tone. Next, Xiao Wu. Chapter 8, Heaven Grade, Law of Fire, Advancing to Do Master. Time flew by. After the commotion caused by the last family test, the Xiao family gradually returned to its former tranquility. The boys and girls once again immersed themselves in their day-to-day cultivation, as if the noise of that day were merely a pebble thrown into a lake. After the ripples faded, it returned to calm. In the deep, secluded reaches of the Xiao family's back mountain, on a giant, mirror-smooth blue stone, Xiao Qing sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his figure as steady as a mountain. With him as the center, the heaven and earth energy within a radius of several hundred meters was being stirred in a nearly violent manner, forming visible, pale white energy currents, as if drawn by an invisible force field. They surged madly into Xiao Qing's body, rushing and flowing through his wide, resilient meridians, emitting a faint whistling sound. This secret place was a cultivation spot Xiao Qing had spent great effort to find, with the sole purpose of concealing the astonishing phenomena triggered during his cultivation. When ordinary Dou practitioners cultivate, they absorb heaven and earth energy in small amounts, like a trickling stream, for fear that overly massive energy might burst their meridians. Xiao Qing, however, was completely different. Once he entered a cultivation state, his body seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole, devouring all surrounding energy without restraint. The magnitude of the disturbance and the vastness of its scope were enough to make even a great Dou master turn pale, with shock and feel inferior. All of this stemmed from Xiao Qing's transcendent, innate spirit body. This physique seemed born to harmonize with heaven and earth, and to devour energy, without needing to deliberately operate a cultivation technique. Heaven and earth energy would spontaneously surge toward him. It was incredibly compatible, with a vast range and terrifying efficiency. Were it not for the severe limitations of his cultivation technique, Xiao Qing's cultivation speed could be even more terrifying. The mystic fire mantra Xiao Qing was currently cultivating was only yellow rank intermediate, belonging to the bottom tier in the Fighting Qi Continent's cultivation system. Its efficiency in absorbing and converting energy was relatively low, becoming his biggest bottleneck. If he could switch to a profound rank low-level cultivation technique, using it as a foundation, and combine it with his innate spirit body and law of fire, his cultivation speed would likely soar several times over, rivaling or even exceeding the cultivation efficiency of a great Dou master. However, during these 3 months of dedicated cultivation, Xiao Qing's gains were still unimaginably huge. The most core transformation came from the ultimate evolution of his talent. The original spiritual grade, flame control initial stage, after Xiao Qing unsparingly spent a massive amount of accumulated innate spiritual rhyme and continuously added points via the mysterious book, had undergone an essential heaven-defying leap. It broke through the limits of the mortal realm and evolved to a level capable of shaking the entire continent. Heaven Grade Law of Fire Initial Stage. Law of Fire Initial Stage, the incarnation of heaven and earth flames, the darling of the law. It can ignore the damage caused by the vast majority of strange flames with a status lower than its own, and possesses absolute authority of domination and suppression over mortal flames. It grants high immunity to physical attacks, nearing elementalization. After upgrading to a heaven-grade talent, Xiao Qing's life essence seemed to have completed a thorough sublimation. Viewed through the lens of the fighting Qi continent, calling Xiao Qing a heavenly exotic flame that has attained human form and can grow infinitely would not be an exaggeration. His true combat power surged exponentially. The nature of his flame incarnation allowed Xiao Qing to be immune to the vast majority of pure physical impacts, and the flames he wielded contained a trace of the power of the origin law of heaven and earth, vast, majestic, and capable of burning everything. With Xiao Qing's peak Dou practitioner strength before breaking through, if he unleashed his flames, a Dou master would surely die upon contact. He was capable of crossing ranks to severely injure or even kill a great Dou master. Only Dou spirit-level experts, relying on their vigorous Dou Qi, could barely contend with and resist Xiao Qing's terrifying flames that contained a trace of the power of the law. The dual heaven-defying blessings of the innate spirit body and the law of fire brought Xiao Qing's cultivation speed to an unimaginable level. In the past, during the Dou Qi stage, it appeared slow due to insufficient energy accumulation, but once he stepped into the Dou practitioner realm, it was like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. His cultivation efficiency soared like a rocket, advancing by leaps and bounds. At this moment, the Dou Qi in Xiao Qing's Danshan was already full, compressed to a limit, reaching the critical point of the 9-star Dou practitioner peak. Surging power roared through his meridians, waiting only for that final kick to shatter the barrier and step into the brand new realm of Dou master. Xiao Qing's mind was focused as never before. The Dou Qi within his body circulated rapidly according to the root of the mystic fire mantra. His 10 fingers formed several profound and complex hand seals like phantoms, completely releasing the suppression on his own aura, preparing to welcome the final breakthrough. Boom! As if an invisible dam had suddenly burst, the already surging energy in the surrounding heaven and earth instantly became even more violent, pouring into his body at an even more ferocious and terrifying speed. Xiao Qing's body began to madly devour all the incoming energy, even forming a small energy vortex behind him. Sinking his consciousness into his body, Xiao Qing cautiously guided this incomparably massive, yet slightly mottled torrent of heaven and earth energy. Ordinary people facing such massive and chaotic energy would have to spend a great deal of time and mental effort to painstakingly refine and purify it, but Xiao Qing bypassed this most time-consuming and laborious step. The law of fire operated on its own. The moment any foreign energy surging into his meridians made contact with Xiao Qing's origin Dou Qi, it was instantly tempered and purified by that supreme power of the law, transforming into the purest, most original Dou Qi energy essence. This was the fundamental reason why Xiao Qing could absorb heaven and earth energy so crazily and unscrupulously without ever worrying about his Dou Qi being unstable or his foundation being shaky. The power of the law was the ultimate purifier. The incomparably pure torrent of energy, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, was poured entirely into the crimson vortex in his Danshan, which was already spinning to its limit. The vortex expanded and solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, spinning faster and faster, emitting a low, storm-like humming sound. The surface of Xiao Qing's body began to emit an increasingly intense red light, illuminating the surrounding rocks into a deep crimson. Heaven and earth energy from even further away was forcibly dragged in, injecting into the energy vortex above Xiao Qing's head. Just as the critical point of the breakthrough was about to arrive, Xiao Qing suddenly felt a power deep within his body, a force that had been dormant for a long time, originating from the source of his bloodline, quietly stirred by this powerful energy fluctuation and the aura of the law. A miraculous tremor originating from the depths of his bloodline emerged from his heart. Immediately after, a warm current, gentle yet carrying an ancient and noble aura, emerged and began to wash over Xiao Qing's entire body, his internal organs, and even the depths of his soul. This is Dou Qi bloodline. Under the dual stimulation of the law of fire and the opportunity for a breakthrough, it had begun to truly revive and awaken. The appearance of this ancient and noble power instantly imbued his Dou Qi with a trace of immortal properties, forcefully shattering that solid barrier of cultivation. After a long while, a sound of breaking through a barrier resonated within his body. Bang! It was as if a boundary of some life level had been completely broken. A power more than 10 times stronger than in the Dou practitioner stage began to surge through the meridians in Xiao Qing's body, emitting an astonishing might. 1-star Dou Master, success. At this moment, the black ring on Xiao Qing's finger flashed with a trace of white light, invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 9 Dou Qi Bloodline revives, Yao Lao appears. In 3 months, he had soared from a 3-star Dou practitioner all the way to a 1-star Dou Master, an increase of 7 stars in total. Such a terrifying speed, if spread, would be enough to shake the entire Jiama Empire and attract countless prying eyes. And this was achieved while being severely dragged down in efficiency by a yellow rank intermediate cultivation technique. If he possessed a profound rank cultivation technique, Xiao Qing's cultivation would likely have already stabilized at 4-star or even 5-star Dou Master by now. Although this included the massive feedback and breakthrough assistance brought by his talent, evolving to heaven grade, there was no denying that the 9-year-old Xiao Qing had officially stepped into the Dou Master realm. In this remote northwest continent, this was an astonishing achievement worthy of being recorded in history, one that would make countless so-called geniuses pale in comparison. Xiao Qing slowly opened his eyes. 2 brilliant, dazzling golden-red flames of the law seemed to flash and vanish in the depths of his eyes, as if they could burn through the void. The restless energy storm around him gradually subsided. Xiao Qing carefully sensed the vigorous Dou Qi within him, which flowed ceaselessly and was as condensed and heavy as magma, without a trace of instability. A powerful sense of self-confidence welled up in his heart. He stood up, his thoughts moved slightly, and the Dou Qi within his body, like a rushing great river, responded instantly. Hum! The crimson Dou Qi instantly erupted from his body like blazing magma, covering every corner of his body and burning fiercely. After the Dou Qi emerged, it did not dissipate but quickly retracted, condensed, and clung tightly to the surface of Xiao Qing's body, forming an incredibly solid energy gauze. As if cast from red crystal, on the surface of this gauze, golden red flames of the law burned quietly, emitting a heart-palpitating high temperature and pressure. Dou Qi gauze, the iconic skill of a Dou Master, and also the most practical and fundamental defensive means. Because Xiao Qing possessed the law of fire and could be considered an incarnation of heaven and earth flames, this Dou Qi gauze he condensed was completely different from that of ordinary people. It not only possessed powerful physical and energy defensive capabilities, but the flames of the law burning on its surface could also incinerate most attacks and even counter-injure enemies. Golden red flames emerged from his body, making Xiao Qing look like a super powerhouse walking out of legend, majestic, powerful, and mysterious. I am a 1-star Dou Master, a 9-year-old Dou Master. Xiao Qing felt the power surging within him and spoke to himself in his heart, his expression carrying a composure and confidence that transcended his age. Sinking his consciousness into his mind, the information from the mysterious book naturally emerged. Host Xiao Qing. Age 9. Physique innate spirit body. Bloodline grade 1 Dou Qi bloodline activated. Talent 1-3 heaven grade, law of fire initial stage 11000. Divine ability none. Cultivation Dou Master 1-star. Soul realm mortal realm middle stage peak, improved along with the breakthrough. Cultivation technique, yellow rank intermediate, mystic fire mantra, major achievement. Dou technique, yellow rank low-level fire palm, peak mastery. Under the blessing of the law of fire, its power has far exceeded its original scope. Fixable talent count, 2, obtained upon breaking through a major realm. Innate spiritual rhyme, 1442. The Dou Qi bloodline within me has indeed completely revived and activated. Xiao Qing extended his left hand, spread his palm, and his thoughts moved slightly. A trace of extremely faint, yet blood-red energy flow emitting a faint, ancient, and noble pressure appeared in his palm, flowing slowly as if it possessed life. This pressure was not targeted at strength, but rather came from the nobility and suppression at the level of life. A moment later, Xiao Qing closed his fingers and gave a light squeeze, extinguishing this thin trace of bloodline aura and causing it to dissipate into nothingness. Unfortunately, it is only a grade 1 bloodline, the lowest. For me, the benefit is negligible, and it has no great use. Chapter 6. Xiao Qing shook his head, his eyes calm and waveless, even carrying a trace of imperceptible indifference. Possessing the innate spirit body and the heaven-grade law of fire, Xiao Qing's vision and pursuits had long transcended the weak enhancement brought by this mere grade 1 Dou Qi bloodline. On this path destined to transcend the mundane and touch upon the law and the peak, only the absolute power one masters is fundamental. This bloodline was nothing more than better than nothing. This is Dou Qi bloodline. Suddenly, a voice, slightly surprised and tinged with a sense of vicissitudes, rang out in Xiao Qing's ear without warning, breaking the silence of the mountain forest. The surroundings were empty, with only the rustling of wind through the leaves. If an ordinary person were here, they would likely be scared to the point of soul flying away and spirit scattering, thinking they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. In the depths of this desolate back mountain, the sudden appearance of another person's voice did indeed seem particularly eerie. However, in a sense, this really was haunted. A powerful soul. Yet there was not the slightest trace of panic on Xiao Qing's face, not even a hint of surprise. Xiao Qing turned around slowly, his gaze calmly sweeping across the empty surroundings, and finally fixed on the simple black ring on his finger, his tone as indifferent as if he were having a normal conversation. Senior, having observed this junior for nearly 2 months, it is time to reveal yourself, isn't it? His voice was steady, without the slightest curiosity or fear, only an insight and calmness beyond his age. As his words fell, the air around the ring fluctuated slightly. Immediately, a slightly illusory, aged figure slowly floated out from the black ring, suspended in the air in front of Xiao Qing. The figure was quite transparent, yet one could still clearly see his appearance. The old man had white hair and beard, with a gentle and elegant face. Although he was in a soul state, his eyes, which carried deep meaning, contained the vicissitudes and wisdom of having experienced the world, faintly revealing the majesty that once belonged to a powerhouse. His simple, ancient robes added a touch of mystery. This was the old Mister, who changed Xiao Yan's destiny in the original work. The once famous #1 alchemist of the Central Plains, the genius abandoned by the Medicine clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, Yao Chen Venerable Yao. How should I address you, old Mister? Xiao Qing showed a perfectly measured trace of curiosity, bowed to the illusory figure before him, his tone carrying the basic etiquette for an elder, yet not overly enthusiastic. The old man's illusory arm seemed to shake the non-existent sleeve of his robe, his voice peaceful yet carrying a touch of pride. You may call me Yao Lao. Senior Yao Lao, Xiao Qing followed suit and bowed again. Yao Lao's deep gaze scrutinized Xiao Qing carefully, especially feeling amazed by his calmness that surpassed ordinary people. You seem to have never been curious about my existence. Logically, a 9-year-old boy shouldn't have this reaction upon seeing a soul that emerged from a ring. Xiao Qing shook his head gently upon hearing this and said, curious. With Senior's ability to be able to reside in a ring, you must have been a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering figure during your lifetime. This junior is but a mere Dou master. Even if I had thousands of questions, could I possibly do anything to you, Senior? These words were clear and logical, sounding not like a child at all. Yao Lao fell silent for a moment, various complex emotions flashing through his cloudy eyes, finally turning into an almost inaudible sigh. Yao Lao stopped dwelling on this and turned the topic to his most shocking discovery. Do you know that you possess the most noble bloodline on the Fighting Kai continent? Chapter 10. Yao Lao, little friend Xiao, are you willing to take me as your master? Yao Lao's voice carried an indescribable, complex emotion. His gaze seemed to pierce through Xiao Qing, seeing some long-buried past, with reminiscence and melancholy appearing on his face. Once upon a time, he had also possessed such an enviable bloodline. Is this what Senior is talking about? Hearing this, Xiao Qing's expression remained unchanged as he opened his palm again. With a slight movement of his mind, that wisp of blood-red Kai and blood, exuding a noble aura, appeared in his palm once more. This is truly the Dou Qi bloodline. Yao Lao stared fixedly at this wisp of Kai and blood, feeling the pure pressure within it, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He could not possibly be mistaken about this unique aura permeating before him. This was exactly what he had once possessed and later lost, the Dou Qi bloodline. At first, when Xiao Qing had his breakthrough, the bloodline revived in his body, and only an extremely faint aura leaked out, making Yao Lao think he had perceived it wrongly. After all, how noble and rare the Dou Qi bloodline was. How could it appear on a boy from a small family in a remote place like the Jiama Empire? In fact, Yao Lao's soul had long awakened. In these 3 months, whenever Xiao Qing began to cultivate, the tidal energy of heaven and earth he triggered was too terrifying and pure. Even when he was in a dormant state, his soul would instinctively absorb these escaping energies. Although these energies were not as essential as those directly inhaled into Xiao Qing's body and refined by the law of fire, they were far purer and denser than the ordinary heaven and earth energy outside, thanks to the unconscious purification of the flame aura emitted from Xiao Qing's body surface during cultivation. It was precisely after absorbing this high-quality energy for nearly a month that Yao Lao was able to completely awaken from his long slumber. And after waking up, Yao Lao discovered that this boy named Xiao Qing had an exceptionally keen soul perception, actually possessing the soul power of the middle stage of mortal realm. And he had long since detected his presence in the ring. A subtle tacit understanding had formed between the two. I know you are hiding in my ring, and you know I have discovered you, but neither spoke of it. Yao Lao observed from the shadows, examining Xiao Qing's heart nature, character, and perseverance. And Xiao Qing had been waiting patiently, waiting for this old mister to lose his patience and reveal himself. Just like that, in this peculiar state of mutual awareness yet unspoken understanding, the two spent over 2 months together. Until today, when Xiao Qing reached the Dou Master realm and actively activated and displayed the Dou Qi bloodline, this layer of silence was completely broken. Yao Lao's active appearance certainly had the factor of being shocked by the Dou Qi bloodline, but the deeper reason was the cultivation speed of Xiao Qing, which left even him, the knowledgeable venerable Yao, dumbfounded and unable to understand. This was simply not the cultivation scene that a normal person should have. Who else cultivates by devouring heaven and earth energy like a whale gulping down the sea? Who else could skyrocket from a 3-star Dou Qi to a Dou Master in 3 months? Moreover, Xiao Qing was only cultivating the lowest yellow rank intermediate cultivation technique. This was as absurd as if heaven and earth were actively performing empowerment on Xiao Qing, forcibly raising his cultivation. And what Yao Lao found most inconceivable was that this cultivation gained through empowerment was not only free from any sense of emptiness or bloating, but was instead condensed, heavy, and terrifyingly solid, with a foundation so stable it was appalling. In comparison, the Kai that ordinary people cultivated through hard work, step by step, appeared flimsy and unbearable in front of Xiao Qing's cultivation, as if it were piled up by medicinal pills. In Yao Lao's long years of cultivation and experience, when had he ever seen such a freak? This kid was simply born to break common sense. Perhaps it is some unknown, extremely powerful fire attribute special physique at work. Yao Lao could only speculate like this. Yes, the fighting Qi continent is vast and boundless. It is not surprising that some prodigies with heaven-defying special physiques are born. Thinking of special physiques, Yao Lao couldn't help but sigh softly, his expression becoming a bit complex, and a trace of reminiscence and sadness flashed across his eyes. Yao Lao thought of a friend from the past, that woman who possessed the calamity poison body. Didn't she also rely on the inconceivable method of swallowing poison to rapidly improve her cultivation? And her foundation was also solid, with no side effects. The world is large, and there is nothing strange that doesn't exist. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Yao Lao looked at Xiao Qing with burning eyes, a serious look appearing on his thin, refined face. Yao Lao saw the huge potential of this boy, as well as the conditions that were perfectly compatible with the alchemist profession. I observe that your Kai attribute is wood within fire, with yin and yang complementing each other. Wood generates fire, and fire flourishes. This is excellent potential for becoming an alchemist. Yao Lao's voice carried an authoritative affirmation, as well as a trace of imperceptible temptation. It just so happens that this old man in his lifetime was a grade 8 alchemist, and had a bit of a reputation in the Central Plains. With my attainments, it is enough to teach you everything about alchemist practice and lead you to the peak of the path of alchemy. Speaking of this, Yao Lao's words paused slightly. Although he was extremely confident in his alchemy, after all, he was now only in a soul state, and to open his mouth to take such a monstrous prodigy as a disciple, even with Yao Lao's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a trace of subtle unease and embarrassment at this moment. But he finally thickened his skin, his gaze carrying sincerity and expectation, and said the most crucial words. "Little friend Xiao, I wonder, are you willing to take me as your master?" Yao Lao subconsciously stroked his illusory beard, his eyes full of hope. He genuinely hoped to take Xiao Qing under his tutelage. Which senior of the righteous path wouldn't feel affection upon seeing a boy with such a clean background, seemingly steady heart nature, and such a peerless physique and talent? Of course, the Hall of Souls should also be very fond of him. Moreover, this kid's soul talent was simply pervertedly strong. While still at the Dou practitioner stage, his soul power had already reached the middle stage of mortal realm. After breaking through to Dou master, it skyrocketed directly to the peak of the middle stage of mortal realm, only one step away from the late stage of mortal realm. One must know that the improvement of the soul realm is far more difficult than the improvement of fighting Kai cultivation. Most of the peak Duzong powerhouses on the continent only have their soul power stay at the late stage of mortal realm. And Xiao Qing, only 9 years old and a Dou master, had his soul realm already approaching the late stage of mortal realm. What a shocking aptitude this was! Yao Lao could almost be certain that if such raw jade were placed in the Central Plains, even the old ancestor-level figures in the mysterious Little Pill Tower would be unable to resist the temptation and would rush out to take him as a disciple. At this moment, Yao Lao waited expectantly for Xiao Qing's answer. He believed that anyone aspiring to the path of an alchemist would be unable to refuse personal instruction from a grade 8 alchemist grandmaster. Xiao Qing's eyes flashed slightly, his eyelids drooping, seemingly weighing the pros and cons carefully, engaged in an intense mental struggle. He was silent for a moment, with a well-measured trace of hesitation and thought appearing on his face. However, deep in Xiao Qing's heart, the answer was already clear. The Yao Lao before him was not only a former grade 8 alchemist grandmaster, but also a venerable level soul with rich experience and top-tier cultivation techniques. Taking him as a master was undoubtedly the optimal choice for himself, who was in urgent need of high-level cultivation techniques, systematic alchemy knowledge, and a powerful guide. As for the possible master-disciple karma and future bonds, they seemed not unacceptable in the face of tangible benefits and guidance. After a moment of silence, the trace of hesitation on Xiao Qing's face faded away completely, transforming into firmness and solemnity. Xiao Qing stepped forward, straightened his robes, and then bowed deeply to the soul of Yao Lao suspended in the air, performing a standard apprenticeship ceremony with great solemnity, his movements meticulous and full of respect. After the ceremony, Xiao Qing raised his head, looking at Yao Lao with clear and serious eyes, and said in a clear and powerful voice, "Disciple Xiao Qing greets Master." Chapter 11, starting to switch to the burning technique. This master was called out crisply and neatly, without the slightest reluctance, carrying the respect that a disciple should have for their teacher. Seeing Xiao Qing perform the apprenticeship ceremony so crisply and solemnly, a light of surprise burst into Yao Lao's eyes, and his illusory body fluctuated slightly due to excitement. Yao Lao had originally been worried that the other party would hesitate because he was only in a soul state. He didn't expect Xiao Qing to be so decisive. "Good, good, good." Yao Lao clapped his hands and laughed, saying the word good 3 times. The wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out, and he appeared extremely happy, I didn't expect that after I woke up, I would be able to receive such an excellent disciple in this remote place. The heavens have not treated this old man poorly. The more Yao Lao looked at Xiao Qing, the more satisfied he was. He had a steady heart nature, peerless talent, and more importantly, knew etiquette and was neither arrogant nor impetuous. Since you have taken me as your master, I will definitely teach you everything I know and cultivate you into the top alchemist and powerhouse on the fighting Qi continent, Yao Lao said with great pride, and then his tone became a bit nostalgic. However, master is now only in a soul state and many things need your help. Moreover, on the path of cultivation, the master leads you through the door, but the practice is up to the individual. How far you can go in the end depends on yourself. Xiao Qing respectfully replied, "Disciple understands. In future cultivation, I will definitely be diligent and unceasing, and will not disappoint master's expectations. If master has any errands, disciple will definitely do my best." Yao Lao nodded in gratification. Good, good, good. The most urgent task is to first find a suitable cultivation technique for you. That yellow rank intermediate cultivation technique of yours really insults your talent and physique. Once your cultivation technique is achieved, master will officially begin teaching you alchemy. With the master-disciple status established, the relationship between the two instantly became much closer, and a new bond was quietly formed here. Speaking of cultivation techniques, Yao Lao fell silent. Reminiscence, struggle, and a trace of imperceptible guilt appeared on his illusory face. After a long while, he sighed softly, his voice carrying a somewhat complex meaning. Master has, indeed, a very strange cultivation technique here. It does not rely on ordinary ways to cultivate and advance, but rather, it can rely on absorbing and refining various flames in the world, especially powerful heavenly flames, to promote its own evolution and transformation. Yao Lao's tone carried a hint of introducing a precious treasure, but then a flicker of obvious hesitation crossed his eyes, as if he was struggling intensely within. In the end, he seemed to have made up his mind, his voice becoming low and complex, carrying a weight that was almost like a confession. However, this cultivation technique, which can theoretically evolve infinitely, has a starting point. That is only the lowest yellow rank low level. Yellow rank low level. These words, spoken from the mouth of a grade 8 alchemist grandmaster, carried an indescribable sense of absurdity and disparity. This burning technique was something Yao Lao had luckily obtained after venturing into an ancient secret realm with his two good friends, Xiao Yan and Wind Idol, having survived a life-and-death ordeal. Thinking of that confidant, Xiao Yan, a deeper complexity and guilt flashed across Yao Lao's illusory face. Having fallen to such a state, he truly had no face to face her. With this thought, Yao Lao, fearing that the low starting point of this cultivation technique would directly scare away this newly accepted excellent disciple, hurriedly added, "But the evolutionary power of this cultivation technique, your teacher cannot be 100% certain of its feasibility. After all, I have never seen anyone cultivate it. However, I have an Earth rank advanced fire attribute cultivation technique here, which is absolutely safe and sufficient for you to cultivate to the Du Zun realm without needing to change it." However, Xiao Qing seemed to have completely ignored the 4 words, Earth rank cultivation technique. Xiao Qing's eyes lit up in an instant, flickering with intense curiosity and a probing light, as he stared intently at Yao Lao. "A cultivation technique that can evolve by devouring flames. Teacher, can you let me see this strange technique?" Seeing that Xiao Qing had developed such a strong interest in that unreliable, yellow rank low-level cultivation technique, a subtle joy couldn't help but arise in Yao Lao's heart, as if his treasure had been recognized, but it was immediately drowned out by a deeper bitterness. Forget it. If it is proven in the future that this burning technique cannot evolve, or that evolution is difficult, I will risk this remnant soul completely dissipating to find him a heaven-rank cultivation technique to continue his Tao. Yao Lao secretly swore in his heart. How could he know that Xiao Qing, relying on his foresight of the original work, had long since confirmed that this burning technique would definitely be able to evolve? At this moment, a trace of slight guilt passed through Xiao Qing's heart due to withholding information, but this trace of guilt was instantly suppressed. The mysterious book and the memories of his past life were his greatest trump card and secret. He could never share them with anyone, not even his teacher, Yao Lao. Sigh, Yao Lao finally sighed softly, his soul power fluctuating, and a black scroll that looked extremely archaic and even somewhat tattered appeared in his hand. This was the burning technique that contained infinite possibilities and was also accompanied by huge risks. When he chose it, wasn't it also with the intention of using his disciples' power to collect strange flames to help himself resurrect? And the most difficult part of that resurrection method was the need to gather 3 different strange flames. Xiao Qing solemnly took the scroll, unfolded it, and carefully read the descriptions within, as well as the incomparably complex energy circulation routes that were far beyond what any cultivation technique of the same rank could compare to. Although it was yellow rank low level, its profundity was astonishing. For a long time, the brilliance in Xiao Qing's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He discovered that the operation method of this burning technique actually had a wonderful resonance with the law of fire, talent, and innate spirit body within his body, as if they were of the same root and origin, with an extremely high degree of compatibility. Teacher, Xiao Qing raised his head, his face filled with irrepressible joy, his tone becoming much lighter. Disciple has discovered that this burning technique is extremely compatible with me. Its operation method seems to secretly conform to some kind of ultimate truth of heaven and earth, resonating with my own physique. It's simply as if it were tailor-made for me. Xiao Qing paused, deciding to reveal some more information to increase his persuasiveness. Teacher, you know that disciple possesses a physique with extremely high affinity for the fire element. But you may not know that my physique possesses an innate, powerful suppression over flames born between heaven and earth, and it holds an absolute ruling position over ordinary flames. According to what is recorded in the burning technique, a wisp of heaven and earth strange fire that an ordinary person would need to spend countless efforts and survive life and death ordeals to barely refine, I fear that here with me, it can be easily absorbed and tamed. Therefore for me, the risk of this burning technique is far lower than for ordinary people, and the benefits are limitless. It is truly too suitable for me. Oh, there is such a heaven-defying physique. A startling brilliance erupted in Yao Lao's eyes, and he let out a sound of surprise. He had already overestimated Xiao Qing's special physique as much as possible, but he didn't expect to have still underestimated it by far. This was simply a perfect vessel born for the burning technique. Yao Lao had just wanted to ask a few more questions carefully, but he saw that Xiao Qing had already sat down cross-legged without hesitation, holding the burning technique scroll, and had actually started to switch his cultivation technique. This decisiveness and ability to take action once again shocked Yao Lao's heart. He could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue, his heart filled with mixed feelings. There was gratitude for his disciples' trust, and a warm current surged, his gaze toward Xiao Qing filled with indescribable complex emotions. This disciple was worth taking in. Chapter 12, starting to absorb the bone-chilling flame subflame. A long time later, the fluctuating aura around Xiao Qing gradually stabilized, and he slowly opened his eyes. He had clearly successfully switched to the burning technique. Switching from a yellow rank intermediate cultivation technique to a yellow rank low level, one usually leads to a contraction in the total amount of Dou Qi and a drop in cultivation level. During this switch, the majestic Dou Qi was compressed and refined to the extreme, almost causing Xiao Qing to drop from a 1-star Dou Master back to a 9-star Dou Qi. Fortunately, the foundation laid by the law of fire and the innate spirit body was truly too solid, and in the end, he forcefully stabilized his realm without dropping. Xiao Qing carefully felt the brand new Dou Qi flowing within his body and said to Yao Lao, "Although it is yellow rank low level, the cultivation technique runs even more smoothly and swiftly than the previous yellow rank intermediate, mystic fire mantra, and the quality of the Dou Qi seems to be a bit purer." After the successful switch, Xiao Qing did not rush to get up, but continued to familiarize himself with the unique circulation route of the burning technique. Good, since you have successfully switched, then next, I will separate a wisp of the bone-chilling flame origin fire seed based on the limit your body can currently withstand, so you can personally test the special property of the burning technique to evolve by devouring. A brilliant light flashed in Yao Lao's eyes, and he had already begun to pave an unprecedented path of a powerhouse for Xiao Qing. As he spoke, he turned his palm upward, and with a pft sound, a cluster of eerie white flames leaped out. Once this fire appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and a thin layer of white frost even instantly condensed on the surface of the rocks, with a peculiar chill permeating the air. Fortunately, Yao Lao precisely controlled the flame, confining it within the small area of his palm. This was exactly the bone-chilling flame, ranked 11th on the strange fire ranking list. A strange flame where extreme cold and extreme heat coexist. Is this the heaven and earth strange fire? Xiao Qing curiously examined the cluster of eerie white flames, able to clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within, but the law of fire within his body sent a clear perception. This flame's rank is lower than mine. Xiao Qing's thoughts stirred, and he slightly mobilized a trace of the law of fire aura within his body. The next moment, an astonishing scene occurred. That cluster of bone-chilling flame, which had been burning stably on Yao Lao's palm, seemed to have encountered its natural nemesis, like an emperor ruling the world, and it violently shuddered. The flame's volume suddenly shrank, instantly curling from the size of a fist into a small, weak flame, sticking tightly to Yao Lao's palm, even trembling slightly, revealing a feeling of fear. It is truly as you said. Your physique can actually produce such a powerful innate suppression over the heaven and earth strange fire, Yao Lao exclaimed repeatedly, feeling incomparably amazed. This was simply unheard of. He hesitated no longer, and carefully separated an even finer wisp of bone-chilling flame from the main cluster of fire. The energy intensity of this wisp of flame was only comparable to some powerful beast fire, but its essence was still a strange fire, and its rank was far from what beast fire could compare to. Try first to see if you can successfully refine this wisp of fire seed. Yao Lao handed this tiny, eerie white flame towards Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing reached out and took it. His fingertips didn't even feel the slightest scorching heat or biting cold, and he opened his mouth and swallowed this wisp of bone-chilling flame into his abdomen. Almost the instant it entered his mouth, the power of the law of fire began to operate on its own, and that wisp of strange fire hadn't even had time to struggle before it was completely tamed, refined, and merged into the Dou Qi of the burning technique. The entire process was breathtakingly fast. This, for the first time in his life, Yao Lao saw such a shocking and counterintuitive refining scene. He was silent for a moment and then asked somewhat incredulously, "How does it feel?" It tastes a bit cool and then a bit warm." Xiao Qing blinked, savored it for a moment, and evaluated it with a straight face. "I am asking about the cultivation technique aspect. I am not asking about how it tastes." Yao Lao was so angry that his illusory beard stood up, and he couldn't help but shout, "This brat!" Xiao Qing chuckled, stopped joking, and hurriedly sensed his body. Then a huge surprise appeared on his face. "Teacher, the burning technique has broken through. Just this wisp of flame, it actually really evolved. It is now a yellow rank intermediate cultivation technique." Good, good, good. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao immediately clapped his hands and laughed, saying the word good 3 times, his face filled with excitement and joy. "Good, it seems this cultivation technique can indeed evolve. It is not a lie." Although he had long known the theory, witnessing the miracle happen to his own disciple with his own eyes, this shock and joy were beyond words. Since that is the case, Yao Lao's smile faded, and his expression became solemn. Next is the real test, absorbing a subflame of the bone-chilling flame. Although your physique innately suppresses strange fire, the energy contained in this subflame far exceeds the previous one, and is enough to rival some complete strange fires lower on the ranking list. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, we cannot skip a single step of the necessary procedures. As he spoke, Yao Lao's soul power stirred, and he took out 2 jade bottles from the bone flame ring, as well as a thumb-sized round object. The bottle stoppers were opened, and immediately a heart-refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out. 2 round and crystalline medicinal pills flew out. One was entirely ice blue, emitting wisps of cold air. The other was warm and moist like jade, with a red light flickering in the center. This is the rank 6 medicinal pill, ice pulse pill, the rank 5 medicinal pill, heart protecting pill, and the spirit reception for you to absorb the strange fire. Yao Lao handed the medicinal pills to Xiao Qing and explained in detail. The ice pulse pill can protect your whole body's meridians when you absorb the strange fire, temporarily greatly enhancing your tolerance to the burning of the strange fire, while the heart-protecting pill can guard your heart meridians to ensure that the power of the strange fire will not burn your heart meridians and cause fatal danger. And the spirit reception can open up an independent and absolutely safe tiny space within your Qi cyclone, specifically used to accommodate and store the origin of the strange fire. Now that Yao Lao can maintain his soul state, it largely depends on residing within the bone-chilling flame. Separating a subflame will cause not a small consumption of Yao Lao's soul power, but it is still within the acceptable range and will not affect basic soul stability. It is also fortunate that Yao Lao is the master of the bone-chilling flame, making it relatively controllable to separate. If an ordinary person wanted to separate an ownerless strange fire, they would instantly suffer a terrifying backlash. Yao Lao carefully held the separated, thumb-sized eerie white subflame in his palm. The subflame slowly flickered, emitting energy fluctuations dozens of times stronger than the previous wisp of fire seed. He handed the subflame to Xiao Qing and instructed with an extremely serious expression, "This is absolutely not child's play. Remember, take the 2 medicinal pills first, and after the medicinal power has completely melted and protected your vital points, then swallow and refine the subflame. You must absolutely not be reckless like just now." "Okay, teacher, disciple understands." Xiao Qing also put away his joking attitude and solemnly nodded in agreement. Xiao Qing first refined the spirit reception into his Kai cyclone, then took the ice pulse pill and heart protecting pill in turn. The medicinal pills melted upon entering his mouth, instantly turning into 2 powerful torrents of medicinal power that surged into his limbs and bones. It could be seen that a thin layer of ice-blue frost crystals condensed on the surface of Xiao Qing's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a powerful chill permeated from within his body, effectively neutralizing the upcoming high temperature of the strange fire. And at the same time, a soft and firm, warm light emanated from Xiao Qing's chest, like the strongest shield, firmly guarding his heart within. The rank 6 ice pulse pill and rank 5 heart protecting pill had already taken effect at this moment. Chapter 13, Profound Rank Intermediate, Burning Technique, Innate Fire Spirit Body. Quick, now swallow the subflame and operate the burning technique. Yao Lao, seeing that the medicinal power had completely melted, immediately shouted, his tone urgent and nervous. Xiao Qing did not dare to delay. He reached out and took the flickering eerie white subflame, took a deep breath, and swallowed it directly into his mouth. Once the subflame entered his body, the violent impact he had imagined did not arrive immediately. The innate suppression of the law of fire was still present, making the subflame appear somewhat tame, even though its energy was immense. It began to circulate along the route of the burning technique, and what it brought was not unbearable scorching pain, but a slight swelling and painful feeling brought by his meridians being filled and expanded by the majestic energy. Xiao Qing only frowned slightly, then operated the cultivation technique with all his might, getting this powerful strange fire energy to merge into his Dou Qi, pushing the burning technique to evolve toward a higher level. Yao Lao, who was on the side, fully focused and prepared to intervene and rescue at any time, was now dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Just like that. What about the extreme danger that was promised? What about the life and death ordeal that was promised? That strange fire subflame, which could make even a Du Wang or even a Du Huang expert vanish into ashes, was absorbed so tamely. Except for frowning, there was almost no reaction. Yao Lao, what about the process? What about that thrilling, precarious refining process? How did it become as simple as drinking cold water when it came to him? The burning technique successfully evolved to profound rank intermediate. Xiao Qing carefully felt the Dou Qi within his body, which was several times more vigorous like a rushing river, and a strong sense of gratification and satisfaction welled up. The gap between a profound rank cultivation technique and a yellow rank cultivation technique was indeed worlds apart. Whether it was the total amount of Dou Qi, recovery speed, or the fluency and explosive power during operation, there had been a qualitative leap. Now, not only had the burning technique successfully advanced to a profound rank cultivation technique, but Xiao Qing's cultivation level had also risen along with it, breaking through to a 3-star Du Master in one go. And this was under the premise of absorbing the bone-chilling flame subflame, which had an owner, Yao Lao. Yao Lao is the master of the bone-chilling flame, and when separating the subflame, most of the origin energy remains in the main flame. If it were replaced by those ownerless, wild, strange fires that contain a complete origin, the terrifying energy contained within them would probably allow Xiao Qing to soar directly to the peak Du Master in one breath. Yao Lao saw it clearly from the side, just by Xiao Qing operating the cultivation technique normally. The speed and scale at which the surrounding heaven and earth energy was absorbed were already several times more terrifying than before. That energy vortex had almost turned into a substance, emitting a low whistling sound. This was obviously the astonishing effect brought by the advanced profound rank intermediate burning technique. This kind of terrifying cultivation efficiency, although he had long expected it in his heart, seeing it with his own eyes still made Yao Lao unable to help but be dumbfounded again. It's not that he looked down on Dou masters, but is this kind of cultivation seen something a Dou master should have? It is simply unheard of. Xiao Qing's thoughts stirred, and a cluster of eerie white flames leaped out from his palm. The sub-flame of the bone-chilling flame burned quietly, but the terrifying deterrent force of intertwined coldness and scorching heat it emitted was not inferior in the slightest to the main body of the bone-chilling flame in Yao Lao's hand. Even because it contained a trace of the characteristics of Xiao Qing's law of fire, in terms of energy purity and agility, it faintly surpassed it. Teacher, your bone-chilling flame subflame seems to have undergone some kind of transformation and has been greatly improved under the nourishment and support of my physique, Xiao Qing said to Yao Lao as he flexibly manipulated the bone-white flame in his palm, making it change into various forms. Not only that, Yao Lao could clearly feel that the essence of this subflame in Xiao Qing's hand seemed to have begun to transcend the category of ordinary bone-chilling flame. If it were to be nurtured in Xiao Qing's body for a long time, and constantly permeated by the law of fire, in the future, it would very likely transform into an unprecedented, unique, and brand new powerful heavenly flame belonging solely to him. This is truly incredible. Yao Lao finally couldn't help but ask the huge doubt in his heart, Kinga, what kind of special physique do you actually have? Not only can you innately suppress heavenly flames, but you can even support and transform the subbody of a heavenly flame to such a degree. Innate fire spirit body. Xiao Qing thought for a moment, and decided to give a name that could explain most of the anomalies without exposing the core secret of the book. Disciple calls it innate fire spirit body. This was not entirely a lie. Innate spirit body, added with law of fire, calling it innate fire spirit body was acceptable. Innate fire spirit body. Yao Lao silently repeated the name and was silent for a moment, seemingly searching for relevant records in his memory. Suddenly, Yao Lao abruptly raised his head, his eyes bursting with a sudden enlightened brilliance, and he shouted, "Good." What are innate fire spirit body? Innately close to all fires, controlling fire as easily as one's own arm, and even capable of promoting the evolution of fire seeds. This heaven-defying physique characteristic is worthy of the words fire spirit. Yao Lao clapped his hands in praise, seemingly having found a reasonable explanation for his disciple's extraordinary nature that would shock the world. Yao Lao naturally associated this with the phenomenon of heavenly flames being born with intelligence. Some powerful heavenly flames could eventually even take human form and possess wisdom no less than that of humans. Looking at Xiao Qing's figure, which faintly resonated with the energy of heaven and earth, Yao Lao's illusory figure fluctuated gently in the air, his heart filled with emotion. His disciple's physique seemed to be born as the spirit lord of all fires. If I hadn't confirmed with my own eyes that he is a human race with flesh and blood and a complete soul, I would really suspect whether my disciple is some kind of origin heavenly flame born at the beginning of the world, which took human form after endless years. Yao Lao thought to himself, still finding it hard to believe. After all, being able to suppress all fires from birth, this level of status and characteristic was simply too inconceivable and completely beyond common understanding. Perhaps only a special physique like Xiao Qing's, born with the luck of heaven and earth, can explain all this. His very existence might represent a certain favor and manifestation of the Tao of fire in the world. Yao Lao tried to use his profound knowledge to understand this phenomenon. Although ordinary special physiques are strong, it is hard for them to have such absolute suppression power. His innate fire spirit body has such a high status that it likely points directly to the origin. A thought surfaced involuntarily. Perhaps this is the child of heaven and earth, occasionally mentioned in ancient books, born with the luck of heaven and earth, born in response to the times, shouldering some kind of heaven-defying destiny. Thinking of this, Yao Lao's mood became more complex. There was both the huge joy of receiving such an excellent disciple and a faint sense of awe and heavy responsibility. Teaching such a disciple might not just be a master-disciple relationship, but a karma about to be drawn into the vast trend of the world. Yao Lao collected his thoughts and stopped dwelling on it. Regardless, Xiao Qing was his disciple, and that would not change. As for the road ahead, no matter the wind and rain, the master and disciple would walk it together. All right. Yao Lao suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked at the darkening sky, and said to Xiao Qing, "The harvest today is already huge, so we shouldn't be greedy. It's getting dark, you should go back and rest well to stabilize your realm. Starting tomorrow, I will officially begin to teach you how to cultivate advanced Dou technique, and how to become a real alchemist." Yao Lao needed some time to digest the continuous shocks of the day, and properly plan the future path for this prodigy disciple. "Okay, teacher," Xiao Qing nodded. Having consecutively achieved breakthrough, switch cultivation technique, and swallowed a heavenly flame, his spirit had been highly focused. Now that he relaxed, he did indeed feel a trace of fatigue. Xiao Qing retracted the bone-chilling flame subflame into his body, bowed to Yao Lao, and turned to walk towards the family direction. Yao Lao's soul also turned into a stream of light, and submerged back into the black ring on Xiao Qing's finger. The mountain forest returned to silence, with only the residual energy in the air that had not yet completely calmed down, telling of how extraordinary everything that had just happened here was. Chapter 14, Pill Formation with 3 Patterns, 4th Rank Gu Yuan Pill, Achieving 4th Rank Alchemist. Behind the Xiao family, in a secluded corner rarely visited by people. Xiao Qing's figure was upright as he stood quietly on a smooth stone. In front of him was a dark red medicine cauldron with an ancient appearance, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Beside it were placed several medicinal materials exuding medicinal fragrance, as well as a demonic beast core emitting green light. In the most conspicuous place was an unfolded pill formula. These, of course, were all taken from the filthy rich teacher of Xiao Qing, Yao Lao's small treasury, the bone flame ring. After 2 months of practicing alchemy, Yao Lao finally witnessed Xiao Qing's prodigy-like comprehension ability and fire control ability that was as if he had opened a cheat code. He finally stopped clutching his collection and generously provided all the medicinal materials needed for practice, sparing Xiao Qing from running around for materials like the original Xiao Yan in the beginning. Pill Formula, 4th Rank Gujuan Pill. Main ingredients: 100-year-old blood ginseng, 3 spiritual plants. Auxiliary ingredients: 1 jade marrow ganoderma, 3 drops of 1000-year stone milk, 1 3rd rank wood attribute demonic beast core. Efficacy: stabilizes the fundamental origin Kai. It provides gentle and effective compensation and recovery for the depletion of life origin Kai caused by serious injury, overdraft, backlash from secret techniques, or damage to the foundation. The medicinal property is mild, focusing on nourishing the origin, moistening the foundation of life in a silent way. Applicable: physical weakness after recovering from serious injury, origin Kai damage caused by errors in cultivation or Kai deviation, exhaustion of life force after performing forbidden Dou technique, and origin Kai damage caused by innate or acquired reasons. Refining requirements: requires an alchemist of 4th rank or above, soul realm must reach the peak of early stage of the mortal realm, requires extremely precise control of heat, must be able to use real fire and Dou Kai to nurture medicinal power for a long time. Refining technique. Xiao Qing's gaze quickly swept over the pill formula. Every word on it had already been engraved in his mind. After 2 months of Yao Lao's unreserved teaching and strict instruction, coupled with Xiao Qing's own powerful soul power, which was already at the peak of the middle stage of the mortal realm, as well as his mastery of fire that had reached the realm of perfection, his progress in alchemy could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already able to proficiently refine most 4th rank medicinal pills. Today, what Xiao Qing was going to refine was precisely this 4th rank Gu Yuan pill, which was crucial for his Ant-Yang Kaian. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the distracting thoughts in his heart, Xiao Qing's eyes instantly became sharp and focused. Xiao Qing stretched out his right hand and waved it casually, puff. A bone-white flame rose, instantly wrapping up the 3rd rank wood attribute demonic beast core and suspending it in midair. Under the peculiar characteristic of the bone-chilling flame subflame, where coldness and scorching heat intertwined, Xiao Qing's extremely precise control acted perfectly upon the demonic beast core. Refining the demonic beast core was the first step, and also a critical one. One had to carefully burn it with the heavenly flame, remove the impurities within it, and stimulate its purest wood attribute energy. Yao Lao's soul, floating in the air to the side, nodded and watched everything before him silently. It could be seen that under the wrapping of the bone-chilling flame subflame, the roughness on the surface of the demonic beast core gradually melted, threads of grey-black impurities were burned into nothingness, and the remaining part began to gradually become crystal clear. Seeing that the purification was almost done, Xiao Qing began to divide his attention. Powerful soul power began to emerge, meticulously guiding his own Dou Qi to slowly blend and permeate with the extracted pure wood attribute energy. This process took some time but required great patience and precise control, until the demonic beast core finally completely turned into a small cluster of emerald green viscous liquid, exuding rich vitality and fragrance. Xiao Qing did not dare to be negligent. He slapped the medicine cauldron with his left hand, opening the lid, and used his right hand to manipulate the cluster of emerald green liquid, instantly throwing it into the cauldron. Immediately after, Xiao Qing took the jade bottle containing the thousand-year stone milk and dripped a few drops of the milky white stone milk, which exuded a rich and faint fragrance, into the medicine cauldron. The bone-white flame instantly surged under the medicine cauldron. The size and temperature of the flame began to change unpredictably under the control of Xiao Qing's mind, meticulously refining the medicinal essence of the thousand-year stone milk and causing it to begin initial fusion with the previous wood attribute liquid. Subsequently, Xiao Qing began to put in the 100-year-old blood ginseng and the spiritual plants one by one. These two main ingredients were quickly refined in front of the heavenly flame, their essence perfectly extracted. Under Xiao Qing's masterful fire control technique, they were refined into 2 clusters of pure and rich herbal essence, suspended in the medicine cauldron. What a profound fire control technique, it's simply art. Yao Lao, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, his eyes full of appreciation. Xiao Qing's control over fire was no longer just a technique, it was closer to an understanding of fire. The exquisiteness of Xiao Qing's refining technique was already not inferior to some long-famous 6th-rank alchemists. In terms of fire control alone, it could almost rival his own in his prime. Such talent was truly terrifying. At this time, Xiao Qing was fully focused, his soul power acting like countless tiny tentacles, sensing every change in the medicinal power inside the cauldron. Xiao Qing manipulated the 2 clusters of herbal essence, slowly bringing them close to and blending with the wood attribute liquid that had previously fused with the stone milk. The medicinal liquid inside the cauldron began to gradually show a jade-brown color, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Then he put in the last auxiliary ingredient, jade marrow ganoderma. The medicinal property of the jade marrow ganoderma was mild and had extremely strong fusion and inclusiveness. Its addition caused the medicinal liquid inside the cauldron, which had been slightly lively, to gradually become viscous and stable. The most critical moment arrived. Xiao Qing's eyes were solemn. His soul power and fire control technique were exerted to the limit, meticulously manipulating the bone-chilling flame subflame. With a just right temperature, he began the long process of nurturing the pill, prompting all the medicinal power inside the cauldron to perfectly fuse and condense. Time passed quietly. In the back mountain, there was only the faint crackling sound of fire burning the air and the low humming sound coming from the medicine cauldron. After a long time, the medicine cauldron vibrated slightly, and the rich medicinal fragrance that had originally overflowed inside the cauldron suddenly restrained, as if it had been completely absorbed by the medicinal pill. Xiao Qing waved his right hand, and the bone-white flame was instantly retracted into his body. Xiao Qing lifted his hand to open the cauldron lid. Immediately, a more pure herbal fragrance, containing majestic vitality, drifted out and instantly filled the entire small valley. Pill formed. Xiao Qing gave a light shout and cast his gaze into the cauldron. His face was instantly covered with huge joy. Inside the bottom of the medicine cauldron, a perfectly round, pale green medicinal pill lay quietly. The surface of the medicinal pill was smooth as jade, and one could faintly see a rich and endless green halo inside. What was even more miraculous was that on the surface of the medicinal pill, there were 3 clear, dark lines full of spiritual aura. This is pill formed with 3 patterns, 3-pattern Gu Yuan pill. Yao Lao, who had been floating in the air and watching closely the whole time, could no longer hold back at this moment and exclaimed, his illusory face full of surprise. 3-pattern spirit pill. This was a symbol that the medicinal power of the medicinal pill had been refined and condensed to the limit of its current rank. Although this pill was still 4th rank, its actual efficacy was likely comparable to some 5th rank medicinal pills. For compensating for the depletion of life origin Kai, the effect would far exceed expectations. For Yao Lao, Xiao Qing was simply born to break the common sense of alchemists. He truly learned as soon as he was taught, understood as soon as he was pointed out, succeeded as soon as he refined, and could even perform beyond expectations. This allowed Yao Lao to truly experience the indescribable sense of accomplishment and inexplicable satisfaction of teaching a peerless prodigy. Recalling the hardships he faced when learning alchemy back then, he couldn't help but feel inferior. Looking at Yao Lao's shocked appearance, Xiao Qing couldn't help but laugh. Then Xiao Qing carefully used a jade spoon to take out the still warm, 3-pattern Gu Yuan pill containing majestic vitality, quickly put it into a prepared jade bottle, and sealed it well to avoid the loss of medicinal power. Holding the warm jade bottle in his hand, and feeling the real presence of the medicinal pill inside, Xiao Qing's heart was filled with indescribable joy and a sense of security. With me here this time, Aunt will definitely not pass away early like in the original Destiny. And Yao Lao, who was on the side, saw the shock in his heart gradually turn into deep gratification and joy. Looking at the sincere smile on his disciple's face, because he could save his relative, Yao Lao was more convinced that he had really not misjudged the person this time. A prodigy talent is rare, but this sincere filial piety and kindness are the truly precious qualities. Chapter 15, Xiao Zhan's Anxiety and Uneasiness. Mysterious figure delivers medicinal pill. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the Xiao family. Deep in the inner academy, in the main hall of the clan chief's residence, only a dim oil lamp was lit, casting Xiao Zhan's weary figure long and thin onto the cold wall. Xiao Zhan sat alone on a large chair, his eyes closed, but he was not resting. His brows were tightly locked in a river shape. His face was significantly more haggard than 3 months ago, and the dark circles under his eyes were clearly visible. His wife Yan Qian had long been asleep in the room, but her breathing was weak and unstable. Every time he heard it, it made Xiao Zhan's heart feel as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand. Anxious and uneasy. As Yan Qian's condition worsened day by day, the sense of powerlessness and panic in Xiao Zhan's heart also increased day by day. On how many nights had Xiao Zhan come to this silent main hall alone, sitting for the whole night, as if only this silence could slightly accommodate his restless worries. He had almost collected all the main ingredients and auxiliary materials needed for the 4th rank Gu Yuan pill to treat Yan Qian, spending a lot of financial and mental effort. Now, only the last auxiliary ingredient was missing, jade marrow ganoderma. Hearing that the wolf-head mercenary group of Qingshan Town had luckily collected one in the magical Beast Mountain range, Xiao Zhan had immediately sent someone with his personal letter and heavy money to purchase it, and it was estimated that it would be in his hands soon. However, the biggest problem lay before him. Refining a 4th rank Gu Yuan pill required at least hiring a 4th rank alchemist. And to ensure success, it was best to hire a 5th rank alchemist to take action. Because Xiao Zhan only had one set of medicinal materials. But the rules for hiring an alchemist to take action were extremely harsh. One needed to prepare 3 sets of medicinal materials and pay a staggering reward. Xiao Zhan had exhausted everything, and now he had only barely managed to scrape together enough for 1 set of medicinal materials. Thinking of this, a thick bitterness appeared on Xiao Zhan's face. Could it be that it was really time to use the favor left by his father, that once renowned Dou Qi, the old clan chief of the Xiao family, Xiao Lin? But so many years have passed, will that noble 5th rank alchemist still recognize the friendship from my father's time? Chapter 9. Xiao Zhan clenched his hands involuntarily, his fingernails nearly digging into his palms. As for the favor owed to Du Wang Xiao Lin, could Xiao Zhan, merely a great Du master, bear the weight of it? Would the other party even give him, Xiao Zhan, this face? Forget it, regardless, I must give it a try. A massive sense of powerlessness surged in Xiao Zhan's heart. In the end, he could only pin his hopes on this slim opportunity. I will write a letter tomorrow morning and entrust the Merchant Guild to deliver it with all speed. Whether it succeeds or not, I must leave it to fate. Xiao Yan wearily closed his eyes again, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, but anxiety clung to him like bone-gnawing maggots, impossible to shake off. Long-term insomnia and mental torment had pushed Xiao Yan's body to its limit. In this extreme exhaustion and silence, his consciousness began to blur, gradually sinking into a drowsy state. Just at the critical point, where Xiao Yan's consciousness was about to be swallowed by sleepiness. Xiao Yan. An aged yet resonant voice, filled with an inexplicable majesty and vibrant vitality, suddenly exploded in Xiao Yan's ears like a thunderclap. "Tu!" Xiao Yan was instantly jolted awake, all sleepiness vanishing, and he sprang up from his chair. The Dou Qi of a great Dou master within his body subconsciously began to circulate, his gaze sharp as a falcon's, scanning the empty main hall with suspicion and unease, his expression incomparably grave. He had not detected anyone approaching at all. This left Xiao Yan inwardly horrified, knowing that the strength of the newcomer far exceeded his imagination. They were likely at least a Du Ling level expert, or perhaps even higher. A chill instantly shot from his spine to the top of his head. Xiao Yan's muscles tensed, and his Dou Qi instinctively began to circulate. Was it an enemy or a friend? Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audio. I was passing through this place, and sensed that your family actually possesses a raw gem of talent. I am quite pleased. That voice sounded again, its tone seemingly carrying a genuine hint of appreciation and pleasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression changed repeatedly, his inner shock deepening. The other party could not only infiltrate the heavily guarded Xiao family without a sound, but judging by their tone, they seemed to have taken a fancy to a certain disciple of the family. Xiao Yan dared not be negligent. He quickly restrained his aura, cupped his fists, and bowed respectfully toward the void realm. His tone was cautious and clear. I do not know which senior has graced the Xiao family with their presence. This junior Xiao Yan has failed to welcome you properly. I ask that you please reveal yourself. As soon as his words fell, the air in the center of the main hall twisted slightly, and a figure appeared silently like a ghost. The newcomer was shrouded in a wide black robe, their head covered by a deep hood, making it impossible to see any facial features, only an expanse of deep darkness. He stood there quietly, yet seemed to merge with the surrounding shadows, emitting an unfathomable aura. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted. He had not been able to see how this person appeared at all. It was as if he had been there the entire time. Such means were far beyond Xiao Yan's scope of understanding. This was absolutely an unimaginably powerful expert. I pay my respects to Senior. Xiao Yan's heart shook violently. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look any further. He lowered his posture to the extreme and bowed deeply once more, his voice carrying a trace of imperceptible awe. The black-robed man moved slightly, and that aged, majestic voice emanated from beneath the hood. No need for such formalities. I am an alchemist with some qualifications, traveling the four corners of the world. Not long ago, I happened to pass through your Wutan city, and by a stroke of opportunity, I took on a disciple. He paused deliberately, and the shadows beneath the hood seemed to have two substantial gazes sweep over Xiao Yan, before he slowly continued. Come to think of it, it is indeed a disciple from your family. What? Xiao Yan snapped his head up, his face instantly flooded with shock and immense joy. A disciple of the family had been taken as a student by a mysterious, likely high-ranking alchemist senior. What kind of opportunity was this? May I ask, Senior, I wonder which family disciple is so fortunate? Xiao Yan asked eagerly, but was interrupted by the black-robed man raising his hand. Which disciple it is, you will know in the future. That little fellow has a pure heart nature and cares for his family. This time, hearing that an elder of the family had an ailment, he specifically implored me. As the black-robed man spoke, he flipped his sleeve, and several exquisite, warm jade bottles appeared out of thin air in his hand, their bodies seeming to be surrounded by faint energy fluctuations. He asked me to bring you these medicinal pills. Perhaps they can resolve your urgent need. Without him making any movement, those jade bottles were carried by an invisible, gentle force and flew steadily towards Xiao Yan. Caught off guard, Xiao Yan scrambled to catch them. Upon touching them, they felt warm and cool. He could feel the massive medicinal power contained within the jade bottles, these were definitely not ordinary items. Senior, this is too valuable. This junior cannot accept it. I do not know which family disciple it is, this junior. Xiao Yan was both shocked and anxious, quickly looking up to decline and ask for an explanation. However, the moment Xiao Yan looked up, his words came to an abrupt halt. Before him there was nothing. That mysterious black-robed senior, just like when he arrived, had disappeared without a sound, leaving no trace, as if he had never appeared at all. Only the heavy jade bottles in his arms, emitting an alluring medicinal fragrance, proved that everything just now was not a hallucination. In the main hall, only Xiao Yan remained, standing dazed on the spot, holding the jade bottles. His face was filled with disbelief, confusion, and a massive sense of shock from finding a way out of a desperate situation. The night wind blew outside the hall, bringing a hint of chill, but it could not disperse the raging waves churning within Xiao Yan's heart. Chapter 16: Medicinal Pills, Sufficient for a Breakthrough to Du Ling. Xiao Yan stood dazed on the spot for a long time, his body appearing very stiff, like a statue that had had its entire soul extracted in an instant. Everything that had just happened occurred too quickly and was too bizarre, making it difficult for Xiao Yan to fully digest this information for a moment. Xiao Yan slowly lowered his head, his gaze locked onto the jade bottles in his hands, which still retained a hint of mysterious warmth, as if drawn by a magnet. His fingertips could even faintly feel the weak, but pure energy fluctuations emitted by the medicinal pills inside the bottles. Trembling gently as if possessing life, Xiao Yan forced himself to calm down, carefully recalling every sentence and every word that the mysterious black-robed man had transmitted directly into his mind. Taking a disciple, imploring medicinal pills. These words were constantly combined and deduced in Xiao Yan's mind. Who was it? Who could move such a mysterious and unfathomable alchemist expert? Who was the old man's disciple? And who would, for the sake of the Xiao family, for the sake of him, Xiao Yan, go and implore their newly acknowledged teacher to bestow these incomparably precious medicinal pills? Suddenly Xiao Yan's expression froze, and an incredible radiance burst forth from his eyes. The previous helplessness, confusion, and anxiety were at this moment completely swept away by a massive wave of ecstasy and hope. It is Kinga, it must be Kinga, that mysterious alchemist senior took him as a disciple. Xiao Yan's heart pounded wildly, almost jumping out of his chest. Xiao Yan recalled Xiao Qing's diligent cultivation over the past few months, and recalled his steadiness that far exceeded ordinary people. Everything seemed to have a reasonable explanation. It must be that Kinga had a heaven-sent opportunity, taking this expert as his teacher, and now having achieved success in his studies, perhaps even playing a key role, he was able to move his teacher to send such precious medicinal pills. Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. With trembling hands, he carefully pulled out the stopper of one of the jade bottles. Immediately, an indescribable, rich medicinal fragrance rushed toward him. The fragrance was not pungent, but rather carried a gentle and mellow scent of herbal essence. Just inhaling a tiny bit of this made the fatigue, anxiety, and pent-up frustration that had accumulated over the past few days in Xiao Yan feel as if they had been brushed away by a spring breeze, instantly wiped clean. His whole being was invigorated, and his eyes recovered the sharpness and vitality of his days as clan chief. The moment the stopper was opened, a subtle yet incredibly clear stream of information, containing special soul power, was precisely injected into the sea of consciousness between Xiao Yan's brows. This was a common way for high-grade medicinal pills to retain information, intended to let the user know the name and efficacy of the medicinal pill. Xiao Yan subconsciously closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit to accept and digest this external, yet non-malicious, stream of information. A moment later, Xiao Yan abruptly opened his eyes, a tangible glow of ecstasy bursting forth from them, his voice carrying a tremor due to excitement. Grade 4 Gu Yuan pill. It really is a grade 4 Gu Yuan pill, and such a high-quality Gu Yuan pill at that. Immense joy impacted Xiao Yan, making this usually dignified clan chief so excited that he almost wanted to dance, like a child who had received his most beloved toy. Only then did Xiao Yan truly confirm that the disciple the mysterious alchemist expert spoke of was Xiao Qing. Otherwise, who else would know that what Xiao Yan most urgently lacked at the moment was the Gu Yuan pill? The biggest problem that had plagued Xiao Yan for so long had actually been solved in such an unexpected way. Then, what is in the other jade bottles? Forcing down his excitement over the Gu Yuan pill, Xiao Yan's hand reached more tremblingly toward the other jade bottles, receiving the information within them one by one. Grade 4 medicinal pill, 3-pattern azure spirit pill. It was not an ordinary 3-pattern azure spirit pill, but a supreme grade 1 containing 3 clear medicinal patterns. The information clearly stated, if a great Dou master consumes this pill, it can directly increase their strength by 1 star, and there is a high probability of increasing it by 2 stars. Even more terrifying is that the medicinal effect of this pill can be repeated. It can even be consumed once more during the Douling stage, with absolutely no backlash from the medicinal effects. What kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill was this? Grade 4 peak medicinal pill, purple heart barrier-breaking pill. It was also a precious pill prepared for great Dou masters to increase their cultivation level, with mild medicinal properties, and most importantly, it had almost no drug resistance. One could consume 2 of them consecutively, which meant that Xiao Yan could directly increase his cultivation by 2 stars with this pill. Grade 4 peak medicinal pill, spirit cleansing pill. Xiao Yan had heard a little about the name of this pill. It was a supreme treasure that countless peak great Dou master experts dreamed of. After consuming it, it possessed the miraculous effect of cleansing marrow and cutting bones, which could greatly increase the success rate of a breakthrough to the Douling realm. It could be called the golden key to knocking open the Douling realm. This was no longer just helping in times of need. This was simply giving him a smooth, heaven-reaching path. Xiao Yan only felt a surge of hot blood rush to the top of his head, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. These medicinal pills could not only cure his beloved wife's chronic illness, but could also completely liberate Xiao Yan from the shackles of the great Dou master realm, pointing directly to Douling, or even higher. This kindness was too great. It was so great that Xiao Yan was filled with endless gratitude toward Xiao Qing and that mysterious teacher, even having a feeling of unreality. Hiss, who? Xiao Yan took a few deep, long breaths, forcibly suppressing his almost boiling blood and his body that was trembling with excitement. Xiao Yan inhaled and exhaled again and again, repeating this many times, and even fine beads of sweat seeped out on his forehead, before he finally managed to suppress the ecstasy that was almost bursting out of his body, restoring a surface level of calmness. After calming down, the wisdom and caution that a clan chief should have regained the upper hand. That senior is so mysterious, choosing to come alone in the middle of the night, gifting the pills in this way, and not explicitly stating the name of the disciple. Xiao Yan's gaze flickered, his mind racing. This is clearly not wanting to expose his identity, not wanting to attract too much attention and trouble. Xiao Yan instantly understood the other party's intention. An alchemist who could casually take out so many high-grade, even supreme-grade medicinal pills, must have an identity of at least a grade 5 alchemist. If his whereabouts were spread, it would surely cause a huge uproar throughout the entire Jiaman Empire. Who knows how many forces would move upon hearing the news? At that time, fortune and misfortune would be unpredictable. For the currently weak Xiao family, too much attention often meant huge risks. Handling it with a low profile, keeping it a secret, was the best choice. This matter must absolutely not be publicized. Xiao Yan tightly grasped the jade bottles in his hands, his gaze becoming incomparably firm, and he said in a voice so soft that only he could hear it. Everything that happened tonight must be buried in my heart. It must not be mentioned to anyone, including Kayana, Dinger, and Leah. Xiao Yan buried this heaven-sent surprise and gratitude deep in his heart, his face recovering its usual steadiness, but deep in his eyes, a fire of hope and high fighting spirit that had never been seen before was burning. Xiao Yan knew that the fate of the Xiao family, perhaps starting from tonight, was about to change completely. And all of this stemmed from the youth who was obscure in the family, yet had quietly obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, Xiao Qing. Chapter 17, Heaven Rank Dou Skill, Ghost Possession. Xiao family back mountain. A mysterious figure draped in a wide, black robe appeared beneath a cliff wall. He stood in the shadow of a massive rock, the eerie white Kai flames swirling around him, slowly receding and dissipating. He raised his right hand and gently pulled back the black hood that had concealed his face. Moonlight, like clear flowing water, poured down, illuminating a young and handsome face. It was none other than Xiao Qing. However, the Xiao King of this moment was completely different from his usual self. His medium-length hair had turned an icy, pale white, like snow that never melts throughout the year. In those deep eyes, the usual jet black was gone, replaced by two wisps of icy white flames burning within, filled with a cold and majestic radiance. The aura faintly emanating from his body carried an ancient and powerful feeling, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life, creating an extremely sharp contrast with his youthful appearance. Indeed, the senior alchemist, who had appeared so unfathomable before Xiao Yan, was actually Xiao Qing, whose body was temporarily being controlled by Yao Lao's soul power. The possession method Yao Lao had used was the soul possession technique, jokingly referred to in the original work as the heaven-rank Dou skill, ghost possession. Now Yao Lao's task was complete, and his soul power was slowly receding, returning control of the body to its master, Xiao Qing. The icy, pale white hair was recovering to its jet-black color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the eerie white flames dancing in his eyes gradually extinguished, turning back into clear black pupils. The heart-palpitating, powerful pressure around him dissipated, and the aura belonging to Xiao Qing's own Dou master level re-emerged. Although the control of the body had been primarily in Yao Lao's hands, as the true owner of this body, Xiao Qing's soul had clearly perceived everything throughout the entire process. Xiao Qing experienced, more clearly and intuitively than ever before, just how vast and terrifying the power residing within his body, and temporally drawn out, truly was. It was an absolute sense of power, as if he could command the energy of heaven and earth with a mere gesture, and cause mountains and rivers to collapse with a wave of his sleeve. Every inch of flesh and blood, every meridian was surging with unimaginably immense energy, and his soul perception had been amplified to an incredible degree. It seemed that with a single thought, he could observe every movement within a radius of nearly 100 miles. That strength surpassed all verbal description, and had been deeply imprinted into the depths of Xiao Qing's soul. Is this the power belonging to the peak Du Huang level? Xiao Qing slowly clenched his fist, feeling the slight sense of emptiness brought about by the dissipation of the power within his body, but there was no disappointment in his eyes. Instead, they erupted with an incomparably burning radiance. As expected, truly terrifying. This brief experience was like a mysterious key that not only allowed Xiao Qing to open a door to another world, but also gave him a glimpse of the scenery at even greater heights. This, far from making Xiao Qing feel even the slightest bit of frustration, instead completely ignited the desire and ambition within his heart to become stronger. I believe this day will come soon. Xiao Qing looked at his palm, his gaze as firm as iron, with a voice shouting in his heart, with my peerless talent, coupled with teacher's guidance, I believe it won't be long before Xiao Qing will truly possess this level of power, or even stronger. Under the night sky, the youth stood still. Having just shed the outer shell of a powerhouse, Xiao Qing's gaze was sharper than ever, filled with infinite anticipation for the future and high-spirited fighting will. Tonight's experience was like a spark falling into the dry firewood Xiao Qing had long prepared, destined to ignite a blazing inferno. Half a month passed in a flash, and their entire Xiao family was permeated with a positive atmosphere of cultivation. The family Dou Technique Pavilion was once again open to the young disciples who had not yet cultivated any Dou techniques. Although most of the collections within were yellow rank elementary and intermediate Dou techniques. But for these young boys and girls, most of whom were still at the Dou Kai stage, it was already a great favor and a precious resource. Even for those disciples who had just stepped into the Dou practitioner realm, mastering a yellow rank Dou technique could allow their actual combat ability to achieve a qualitative leap. After all, compared to fighting with bare hands, relying solely on one's own martial arts skills, or recklessly throwing Dou Kai around, mastering a Dou technique to condense more powerful strength would result in a difference in power that could not be mentioned in the same breath. On the family's martial arts square, Xiao Yan was walking slowly, a smile on his face that hadn't been seen in a long time. The gloomy haze that had accumulated between his brows in the past had long since been swept away. Greetings, Clan Chief. Hello, Clan Chief. Clan Chief, have you finished your seclusion? Groups of Xiao family disciples passed by Xiao Yan, respectfully greeting him one after another, their tones filled with heartfelt respect. In these past few days, Xiao Yan had been in a very good mood, so he nodded repeatedly in response to these youths, and his gaze swept gently over the future hopes of the family present. The current Xiao Yan was in high spirits with a ruddy complexion. Compared to a month ago, the anxious, haggard clan chief who couldn't sleep at night seemed like a completely different person. All of this change stemmed from that mysterious gift from that night. The very next noon after Xiao Yan received the medicinal pill, he couldn't wait to give that 3-pattern Gu Yuan pill to his wife, Yan Qian, to take. The effect of this medicinal pill was better than he could have imagined. It not only quickly replenished the life origin Kai she had lost over the years, but also gradually healed some minor lingering ailments she had suffered from when giving birth to Xiao Yan, thanks to the gentle medicinal power. Even more surprisingly, Yan Qian's pale cheeks had regained a rosy, lustrous glow, and she seemed to have become several years younger, her energy and spirit appearing extremely abundant. This unexpected, rejuvenating effect left Yan Qian herself both surprised and delighted. She marveled at it repeatedly and was endlessly curious about the source of the medicinal pill. Although Xiao Yan was extremely grateful to Xiao Qing and his teacher in his heart, for the sake of secrecy, he had no choice but to fabricate a well-intentioned lie. He told Yan Qian that he had used some old connections left behind by his father, Xiao Lin, and paid a huge price to purchase it from a reclusive alchemist. Yan Qian did not suspect anything. She merely held her husband's hand, tears in her eyes, filled with relief and happiness. As for Xiao Yan himself, after properly arranging the family affairs, he immediately announced his seclusion. The place Xiao Yan chose for his seclusion was extremely secret, where no one would disturb him. In the secret chamber, Xiao Yan took the Purple Heart Breakthrough Pill and the 3-pattern Azure Spirit Pill in sequence. The medicinal pill melted upon entering his mouth, and the thick, gentle medicinal power surged like a rushing river, helping Xiao Yan achieve consecutive breakthroughs with almost no resistance, his cultivation soaring all the way to the peak Great Dou Master level. While feeling the unprecedentedly powerful strength within his body, Xiao Yan did not hesitate in the slightest. Striking while the iron was hot, he took out the even more precious spirit cleansing pill. This pill lived up to its name. After taking it, it not only brought a massive amount of pure energy, but also a magical power of marrow cleansing and bone forging that circulated through his entire body, completely clearing away the last of the blockages and impurities in Xiao Yan's meridians. Driven by that overwhelming medicinal power, the barrier to the Duling realm, which had trapped countless great Dou masters for their entire lives, was easily punctured like a piece of window paper. He had successfully advanced to the Duling realm. In just half a month of seclusion, Xiao Yan had leaped from a 5-star Great Dou Master to become a true 1-star Duling powerhouse. Such a leap could be called a miracle. However, after leaving seclusion, Xiao Yan was not overwhelmed by the immense power. Xiao Yan knew deeply that a 5-star Great Dou Master directly rushing to the Duling realm in half a month was too shocking. Once spread, it would inevitably bring endless prying and trouble to the Xiao family. Therefore, Xiao Yan tried his best to restrain his aura, relying on the advantage of having just promoted to the Duling realm and having more precise control over his own power, hiding most of the Duling level fluctuations and only revealing a cultivation level around a 6-star Great Dou Master. In this way, the results of Xiao Yan's seclusion appeared much more reasonable, a breakthrough from a 5-star Great Dou Master to a 6-star. Although it was still considered rapid progress, it was within the understandable range and would not be too eye-catching. At this moment, walking within the family, feeling the surging Duling level Dou Qi within his body, looking at the vibrant faces of his clansmen, and seeing his beloved wife becoming healthier day by day, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with confidence and anticipation for the future. The Xiao family was developing in a better direction. And the turning point for all of this stemmed from that youth in the back mountain who might be cultivating diligently at this very moment. Chapter 18, 8 Extremities Collapse, Major Achievement, Gu Yuan visits with his daughter. In the back mountain of the Xiao family, on a secluded open space, the air began to appear slightly distorted due to the high temperature, and a scorching aura began to drift out. Xiao Qing's figure stood steadily in place. He was concentrating fully on practicing the powerful Dou technique taught by Yao Lao, 8 extremities collapse. This profound rank advanced Dou technique was incredibly powerful. Its essence lay in the ability to compress massive Dou Qi to the extreme and explode it instantly. A punch once thrown not only possessed the overt force to split mountains and crack stones, but also contained hidden forces, each one more fierce than the last. When cultivated to major achievement, the 8 layers of hidden force overlap and explode, and its destructive power is enough to rival ordinary Earth-rank Dou techniques. Xiao Qing's internal Dou Qi circulated rapidly along the profound route of 8 extremities collapse, and a massive amount of Dou Qi gathered frantically towards his right fist. A brilliant golden-red Qi flame suddenly rose from Xiao Qing's right fist. This was not the luster of ordinary Dou Qi, but a terrifying flame containing shocking power. As it jumped and burned, it emitted heart-palpitating waves of destruction, and the surrounding air was scorched, emitting faint crackling sounds. With the power accumulation reaching its peak, a flash of light shone in Xiao Qing's eyes. He twisted his waist, and his right fist slammed out like a meteor, striking directly at the giant bluestone in front, which was harder than refined steel. Boom! Wherever the fist passed, the air was extremely compressed, and then violently exploded, emitting a thunderous sound like an explosion that made one's eardrums ache. The fist, wrapped in golden-red flames, smashed heavily into the giant stone with an unstoppable force. The moment of contact. Bang! The giant bluestone didn't even last for an instant before it exploded with a roar, as if blown apart from the inside, turning into countless fragments that splattered everywhere. However, even more shocking was that those fragments flying out had not yet landed when they were instantly engulfed and wrapped by the golden-red flames attached to them, as if the flames possessed life. Wherever the flames passed, regardless of the size of the stone fragments, they were completely scorched and vaporized by the extreme high temperature in an instant, turning into wisps of green smoke and dissipating without a trace, leaving not even a single bit of residue. This punch not only contained the unmatchably fierce overt force and the vicious, ruthless hidden force of 8 extremities collapse, but was also enhanced by Xiao Qing's terrifying characteristic of burning everything to ashes. Its destructive power had already transcended the scope of a profound rank, advanced Dou technique itself. Xiao Qing slowly retracted his fist and gently clenched his right hand, feeling the nearly 10% of Dou Qi consumed in his body in that instant. With the powerful recovery ability of the innate spirit body and the profound rank intermediate, burning technique, running at high speed, it immediately began to frantically absorb the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, replenishing the consumed Dou Qi within a few breaths. At this time, Xiao Qing looked at the empty, smoking ground in front of him, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This 8 extremities collapse is truly worthy of being praised by teacher as a Dou technique with power comparable to the earth rank. Xiao Qing looked at the power brought by this strike, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh in admiration in a low voice. The intertwining of the overt force and hidden force, coupled with the burning and destroying power of the flames, even a peak great Dou master, without special life-saving means, would have absolutely no possibility of surviving under this punch. Yao Lao's soul body floated out from the ring, hovering to the side. He looked at the traces of the giant stone that had been completely wiped away, then looked at Xiao Qing. His somewhat illusory face was filled with complex emotions, which finally turned into a long sigh. Sigh, from the time I, your teacher, started teaching you this 8 extremities collapse, Dou technique until now in total, it has only been a few short days, and you have already cultivated it to such a perfectly integrated state of major achievement. Yao Lao shook his head, his tone filled with disbelief and a sense of helplessness after being deeply shocked. That's not all. You were actually able to perfectly integrate the special power of your innate fire spirit body into 8 extremities collapse. The power of this punch now, I'm afraid, has truly reached the level of an earth rank elementary Dou technique. It is even slightly stronger than some ordinary earth rank elementary Dou techniques, and not just the so-called comparable to it was before. You kid, you really are a monster. Xiao Qing heard this, chuckled, and said with a tone of confidence and teasing, Teacher, this is called having extraordinary talent. How can you call me a monster? HMPH, you kid, you only know how to tease your teacher. Hearing this, Yao Lao laughed and scolded helplessly. Although the words were a reprimand, his tone was full of unconcealable relief and pride. Cultivation is about done. I should also go back to the family to take a look. Xiao Qing restrained his smile and looked towards the direction of the family. I haven't seen my aunt in a long time. I wonder if she is in good health these days. After handing the medicinal pill to Xiao Yan, Xiao Qing had not seen Yan Qian for a long time. So much time has passed. I assume Yan Qian has already taken the grade 4 Gu Yuan pill he refined, and her body should be fully recovered. It is time to go back and take a look. As he spoke, Xiao Qing's mind moved, and the Dou Qi within his body circulated along another profound route. This was precisely a profound rank movement due technique taught by Yao Lao. Xiao Qing's toes tapped the ground lightly, and his figure suddenly became blurred, like a wisp of green smoke, swiftly dashing towards the Xiao family grounds with incredible speed, leaving a faint afterimage in his place. Xiao family martial arts square. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, watching the young disciples diligently cultivating on the field, a gentle and expectant smile on his face. At this moment, an old servant wearing the attire of a Xiao family servant and looking respectful walked over quickly, bowed to Xiao Yan, and said in a low voice, "Clan Chief, there is a mysterious guest outside the mansion asking to see you. He calls himself Xiao Yuan and also has a young girl with him called Zana. Furthermore, this person is holding a token from the old clan chief, Xiao Lin, and says he has come specifically to visit you, clan chief." Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise and suspicion crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, which then turned into deeper contemplation. Xiao Yuan. A mysterious guest with my father's token. Xiao Yan's brows furrowed slightly, and a sense of doubt and vigilance rose in his heart once again. Xiao Yan was quickly searching his past memories, but in the end, he could not recall any close friend or clansman named Xiao Yuan that his father had mentioned while alive. Could it be a friend my father met while traveling in his early years, or perhaps some branch of the clan hidden from the world? Xiao Yan secretly speculated about the identity of Xiao Yuan in his heart. Regardless, he holds my father's token and has come to find me by name. In any case, I need to meet him. The old servant continued. However, the clan chief's wife has already invited them to wait in the council hall. Kiana is already receiving them. Chapter 11. Thoughts began to race through Xiao Yan's mind. Yan Qian had a gentle and thoughtful nature, but since her health had improved, she rarely took the initiative to personally receive outside visitors, especially mysterious figures with unknown identities like this one. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged. He nodded at the old servant and said in a calm tone, "My wife is thorough in her actions, which is good. I will go over there right now." Having said that, Xiao Yan did not delay any further. His pace quickened significantly as he hurried toward the council hall. At the same time, his heart was filled with doubt and vigilance, yet a hint of curiosity also arose. He wanted to see exactly who this Xiao Yuan, who held his father's token, really was. Xiao Yan vaguely felt that this sudden visitor might bring about some extraordinary events. Chapter 19, Gu Yuan. The Xiao family owes its current existence to me. Xiao Qing arrived at the clan chief's residence and happened to run into the maid Ran, who was tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. He stepped forward a few paces and asked politely, "Sister Ran, is my aunt home today? I would like to visit her." Upon seeing that it was Xiao Qing, the maiden Ran quickly put down the watering can in her hand and bowed with a smile, "Young Master Xiao Qing, please do not humble me like that, just call me Ran." She paused and continued, "The madam was resting in the courtyard just a moment ago, but not long ago, an honored guest arrived at the estate holding the former clan chief's token. The madam has already personally gone to the council hall to receive them, and she is likely speaking with the guest there now." An honored guest, and holding the former clan chief's token, Xiao Qing's doubts deepened. The former clan chief Xiao Lin had passed away for many years, and old connections had long since faded. The sudden appearance of such a guest was truly suspicious. Seeing that Yan Qian was not there, Xiao Qing did not want to overstay his welcome, so he nodded at Ran. "I see, then I won't disturb you. If my aunt returns, please let her know I came by." Rest assured, young master, and Ran respectfully acknowledged. Xiao Qing left the residence full of doubt, but his footsteps unconsciously turned toward the direction of the council hall. He wanted to see what kind of honored guest would visit at this time. Inside the Xiao family's council hall, the atmosphere appeared quite warm. The three elders of the Xiao family were currently seated around a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament. Although his face bore the marks of time, it could not hide his faint majesty. Their faces were filled with almost sycophantic smiles, and their words were extremely enthusiastic. This man was, naturally, Gu Yuan, using the pseudonym Xiao Yuan. The clan chief's wife, Yan Qian, sat a little further away with the 4-year-old Xiao Yan, quietly listening to their conversation, maintaining a polite but slightly awkward smile on her face. She did not know this senior, Xiao Yuan, and could not join the conversation, so she occasionally stood up to pour tea for everyone, fulfilling her duties as the hostess. The Xiao family's grand elder glanced with burning eyes at the few jade bottles on the table, which looked ordinary but actually contained subtle spatial fluctuations. These were clearly gifts Gu Yuan had casually taken out. To the ancient clan, they were insignificant, but to the Xiao family, they were precious treasures. The wrinkles on the grand elder's face deepened as he smiled, his tone filled with exaggerated gratitude. Senior Xiao, you might not know this. Many years ago, our former clan chief Xiao Lin often mentioned you to us juniors, saying that you were one of the people he respected most in his entire life. If it hadn't been for your righteous intervention back then to turn the tide, our Xiao family would likely have ceased to exist long ago. You are the great benefactor of our entire Xiao family. He spoke with such sincerity that it was as if he wanted to rip his heart out to show the other party. Decades ago, the Xiao family had indeed been suppressed by local forces due to conflicts of interest, and was once in a precarious situation. At that time, Xiao Lin, who had just taken over as clan chief from the late former clan chief, was frantic and overwhelmed. And Gu Yuan, far away in the ancient clan, perhaps due to a subtle sensing of the remaining bloodline of the Xiao clan, or perhaps just casually placing a chess piece, had indeed secretly helped and casually offered Xiao Lin a few pointers, helping him achieve a breakthrough to the Du Wang realm. This kindness Xiao Lin had always kept in his heart, and had mentioned a mysterious benefactor to the clan elders, though the specific details remained vague. If anyone else were here and knew the truth behind this kindness and Gu Yuan's true identity, they would likely scoff and sneer at it. This was much like saying, Gu Yuan of the ancient clan, today I fulfill the legacy of my old friend Xiao Qing to save the Xiao family in their time of crisis, to protect the continuation of your Xiao family bloodline. The Xiao family had fallen from being the head of the ancient 8 clans, with an endless stream of experts within the clan, to the point where the entire clan now only had one great Du master and a few Du masters to hold up the facade, and their cultivation techniques and Du techniques were reduced to only a few yellow rank ones, with even profound rank ones being few and far between. The so-called kindness seemed so small and ironic against the backdrop of the clan's survival. Gu Yuan, using the pseudonym Xiao Yuan, swept his gaze, which appeared calm, over the eager and even somewhat servile faces of the 3 elders. His heart remained undisturbed as he said indifferently, I haven't been to the Xiao family for a long time. I didn't expect that after the changes of the world, even that kid Xiao Lin has been gone for many years. His tone carried a hint of perfectly measured lamentation. He reached out and gently patted the head of Zuna, who was sitting quietly beside him, his eyes deep, wondering what he was thinking about. Yan Qian sat on the side, feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles. The 3 elders' bottomless flattery made her cringe so hard she wanted to dig a hole in the ground, and she could only use the act of pouring tea to hide her embarrassment. At this moment, the Xiao family's 3rd elder seemed to feel that the Grand Elder's performance was not sincere enough. He glanced at the Grand Elder with slight dissatisfaction, and then his face instantly filled with a miserable look, his voice even carrying a hint of choking as he hurriedly interjected. Senior Xiao, you don't know, the former clan chief. In his final moments, the person he missed the most was you. He kept mumbling that not being able to see you one last time was his greatest regret, how he wanted to thank you in person one more time. The 2nd elder on the side, seeing that the spotlight was about to be stolen by the 2 of them, also hurriedly forced himself into the conversation, his voice raised a few notches. Yes, what the former clan chief talked about most when he was alive was your high righteousness, senior. He was most grateful and nostalgic for you. He said you are the eternal benefactor of our Xiao family. Gu Yuan looked at these 3 Xiao family elders, whose cultivation was at most at the Dou master level, yet who were performing so hard. He only found it somewhat ridiculous. Their strength was likely not even as good as Yan Qian, who was sitting to the side. But on the surface, he maintained his indifference, only gently shaking his head without saying much. Yan Qian sat on the side, watching the 3 elders, who were usually full of dignity and haughty in the clan, now scrambling to fawn and flatter like commoners, acting out such explicit and even somewhat shocking rhetoric. She only felt her cheeks burning, extremely embarrassed. She couldn't join the conversation at all, so she could only lower her head and silently pour tea for everyone to hide her discomfort. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, who was sitting beside his mother, although his body was that of a young child, his soul was that of a mature transmigration traveler. His black and white eyes seemed to blink innocently, but in reality, he was rapidly analyzing and roasting them in his heart. Aren't these 3 elders' acting skills too exaggerated? Xiao Yan looked at the grand elder's expression of gratitude that seemed desperate to squeeze out tears, the 3rd elder's feigned miserable choking, and the 2nd elder's eager, forced interjection, and just felt a stomachache. This sycophancy is about to overflow out of the council hall. It seems this so-called senior, Xiao Yuan, has a significant background. At least the sincerity he brought out is enough to make these 3 money-grubbing old guys drop all their reserve. Xiao Yan continued to take it all in, his heart churning. Keep pretending. These 3 really have no shame for the sake of some benefits, but this senior surnamed Xiao is quite composed. It looks like he doesn't take this flattery seriously at all. Well, what scene hasn't a real big shot scene? And mother, it's really hard for her, accompanying them in this awkward chat. Xiao Yan glanced at Yan Qian, who was trying hard to keep smiling, and sighed in his heart. His gaze then turned to the middle-aged man known as Xiao Yuan. This person's aura was restrained and seemed peaceful. But the majesty of someone who had long held a high position was revealed inadvertently. Truly unfathomable, this kind of aura is definitely not that of an ordinary person, and that little girl next to him. Chapter 20, Gu Yuan, Peak 9-star Du Saint. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze began to shift toward the little girl, sitting quietly beside Gu Yuan. The little girl looked to be about 3 or 4 years old, wearing a light purple dress, her features as exquisite as if carved from jade. In those clear, lively large eyes, there was a calmness and a hint of coldness that shouldn't belong to this age. She just sat there quietly, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. This little girl is quite cute, just like a porcelain doll. Xiao Yan, with the aesthetic judgment of an adult in his heart, began to evaluate Gu Zuna. However, she looks a bit cold and doesn't seem very approachable. Is this little girl's name supposed to be Zuna? What a nice name. Is she this big shot's daughter? What is the meaning of sending her to our Xiao family, boarding, foster care, or is there some kind of special purpose? While guessing aimlessly, he continued to maintain the ignorant expression that a 4-year-old child should have, even deliberately tilting his head to appear more innocent. He thought, this Xiao family, the water seems even deeper than I imagined. This benefactor, who suddenly popped up, bringing along such an excessively cute little girl, always feels not so simple. Xiao Yan cast his gaze once again toward the little girl named Zuna, just in time to meet her occasionally raised, clear, yet emotionless gaze. Xiao Yan immediately revealed what he considered to be his most harmless and innocent smile. If Xiao Qing were here, he would probably feel that if Xiao Yan suddenly blurted out, "I have seen this younger sister before," it wouldn't be strange at all. Just then, Xiao Zhan's figure appeared at the entrance of the council hall. He walked in with steady steps, his gaze immediately falling upon that middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament. Seeing this, the grand elder hurriedly stood up, his face full of smiles as he introduced the 2 sides. "Clan Chief, you finally arrived. This is Senior Xiao Yuan, whom the late Clan Chief often mentioned during his lifetime, and who has a great favor to our Xiao family." The grand elder then turned to Gu Yuan and said respectfully, "Senior Xiao, this is our Xiao family's current clan chief, Xiao Zhan." Hearing this, Xiao Zhan was suddenly enlightened. So it was that benefactor, whom his father deeply respected during his lifetime, who had arrived. Xiao Zhan dared not be negligent. He he immediately stepped forward a few paces, bowed solemnly to Gu Yuan and said with a sincere tone, "Junior Xiao Yan greets Senior Xiao. I have often heard my late father speak of Senior's kindness. Seeing you today is truly this Junior's good fortune." Although Xiao Yan had secretly advanced to Du Ling, facing this figure who had once helped his father break through to Du Wang, and appeared to be a generation older than his father, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with awe. He secretly guessed that the other party was at least a Du Huang-level powerhouse, so he kept his posture very low at this moment. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting, then looked at Xiao Yan with a calm gaze and stated his purpose directly. "Clan Chief Xiao Yan, no need for such formalities. I have indeed come this time to entrust you with a matter. I would like to let my daughter, Zuna, stay temporarily in the Xiao family for a period of time. When the day comes, I will come to take her back." Gu Yuan's gaze turned toward Gu Zuna, who was sitting quietly beside him. Although his tone was plain, it carried an unquestionable meaning. Although Xiao Yan was somewhat surprised, he did not show it at all on his face and immediately promised solemnly, "It is the honor of our Xiao family that young Miss Xiao can stay in our Xiao family for a long time. Senior, rest assured, everyone in the Xiao family will take care of her attentively, and we will never let young Miss Xiao suffer even the slightest grievance." Gu Yuan shook his head, sighed lightly, and then said in a plain yet profound tone, "No need for special care, just treat her as you would any ordinary member of the clan. Letting her experience ordinary life is the best." The two clan chiefs, one standing at the very peak of the continent as the leader of an ancient emperor clan, and the other as the clan chief of a fallen ancient emperor clan, the Xiao family, had in this brief conversation once again completed an intersection that spanned 1,000 years of time, was of extraordinary significance, yet carried some unknown meaning. At this time, Xiao Qing's figure also arrived outside the entrance of the council hall. He did not rush to go inside, but stood at the doorway, his gaze looking at the scene inside the hall. At this moment, everyone in the hall naturally noticed that there was an additional figure of a youth outside the door. "Is it Kinga?" Xiao Yan's heart stirred slightly, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. And Gu Yuan's gaze, from the very moment Xiao Qing appeared, had already swept, seemingly unintentionally, over the simple black ring on Xiao Qing's finger, the bone flame ring. This gaze seemed very casual, yet it seemed to be able to see through all falsehoods. Everything appeared pale and powerless in his eyes. Xiao Qing keenly captured Gu Yuan's fleeting, inquisitive gaze. His heart suddenly chilled, and his pupils began to contract. "Not good, is it, Gu Yuan, this old codger?" Only now did Xiao Qing realize that this middle-aged man in hemp clothing was Gu Yuan. At this point in time, a middle-aged man with unfathomable aura, wearing simple hemp clothing, visiting the Xiao family with a 3 or 4-year-old little girl. Besides that ancient clan chief Gu Yuan, who else could it be? Seeing Xiao Qing's expression instantly become somewhat tense, the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth lifted almost imperceptibly, and he whispered in a low voice that only those nearby could hear clearly, "Truly an interesting youth." Gu Zuna, beside Gu Yuan, heard her father, who stood at the peak of the continent, actually praise a strange youth as interesting. She couldn't help but slightly raise her eyes. Those clear, lively large eyes focused on Xiao Qing for the first time, carrying a trace of faint curiosity, and she took note of this youth whom her father had evaluated as interesting in her heart. At this moment in the entire Xiao family, perhaps only Xiao Qing could make her cast this slightly inquisitive glance. "Since that is the case, my daughter is entrusted to Clan Chief Xiao Yan. I Xiao still have important matters, so I will take my leave first." Gu Yuan did not look any further and said to Xiao Yan, "Senior, rest assured, Xiao Yan will certainly not let you down." Xiao Yan cupped his fists at Gu Yuan and promised solemnly. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded, finally looking at his daughter. A trace of indescribable complexity flashed deep in his eyes. He gently stroked Zuna's hair and said softly, "Zuna, you stay in the Xiao family with peace of mind for now. In the future, father will come to take you back." Gu Zuna raised her head, looking at her father with those large eyes full of reluctance, her little face full of disappointment. But she seemed to have long been accustomed to obeying her father's arrangements, and in the end, she still obediently nodded and said softly, "Yes, father." Just as Xiao Yan and the 3 elders stood up, intending to cup their hands in farewell, an invisible yet majestic force like a mountain descended quietly, firmly, pressing the 4 of them back into their seats. This force was gentle yet irresistible, as if the entire space had turned into solidified amber, and they were the dust sealed within it, unable to move even a fingertip. Clan Chief Xiao Yan, 3 elders, stay, no need to see me off. Gu Yuan glanced at them, and after speaking, he stood up and walked straight out of the hall. When Gu Yuan passed by Xiao Qing, who was standing at the doorway, his footsteps seemed to pause imperceptibly, and a meaningful sentence, like a gentle breeze, reached Xiao Qing's ears. "It's not bad." As the voice fell, the space fluctuated slightly, and Gu Yuan's figure completely disappeared, merging into the air as if he had never descended upon this remote city. And at this moment, the 4 of them, Xiao Yan and the others, could only maintain their stiff posture, watching helplessly as Gu Yuan's figure, like ink blending into water, slowly faded in the air and finally disappeared completely. Subsequently, the force that had imprisoned them also dissipated silently, as if it had never appeared. The hall fell into a dead silence. The 4 high-ranking members of the Xiao family, who could be considered figures in Wutan City, were all soaked in cold sweat at this moment. They looked at each other, and all saw an indescribable shock and lingering fear in each other's eyes. This was not only a polite gesture of concession, but also a warning. The Grand Elder's throat felt a bit dry. He slowly straightened his body, his voice trembling slightly and imperceptibly as he said, "The cultivation of this senior Xiao is truly unfathomable." To this question, no one could answer. A feeling mixed with fear, doubt, and immense pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. They vaguely felt that the Xiao family might have already been swept into the edge of a storm they could not understand at all, one far beyond their level. It was not until that invisible, soul-shuddering pressure had completely faded away that Xiao Qing slowly regained his senses, finding his back had unknowingly broken out in a fine layer of cold sweat. Gu Yuan, peak 9-star Du Saint. This was the peerless expert standing at the very peak of this fighting Qi Continent that Xiao Qing had come into contact with. A mere brief encounter and an ambiguous evaluation had made Xiao Qing deeply realize what a chasm of difference existed, while simultaneously strengthening his resolve to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the mysterious book in his sea of consciousness had not been discovered. The road ahead was still long and very dangerous. Chapter 21, Zunna's Gift, Xiao Qing, I've started living off a woman. 1 year of time passed quietly. In a quiet little courtyard within the Xiao family. Creak! The wooden door was gently pushed open, and a little girl wearing a light purple dress poked her head in. Her face was as exquisite as a porcelain doll, and her slightly chubby cheeks made her look very cute. She was none other than Gu Zunna. Gu Zunna's large, dark, glistening eyes quickly scanned the room. After discovering it was empty, her little mouth pouted slightly, revealing an expression that said, "As expected, he's not here again." Has Brother Xiao Qing gone to the back mountain to cultivate again? The little girl frowned and muttered to herself, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment and anticipation. I don't know if I can still wait for Brother Xiao Qing to come back to help Zunna nourish her body today. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the courtyard gate, and a figure walked in, carrying a trace of the wind and frost from the mountains. It was Xiao Qing, who had just returned from cultivating in the back mountain. "Yo, isn't this our little sister Zunna? Why are you here alone? Who made our Zunna unhappy?" Xiao Qing saw Gu Zunna standing in the courtyard with her little face slightly drooping at a glance. He couldn't help but chuckle, slowing his pace as he asked in a teasing tone. "Brother Xiao Qing." Hearing that familiar voice, and seeing that familiar figure, Gu Zunna's previously disappointed little face instantly blossomed like a spring flower, overflowing with a radiant smile. She took short strides, running quickly towards Xiao Qing with her arms spread wide, her voice full of excitement. "Quick, catch Zunna." Xiao Qing laughed, bent down, and scooped up the little girl who had pounced on him, spinning her around with ease. He deliberately weighed her in his arms and teased, "Oh my, our Zunna seems to have gained quite a bit of weight." "I did not." Gu Zunna was immediately displeased, knitting her little brows and puffing out her cheeks in protest. "Zunna is not fat." Xiao Qing gently placed Gu Zunna back on the ground, then stretched out his right hand to measure the height above her head, a gentle smile on his face as he said, "Doesn't gaining weight just mean our Zunna has grown taller?" Gu Zunna's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded vigorously, happily agreeing, "Yes, Zunna has grown taller, Zunna has grown." Recalling when he first came into contact with Gu Zunna a year ago, Xiao Qing had discovered that her small body was exceptionally weak, her meridians thin and fragile, even showing signs of atrophy. At that time, Xiao Qing understood that this was the aftereffect of forcibly performing a fusion with the Golden Emperor Sky-Burning Flame, ranked fourth on the Strange Fire ranking list, which caused Gu Zunna's physique to be frail and her complexion to be pale all year round. Because she was too young and still in the Du Zhi Kai stage of laying a foundation, she could not rely on medicinal pills with violent medicinal properties for conditioning. She could only be slowly nourished through gentle Kai. This physical condition, combined with Gu Zunna's identity as the young miss of the ancient clan and her cold, precocious personality, meant she had almost no playmates while in the ancient clan. When she first arrived at the Xiao family, she carried a sense of distant coldness toward everyone. By chance, perhaps because Xiao Qing was the first youth evaluated as interesting by Gu Yuan, Gu Zunna had less guardedness towards Xiao Qing. Don't forget, although Xiao Qing possessed a high level of deterrence and suppression over the strange fires of heaven and earth, he also had a natural affinity for the flames of heaven and earth. Xiao Qing took the opportunity to utilize the characteristics contained within his Kai, which made nourishing her meridians exceptionally smooth, gentle, and nourishing. He spent over a month continuously smoothing out Gu Zunna's meridians, which greatly accelerated her recovery process. If she had relied solely on her own slow recuperation, it would likely have taken at least half a year. Now Gu Zunna's body had long since recovered. Her originally pale little face had become rosy and healthy, and paired with her exquisite features, she was so cute that one's heart would melt. But even though she had recovered, the little girl would still find excuses from time to pester Xiao Qing to use his Kai to nourish her meridians, seemingly enjoying that warm and comfortable feeling, which had become a unique interaction between the two. After the playing, Xiao Qing looked at the little girl with the radiant smile before him and sighed softly, his tone becoming more serious. "Zunna, in a few days, I might have to leave the Xiao family with my teacher to go out and train for a while." The place Xiao Qing was going to train was the magical Beast Mountain Range, where there was a fragment of the map for the Purification Lotus Demon Flame, ranked third on the Strange Fire ranking list. He had already said goodbye to Xiao Yan and Aunt Yang Kaiyan about this yesterday. Regarding the arrangements of that mysterious teacher, although Xiao Yan and his wife were reluctant, they were more supportive and hopeful, and they even prepared quite a few resources Xiao Qing would need for his travels. It was just that when facing Gu Zunna, Xiao Qing had never known how to bring it up, so he had delayed it until today. The smile on Gu Zunna's face instantly froze, and her bright, large eyes were quickly covered with a layer of moisture, filled with deep reluctance. "Brother Xiao Qing, are you going out to train with that soul body, senior?" Gu Zunna's voice was somewhat choked with sobs, and she tried hard to hold back her tears. She knew that there was an alchemist teacher in a soul-body state by Xiao Qing's side. Xiao Qing had not deliberately kept it from her. Seeing that her tears were about to fall, Gu Zunna quickly turned around, back to Xiao Qing, and wiped her eyes quickly with her little sleeve. Then she turned back, trying hard to act strong, and said, "Brother Xiao Qing going out to train and become stronger is a good thing, Zunna. Zunna has a gift for Brother Xiao Qing." As she spoke, Gu Zunna took out 2 scrolls that looked ancient and simple, but faintly radiated extraordinary fluctuations from her small storage ring, and handed them to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing looked at the 2 scrolls before him, which were clearly high-level Du techniques, his heart filled with mixed emotions, which eventually turned into a helpless chuckle. Have I started living off a woman?" Xiao Qing did not look closely at the contents of the scrolls, but just by feeling the obscure energy fluctuations coming from them, he knew they were definitely not ordinary items. He did not decline, but solemnly accepted them and put them into the storage ring he had bought with the money earned from alchemy over the past year. This gift carried a friendship far greater than its own value. Next, Xiao Qing spent half a day carefully performing one last nourishing of Kai for Gu Zunna and properly said goodbye to her, promising that he would definitely bring her a gift next time he returned. A day later, a figure left Wutan City alone, heading toward Qingshan Town near the magical Beast Mountain Range. On the road, the soul body of Yao Lao floated out from the bone flame ring. Looking at the calm-faced Xiao Qing, he couldn't help but chuckle, his tone carrying a bit of banter. Tusk, kid, when I first saw you, I thought you were a serious youth focused on cultivating, but I didn't expect you to be a fake serious kid. Yao Lao floated out from the bone flame ring and teased. A precious daughter of a Pique du Saint expert, just like that, coaxed by you kid into being so obedient. This is oft rice. You're eating quite well, aren't you? When Yao Lao was young, he had once seen from afar, within the medicine clan, the clan chief of the ancient clan who had come to visit and seek medicine, that peerless expert who had reached the Pique 9-star du Saint Gu Yuan. And this time the distance was so close. So close that Yao Lao could clearly feel the vast aura around the other party, which was faint yet seemed to coexist with heaven and earth. In front of such an existence standing at the peak of the continent, this wisp of his remnant soul was like a candle in the wind, and any means of concealing his aura appeared pale and ridiculous. With just a single glance, Yao Lao felt his divine soul shake, as if his entire soul were enveloped by an invisible force, with nowhere to hide. Especially since that gaze was not indifferent, but carried a hint of profound pause, Gu Yuan had obviously recognized who he was. Regarding his teacher Yao Lao's banter, the corners of Xiao Qing's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not refute it. He just shook his head helplessly, no longer paying attention to this disrespectful old Yao Lao, and continued on his way. On the horizon, the silhouette of the magical Beast Mountain range was already vaguely visible. Chapter 22, arriving below the magical Beast Mountain range, Qingshan Town. Before the last trace of orange-red sunset on the horizon was swallowed by the ink-blue night, Xiao Qing's footsteps finally stepped onto the land of Qingshan Town. This small town was like a resting point, crouching at the feet of the giant beast that was the magical Beast Mountain range, and the air was filled with a rugged atmosphere, completely different from Wutan City. Before he had fully entered the town, a complex smell mixed with sweat, dust, the fishy scent of medicinal herbs, and a faint smell of blood rushed toward him. The streets were simply tamped down with gravel and dirt, far from as smooth as those in the Xiao family. On both sides stood all kinds of buildings crowded together, mostly made of thick logs and heavy stone, with a rugged and practical style. Outside many houses hung severely worn signs, painted with patterns of swords, medicinal herbs, or the heads of demonic beasts. Although it was still evening, Qingshan Town had not quieted down. Instead, it seemed even livelier than during the day. Everywhere one could see burly figures wearing weapons, mercenaries gathered in groups of 3 or 5, laughing and talking loudly, with the sounds of rough finger-guessing games and boisterous drinking coming from the taverns. Most of these mercenaries had dark skin and sharp eyes, and their bodies all carried more or less some scars, revealing an aura of ferocity from years of licking blood from the blade. Their gazes, like those searching for prey, were scanning everyone on the street, especially when they saw a fresh face like Xiao Qing, who was so young, whose face still looked quite tender, and who was all alone. They would linger for a while and also carry scrutiny and inquiry. Xiao Qing's expression was calm, turning a blind eye to the various gazes cast upon him. Xiao Qing slowed his pace, walking seemingly casually on the street, but in reality, his powerful soul perception had already begun to spread like an invisible spider web, keenly capturing all the information around him. Xiao Qing could clearly perceive that among these mercenaries, most were only at the Dou practitioner level, and occasionally there were a few whose aura was slightly more robust, but they were no more than high-star Dou practitioners. With his current strength in this Qingshan town, he was enough to suppress everything in an instant. It seems I still have to enter the magical Beast Mountain range to train and engage in combat with high-level demonic beasts. Xiao Qing began to ponder. Although he knew there were no very strong experts in Qingshan Town, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. At this time, Xiao Qing's gaze swept over the bases of those mercenary groups, listening to the information about the acquisition of materials and medicinal herbs related to demonic beasts, as well as some scattered intelligence coming from the air. Xiao Qing couldn't help but feel a faint sense of anticipation for the upcoming training in the magical Beast Mountain range. Here would be the first real combat stage for Xiao Qing to embark on the path of cultivation. In the original work, in this magical Beast Mountain range, there was not only the 6th-order demonic beast Amethyst Winged Lion King, but it seemed there also existed a 7th-order human-formed demonic beast. Currently, Xiao Qing needed to find a place to rest, and then inquire about specific intelligence regarding the magical Beast Mountain range over the past few months. Scanning a few dwellings that looked relatively orderly, Xiao Qing walked forward, his figure beginning to blend into the street scene of this town, interwoven with night and lights, full of wild vitality. Xiao Qing walked into an inn named Tianyuanju. The moment he entered, a scent mixed with the smell of alcohol, the aroma of roasted meat, and a faint musty smell rushed toward him. The lobby was quite lively. Several rough wooden tables were filled with burly mercenaries, who were talking loudly about their thrilling experiences hunting demonic beasts or some rumors from the streets. Fiery red lights shone on faces that had weathered many hardships. Xiao Qing did not stay in the lobby, but walked straight to the counter. Behind the counter stood a slightly chubby middle-aged innkeeper with shrewd eyes, who was looking down and fiddling with an abacus. A superior room, one that is quieter. Xiao Qing's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the surrounding noise. The innkeeper looked up upon hearing this and sized up Xiao Qing. The youth before him was not dressed in luxurious clothing, but looked very clean and neat. His face was tender, but his eyes were calm, completely different from the common down-and-out adventurers or greenhorns who were out for the first time, and he had an indescribable, steady temperament. The innkeeper had read countless people, and judged in his heart that this youth probably had some background, so a professional smile immediately piled up on his face. "All right, you are lucky, guest. There is just one last superior room of the heaven grade left, quiet and elegant, guaranteed to have no disturbances," the innkeeper introduced enthusiastically. "The daily room rate is 5 gold coins, including hot water for 2 meals in the morning and evening." 5 gold coins were a not insignificant expense for an ordinary family, but Xiao Qing did not bargain. He just nodded, casually took the corresponding amount of gold coins from his storage ring, and placed them on the counter. Xiao Qing had accumulated quite a bit of wealth through alchemy over the past year, so this little expense was nothing. Seeing Xiao Qing so straightforward, and that the seemingly ordinary storage ring made the innkeeper's eyes narrow slightly, his attitude became increasingly respectful. "Waiter, take this young master to the heaven number 2 room," he called out loudly. A clever waiter quickly ran over, made a pleased gesture, and led Xiao Qing through the lively lobby, up the wooden stairs to the second floor. Inside the second floor, it was indeed much quieter, and a wooden sign saying Heaven Number 2 hung in front of the door at the end of the corridor. The waiter pushed open the door. The room was more spacious and tidy than Xiao Qing had expected, with bright windows and clean tables, and beds, tables, and chairs were all available. Although the furnishings were simple, it was rare for a border town. "Young master, please rest first. If you have any needs, just give your orders." The waiter finished speaking respectfully, then retreated and gently closed the door. The moment the door closed, the bustle of the outside world seemed to be cut off. Xiao Qing walked to the window and pushed it open. A cool breeze carrying the scent of the mountains surged in. From here, one could see the silhouette of the distant magical beast mountain range crouching like a giant beast in the night. At this time, Yao Lao's voice sounded in Xiao Qing's heart. This place is acceptable. Rest for one night, and tomorrow we will inquire about the specific situation within the mountain range. The forces in this Qingshan town are quite intricate. However, with your strength approaching Duling, you are enough to sweep through everything in this Qingshan town." Hearing this, Xiao Qing nodded, his gaze becoming calm. This inn would be the first temporary stronghold for Xiao Qing's training in the magical beast mountain range. And the real challenge had just begun. The night gradually deepened, and Qingshan town was shrouded in a haze, with only faint lights flickering in the distance. Xiao Qing was currently sitting cross-legged on the bed in the inn room, but his mind had not completely sunk into cultivation. Chapter 13. When he first arrived here, some memories from his past life emerged involuntarily. Xiao Qing recalled the description of that ill-fated girl from the original work, especially the impressive depiction of her slender and delicate waist. Xiao Yan. This name flashed through Xiao Qing's mind. According to the timeline at this moment, she was probably just a 7 or 8-year-old young girl. She should not have drifted to this Qingshan town due to the twists of fate, nor had she joined the Wanyao pharmacy, so the title, Xiao Yan, was naturally out of the question. The awakening of the calamity-poisoned body was probably something that would happen years later. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Qing quickly shook his head. He completely cast these slightly sentimental and prophetic distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Right now, the most important thing was not these plots that had not yet happened, but the improvement of his own strength. There was still a lot of time before the real upheaval, so Xiao Qing had to seize every moment to become stronger. Xiao Qing took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The burning technique cultivation technique quietly operated within his body, and the surrounding heaven and earth energy began to be drawn in, flowing into Xiao Qing's meridians in wisps and being refined into pure Dou Qi. Xiao Qing's efficiency in absorbing and refining energy was far superior to that of ordinary people. Outside the inn, the bustle of the small town began to gradually subside, only in the direction of the distant magical beast mountain range. The occasional faint beast roars indicated the danger and opportunities of that area. In the room, the young man was focused, his breath long and steady, completely immersed in the world of cultivation, accumulating strength for the upcoming trip to the magical beast mountain range. Chapter 23, Target 5th Order Magical Beast Magic Flame Wolf, Conflict. In the early morning, Qingshan town was still shrouded in a haze when Xiao Qing had already set off and left the inn. Xiao Qing did not delay at all at this moment, walking towards the magical beast mountain range outside the town, which looked like the spine of a huge demonic beast. Along the way, Xiao Qing's powerful soul power swept past invisibly, keenly capturing the conversations of those mercenaries on both sides of the street, and inside and outside the taverns. "Hey, have you heard? The Black Water Squad fell at Dark Water Stream the day before yesterday. It seems they encountered a group of first-order bloodthirsty bats. That area near the Broken Heaven Cliff to the south seems a bit unusually quiet recently. Damn it, last time I was almost gutted by a second-order purple lightning rat there." Approaching the inner circle of the magical beast mountain range, who dares to go there? Last time, Xingda and several other high-star Du practitioners joined forces with a dozen people, wanting to sneak into the deadly swamp to find some precious medicinal herbs, but only one escaped, saying that there was a demonic beast lying inside that could spit poison gas. It was terrifying. These mercenaries who entered the mountain all year round might not have great strength, but their understanding of the outer perimeter, and even some inner areas of this magical beast mountain range, could be called a living map. They knew exactly where it was dangerous, where it was relatively safe, and what kind of powerful demonic beasts were entrenched in which places. This information was often exchanged for the blood and lives of countless companions. Xiao Qing silently summarized and analyzed these scattered pieces of information in his mind, and soon had a rough understanding of the situation in the magical beast mountain range. The information collection is almost done, Xiao Qing thought to himself, speeding up his pace, and officially stepped into the edge of the magical beast mountain range. Here, ancient trees towered and shrubs grew thickly, and the air exuded the damp scent of soil and a faint smell of decay, different from the bustle of the town. Xiao Qing's goal was clear. The dark forest in the inner circle of the magical beast mountain range is rumored to have a fifth-order magical beast equivalent to a human Du Qing powerhouse, the magic flame wolf. Perfect. I'll use it to test my skills and check my current strength. Xiao Qing's expression was as calm as water, as if what he was about to face was not a notorious fifth-order magical beast, but just an ordinary wild beast. With his current peak Great Du Master cultivation, and his trump cards of various high-level Du techniques, plus the guidance of Yao Lao, he had the confidence to contend with or even defeat even a fifth-order magical beast. However, not long after Xiao Qing left the town area, and before he had gone deep into the mountain range, he keenly sensed several malicious gazes, staring fixedly at his back like venomous snakes. Greed and cruelty, undisguised. As expected, I was targeted. Xiao Qing frowned slightly, a trace of annoyance flashing in his heart. These hyena-like mercenaries specialized in picking on lone individuals who looked like fat sheep, killing people and looting goods, committing all kinds of evil. The strongest person on the surface of Qingshan town, the leader of the wolf-head mercenary group, Mu Shi, had just entered the Du Master realm not long ago. With Xiao Qing's cultivation approaching the Du Ling realm, he was naturally fearless of everything. But being stared at by these flies was ultimately unpleasant. I haven't even left the boundary of Qingshan town, and they are already impatient, really, courting deaths. Xiao Qing deliberately slowed his pace. Sure enough, those figures hidden in the dark saw that Xiao Qing was alone, and could not help themselves, appearing from behind some huge rocks and bushes, quickly surrounding him and blocking his path. The leader was a fierce-looking middle-aged man, carrying a huge sword like a door panel, his eyes staring greedily at the 2 storage rings on Xiao Qing's fingers, grinning. "Kid, be sensible. Hand over those 2 storage rings on your hands obediently. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your little life." Even the lowest-level storage ring was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. 2 storage rings were enough to drive these desperados crazy. Not far away, a gloomy man with a hideous scar on his face cursed secretly. "Damn, this guy Hu Lai is really fast." He did not sympathize with Xiao Qing, but was just annoyed that he was slow to act, and the fat meat that was in his mouth had been snatched away first. Some mercenaries and passers-by who were also preparing to enter the mountain, or had just come down from the mountain, stopped in their tracks, watching from afar, pointing and whispering, but no one stepped forward to stop it. In this lawless land, the law of the jungle was the only rule. "Boss, look at this kid, with his delicate skin and tender flesh." A greasy, middle-aged man with lecherous eyes beside Hu Lai licked his thick lips and lowered his voice. "How about, after robbing the wealth, you hand the person over to me?" Hu Lai frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with his subordinate's strange hobby. In the end, he nodded indifferently, as if Xiao Qing was already fish on his chopping block, to be disposed of at will. Xiao Qing's eyes instantly turned cold, like 10,000-year-old ice. A rotten orange is just a rotten orange. Putting them together won't turn them into fine wine. Xiao Qing said this sentence calmly, carrying a cold aura. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Qing raised his right hand, and a wisp of bone-white flame jumped out from his fingertips like a living elf. It was the subflame of the bone-chilling flame. The flame looked weak, but it emitted extreme cold and heat. "Go!" Xiao Qing waved gently, and the wisp of bone-white flame instantly turned into 2 thin lines, shooting towards Hu Lai and the greasy middle-aged man who had spoken rudely. The grin on Hu Li's face instantly froze, replaced by endless fear. He didn't even have time to circulate his Dou Qi before the bone-white fire line had touched his body. "No!" In the terrified eyes of the crowd, the bodies of Hu Lai and his greasy accomplice instantly melted and vaporized. Not even a speck of ash was left, as if they had never existed in this world. Instant kill. Immediately after, Xiao Qing flicked his fingers repeatedly, and several bone-white fire lines shot towards the mercenaries around who were originally hidden in the dark and harbored malice towards him, including the gloomy man with a scar on his face. Puff, puff, puff. After the soft sounds, those places were also empty, with only a faint burnt smell remaining in the air, proving that life had once existed there. Silent. Dead silent. All the onlookers seemed to have their necks choked, their eyes wide open, their faces full of fear and disbelief. They looked at the young man whose face remained calm, as if he had just casually slapped a few mosquitoes to death, and a chill went straight from the soles of their feet to their scalps. I don't know who screamed first, but the dozens of people who were watching instantly fled desperately towards the town, fearing that if they ran a step slower, that eerie bone-white flame would descend upon them. Xiao Qing didn't even look at the fleeing figures, as if he had just done a trivial thing. He gently patted the non-existent dust on his clothes, and his gaze turned back to the depths of the magical beast mountain range. Finally quiet. Afterwards, Xiao Qing moved his body, turning into a blurred figure, and quickly disappeared from the spot, leaving only those black ashes on the spot that symbolized death, silently warning those who came later. Chapter 24, Defeating a 5th-order magical beast as a Great Dou Master, 3.2k. Inner circle of the magical beast mountain range, dark forest. Xiao Qing's figure shuttled through it, his steps light and silent upon landing. His powerful soul power had already spread out, carefully scanning this area several times. Found it. Xiao Qing's gaze fixed, looking towards a hidden cave hundreds of meters ahead. Dark red light was faintly flickering at the cave entrance, and a scorching and violent aura was emanating from it. That was exactly the target Xiao Qing was looking for, the 5th-order magical beast, Magic Flame Wolf. He accurately locked onto a cave not far ahead that was emitting dark red light and the smell of sulfur. 5th-order Magic Flame Wolf, it shall be you. Xiao Qing whispered to himself, and the vast and immense Dou Qi in his body, which had reached the peak of the great Dou Master and had 1 foot in the Dou Ling realm, was no longer suppressed. Like a waking dragon, it slowly rose, and he no longer hid his aura. The vigorous Dou Qi of the peak great Dou Master slowly rose, and he walked towards the cave step by step, with a clear provocative meaning, pressing towards the cave direction. Awut! A wolf howl containing rage and fierce energy suddenly exploded from the cave, shaking the surrounding leaves until they fell one after another. The next instant, a huge dark red figure, wrapped in scorching heat waves and sky-filled dust, rushed out like a cannonball. Magic Flame Wolf. Its body was as huge as a small hill. Its dark red fur seemed to be made of cooled lava, and red light like magma flowed faintly between the gaps. On its ferocious wolf head, there was a pair of scarlet giant eyes, and a cluster of dark red flame patterns on its forehead was beating violently, manifesting its terrifying aura as a fifth-order magical beast. Every time its thick limbs stepped on the ground would shake slightly, and its sharp claws would scratch across the rocks, leaving deep burn marks. Facing this fierce creature that was enough to make ordinary Dou Qing powerhouses prepare seriously, hot light ignited in Xiao Qing's eyes. The terrifying aura of the fifth-order magical beast was like a tangible mountain, crashing down on Xiao Qing. Welcome! Xiao Qing gave a low shout. Facing this pressure that was enough to make a Dou Ling tremble with fear, he not only did not retreat, but instead, hot battle intent ignited in his eyes. With a thought, the surging Dou Qi in his body poured out. Dou Qi armor, condense. A low shout fell. A layer of extremely solid, almost tangible gold-red halo instantly covered his entire body. Unlike the slightly illusory Dou Qi armor of ordinary Great Dou Masters, Xiao Qing's body was instantly covered with a layer of gold-red armor that was shockingly solid. This armor looked like it was cast from the purest energy crystals, the whole body flowing with glaze-like luster, thick and sturdy, and even metal-like texture patterns could be seen in the details. What was even more amazing was that on top of this gold-red main body, mysterious bone-white patterns, like those formed by extreme cold ice crystals, exuded an eerie aura where extreme cold and extreme heat were perfectly intertwined. This was the unique Dou Qi armor formed after the concrete manifestation of the fusion of his extreme refinement of Dou Qi, the origin power of the law of fire, and the characteristics of the bone-chilling flame subflame. This unique Dou Qi armor had a defense far exceeding those of the same rank, and it also carried a certain passive erosion and damage reflection characteristic. Any attack, the moment it touched the armor, would be subjected to the dual weakening of the bone-white cold air and the law of fire. It was both an indestructible shield and carried passive counterattack spikes. This was also his extraordinary point of being extremely confident that he could fight a fifth-order magical beast at the peak of the Great Dou Master. Raw! The magic flame wolf obviously sensed the peculiar and dangerous aura on the human in front of it, but as the overlord of this area, its ferocity was even greater. At the same time, it was completely enraged by the peculiar and powerful aura on Xiao Qing. Its hind limbs exerted force suddenly, its huge body turned into a red afterimage, and its giant claws, burning with black demonic flames, brought the momentum to tear everything apart, slapping down on his head. Before the claw wind arrived, the terrifying high temperature had already scorched the air until it twisted. Welcome 8 extremities collapse. Xiao Qing did not retreat but advanced. The burning technique in his body operated at high speed, and the vast Dou Qi approaching the Dou Ling realm gathered frantically towards his right fist. The bone-white patterns on the gold-red armor flowed towards the fist tip like living things, making his fist seem to be wearing a gauntlet burning with ice flames. He threw a punch fiercely, hard-hitting the demonic claw head-on. Boom! The moment the fist and claw collided, it was like a thunderclap. A visible energy shockwave exploded outward in a ring, obliterating the surrounding vegetation for dozens of meters, and scraping a layer right off the ground. Xiao Qing's figure sank slightly as the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, but his incredibly dense Dou Qi armor merely flashed violently without shattering, successfully withstanding the fierce strike. However, the immense strength of the fifth-order magical beast still left his arm numb and his blood churning slightly. In their initial clash, the magic flame wolf still held a slight advantage in raw strength. The magic flame wolf went into a frenzy, Its sharp claws, fangs, and tail, wreathed in magic flame, assaulted him like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, its massive jaws snapped open and shut, spitting out black fireballs imbued with terrifying corrosive power and explosive energy. Xiao Qing pushed his profound rank movement technique to its limit. Protected by his golden-red armor, he moved like lightning, weaving and dodging through the dense barrage of attacks. When he could not avoid an attack, he would brace himself and take it head-on with the armored parts of his body. Bangs, bangs, boom. Every collision erupted with a deafening roar. Xiao Qing's Dou Qi armor displayed astonishing defensive power, its stark white patterns constantly neutralizing the corrosion of the magic flame. Yet the immense impact force continued to force him back, leaving him in a somewhat passive position for the moment. Xiao Qing's gaze sharpened, and he didn't hesitate to swallow a high-quality Qi recovery pill he had refined himself. As the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it transformed into pure energy. Coupled with the terrifying recovery speed granted by his innate spirit body and the profound rank intermediate burning technique, his consumed Dou Qi was replenishing at a visible rate, keeping him in a near-full state at all times. At this moment, he stopped trying to match the magic flame wolf in brute force. As a peak Great Dou Master, even with the augmentation of his innate spirit body and that special talent, he could at most suppress some Dou Qings with relatively weak physical bodies. The physical body strength of a fifth-order magical beast is far beyond that of human cultivators of the same level, so going head-to-head was definitely not a wise move. In a flash of thought, Xiao Qing's combat strategy changed. He began to utilize his movement technique advantage to engage in a battle of attrition, his eyes sharp as knives, locked firmly onto the cluster of purple fire on the magic flame wolf's forehead. His footwork suddenly became erratic, and his figure wove through the gaps between the wolf's claws and fangs like a phantom. He no longer sought a one-hit kill, but instead relied on his far above-average soul perception to precisely predict the trajectory of every pounce the magic flame wolf made. Raw. The magic flame wolf, unable to land a hit for so long, was exceptionally enraged. Dark red flames surged around its body, and it opened its mouth to spew a torrent of scorching flame, intending to burn this slippery human to ashes. Facing this wave of fire capable of melting metal and stone, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xiao Qing's eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. In a split second, he sidestepped the main impact of the flames, while his right hand formed a sword finger, wrapped in an intensely refined golden-red Dou Qi. He did not choose to attack the magic flame wolf's hardest parts, its head or back, but instead precisely pierced toward its fallen joint. That was the weakest point in its defense when it exerted force to pounce. With a soft sound, the golden-red Dou Qi sank into the joint gap. The magic flame wolf let out a painful roar, and its massive body suddenly pitched forward. Xiao Qing retreated a few steps, his gaze calmly fixed on the magic flame wolf. Although this strike wasn't enough to be fatal, it successfully restricted its movement and created more space for the subsequent battle. Xiao Qing knew well that when fighting such a vicious beast, patience and technique were far more important than brute force. At this moment, several follow-up tactics had already emerged in Xiao Qing's mind. Should he risk using that not-yet-perfected Earth-rank Dou technique, or continue to engage in a battle of attrition with the magic flame wolf to find a better opportunity? Xiao Qing attacked 3 inches below the purple fire between its frontal bones. Just then, Yao Lao's calm reminder rang out in Xiao Qing's heart like a beacon. That is its relatively weak defensive point. Pay attention to the energy backflow gap after it exerts its full force to spew flames. Opportunities are fleeting. At the same time, the magic flame wolf was thoroughly enraged. It opened its massive jaws, gathering energy once more, and a black pillar of fire, thicker than before, sprayed towards Xiao Qing. The moment the fire pillar was unleashed, its massive body experienced an extremely brief moment of stagnation. Now is the time. A flash appeared in Xiao Qing's eyes. His footwork shifted, and his figure moved as if teleporting, brushing past the black fire pillar. At the same time, his Dou Qi, which was approaching the dueling level, erupted and gathered entirely into his right fist. Profound rank advanced Dou technique, 8 extremities collapse. 8 layers of hidden force stacked. Xiao Qing shouted, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bowstring. He struck directly, aiming straight for that fatal point below the purple fire on the magic flame wolf's forehead. This punch not only contained all of his strength, but also pushed the 8 layers of hidden force of the 8 extremities collapse to his current limit. Wherever the fist wind passed, the air slightly distorted. The magic flame wolf sensed a fatal crisis, and for the first time, a look of fear appeared in its crimson pupils. It wanted to dodge, but its movements were sluggish because its old force had just dissipated and new force had not yet arisen. Boom! The punch, containing terrifying power and the fire of law, slammed solidly onto that vital point. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing was clearly audible. The magic flame wolf let out a heaven-shaking, miserable howl, and the purple fire on its forehead instantly dimmed to the point of extinction. Its massive body was blasted off the ground by the immense force contained in that punch, breaking several ancient trees that required multiple people to embrace before crashing heavily to the ground. Scalding blood overflowed from its mouth, nose, and ears. Its aura withered rapidly like a deflating balloon, and after struggling a few times, it was unable to stand up again. Xiao Qing slowly retracted his fist, and the unique Dou Qi armor interwoven with golden red and stark white on his body gradually faded away. Only then did he land steadily. Breathing slightly, he calmed the churning blood in his body and looked at the dying magic flame wolf in the distance, a satisfied arc curling at the corners of his mouth. From being at a disadvantage at the start to precisely capturing the opportunity and heavily injuring a strong enemy with one blow, he had gradually taken control of the rhythm of this battle. This battle fully demonstrated his true strength, as well as his terrifying defensive and offensive capabilities that far exceeded those of his peers. Chapter 25: The Spirit-Nourishing Pill-Enhancing Spiritual Plant, Advancing to Du Ling. Xiao Qing walked forward and looked at the dying magic flame wolf without a shred of pity in his eyes. Survival of the fittest, this was the law of the magical beast mountain range, and indeed their entire fighting Qi continent. He formed his fingers into a blade, sharp Dou Qi condensing at his fingertips, and precisely pierced into the vital point on the magic flame wolf's forehead that had already been heavily injured, granting it a final release. Afterward, he skillfully cracked open the magic flame wolf's hard skull and extracted a crystal about the size of a fist, glowing with a scorching red light throughout, with what seemed like magma flowing inside. It was warm to the touch and contained majestic and pure fire attribute energy. A fifth-order fire attribute demonic beast core. Truly beautiful. Xiao Qing held the priceless demonic beast core in his palm, feeling the surging energy within, and sighed in sincere admiration. This was not only a precious resource for cultivation, but also an important material for refining high-grade medicinal pills and forging divine sharp weapons. Perhaps I can make it into a gift. When I return, I can give it to that girl, Zuna. He carefully stored the demonic beast core into his storage ring. He also extracted the beast fire origin from within the magic flame wolf and placed it into a jade bottle. The originally white jade bottle turned dark red. I must obtain a few more of these fifth-order beast fires and refine them all together. Xiao Qing shook the dark red jade bottle in his hand and then placed it into his storage ring. One must know that the burning technique can absorb not only heavenly flames, but also beast fire. Next, Xiao Qing stepped into the cave where the magic flame wolf resided. A pungent odor mixed with sulfur, blood, and the stench of beasts rushed toward him, causing him to frown slightly. With a thought, golden red Dou Qi instantly covered his entire body, not only isolating the unpleasant odor, but also illuminating the dark cave with the light emitted from his body. Powerful soul power surged forward like a tide, carefully scanning every corner of the cave. Only after confirming there were no hidden dangers did he slowly walk deeper inside. The interior of the cave was much more spacious than he had imagined. Along the way, he could see some scattered beast bones and the remains of prey that had not been completely digested. When his soul power swept over a relatively dry stone platform deep in the cave, a peculiar plant caught his attention. The herb was about 1/2 foot tall, with a translucent emerald green appearance throughout, and the leaves were long and narrow. At the top of the herb were dotted a few blue light spots that shimmered slightly like stars, emitting a strange ripple that made one's mind feel tranquil. This is the main ingredient for refining the 6th-grade spirit-nourishing pill, the spiritual plant. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Qing's eyes. The spirit-nourishing pill is a precious medicinal pill capable of nourishing and enhancing soul power. For an alchemist, its attraction is incomparable. He walked quickly to the open space below the stone platform. The scene here made his gaze sharpen even more. He saw more than 10 huge demonic beast skeletons scattered below the platform. These skeletons were of various shapes, but without exception, they all appeared broken and dilapidated, clearly having experienced fierce battles before their deaths. It seems that no fewer than 10 demonic beasts fought to the death here to compete for this spiritual plant, and in the end, the magic flame wolf had the last laugh. Xiao Qing understood in his heart. Consuming the spiritual plant directly, although far less effective than refining it into a spirit-nourishing pill, was already a heaven and earth spiritual object that could drive demonic beasts, which generally have weaker soul power, crazy. No wonder it triggered such a tragic struggle. For demonic beasts, treasures that can enhance the soul are no less tempting than the attraction of heavenly flames to an alchemist. Yao Lao's soul form drifted out from the bone flame ring. Looking at the star-speckled spiritual plant on the stone platform, his tone also carried a hint of surprise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing immediately thought of Yao Lao's current condition and said, "Teacher, you are currently in a soul form. This spiritual plant might be of great benefit to your recovery of soul power. Why don't you consume it?" Yao Lao looked at Xiao Qing with gratification, but shook his head. A gentle smile appeared on his illusory face. "Silly boy, I am very happy that you have this heart. But I do not have a physical body now, and my soul origin is damaged. Relying on a single spiritual plant, at most I can only recover a little of my consumed soul power. The effect is limited. But you are different." Yao Lao's voice became solemn. "You are gifted, and your soul power is already strong. If you can use this plant as the main ingredient and supplement it with other medicinal materials to refine it into a spirit-nourishing pill, your soul realm will surely be able to greatly improve. It may even lay a solid foundation for your future impact on the spirit realm soul. This is far more significant than using it on me." Teacher, Xiao Qing was moved in his heart, knowing that Yao Lao was doing everything for his sake, so he said no more. He leaped and landed lightly on the stone platform. Taking out jade tools, he carefully harvested the spiritual plant along with some soil from its roots, then placed it into a pre-prepared warm jade box, sealing it properly to ensure its medicinal properties would not be lost. Afterward, he carefully searched the cave again, collecting some decent-aged, eye-catching medicinal herbs and rare mineral materials into his bag before leaving the harvest-filled cave with satisfaction. Time passed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the following month, Xiao Qing used the inner circle of the magical beast mountain range as a whetstone, constantly seeking out powerful fifth-order magical beasts as opponents, tempering his Dou technique, and consolidating his cultivation through life-and-death battles. Relying on his strong strength and Yao Lao's guidance, he successively fought fiercely with several notorious fifth-order magical beasts and successfully slew them. At the same time, he also harvested more precious medicinal materials for refining high-grade medicinal pills and rare artifact refining materials. On this day, deep in the magical beast mountain range, beside a waterfall with rushing water. The rumbling sound of water was deafening, and a white curtain of water poured down from a 100-meter-high cliff, smashing into the deep pool and stirring up sky-filling water mist. Xiao Qing, bare-chested, sat cross-legged on a boulder beside the waterfall that had been washed smooth by the water. His fit body had smooth lines, his muscles were bulging but not bloated, full of a sense of power. The water vapor dampened his black hair, sliding down his angular cheeks. Within his body, the burning technique was running at an unprecedented speed. The energy of the surrounding world was drawn, forming tiny energy vortices that surged into his body, vying to be the first. After more than a month of accumulation and precipitation, especially with multiple life-and-death battles with fifth-order magical beasts and the assistance of a large amount of resources, he had long reached the limit of the peak Great Dou Master. The barrier leading to the Dou Ling realm was already as thin as a cicada's wing. Boom! I don't know how much time had passed, but it seemed as if a silent thunderclap had sounded within Xiao Qing's body. A majestic aura, far more powerful than before, erupted suddenly from his body like a dormant volcano. The golden-red Dou Qi around his body uncontrollably burst out, instantly evaporating the splashing water droplets into white mist. The aura was astonishing. Chapter 15. Xiao Qing slowly opened his eyes. A flash of light, resembling substance, flickered in the depths of his eyes and vanished. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air. This breath did not dissipate, shooting out like a white ribbon for several meters before slowly fading away. Feeling the vast, inexhaustible new power surging within him like a river, a satisfied curve slowly appeared at the corners of Xiao Qing's mouth. Finally, I have broken through to become a Dou spirit. Chapter 26, Late Stage of Mortal Realm Soul, Profound Rank Intermediate Soul Technique, Soul Destroying Arrow. In the inner region of the magical Beast Mountain Range, beneath a cliff, Xiao Qing sat cross-legged on a massive blue stone beside a waterfall. His eyes were slightly closed, his expression serene. He let the cold mist of the waterfall wash over him, soaking his clothes, but it did not affect his focus in the slightest. The impact of the waterfall felt like a gentle massage to him. Nearly 2 months of slaughter in the magical Beast Mountain Range, battling various ferocious demonic beasts, had not only deeply tempered his Dou Qi and Dou technique, but also honed his will and heart nature. At this moment, much of the youthful immaturity on him had faded, replaced by a composed, restrained, and sharp temperament. He moved his mind, flipped his palm, and 3 jade bottles with special materials, vaguely emitting different attribute energy fluctuations, appeared in his hand. These 3 jade bottles were clearly not ordinary items. They could well preserve the energy of the objects inside. One of the jade bottles was dark red, and the bottle body seemed to retain a trace of the original owner's unique violence and scorching heat. It was warm to the touch. The other 2 jade bottles were surrounded by a greenish-black luster, giving a feeling of agility and eeriness. These were the core spoils of Xiao Qing's trip to the mountain range, 3 clusters of origin beast fire taken from 5th order, fire attribute demonic beasts. He first picked up the dark red jade bottle, the bottle body still retaining a trace of the magic flame wolf's unique violent aura. The moment he pulled out the cork, a cluster of dark red flames, about the size of a fist and constantly twisting and jumping, rushed out impatiently, emitting a scorching high temperature, attempting to break free from its restraints. This was the origin beast fire he had successfully extracted from the body of that 5th order magic flame wolf king, after much effort in his first successful battle, magic flame wolf fire. Then his gaze turned to the other 2 green jade bottles. Sealed inside were the beast fire from a pair of 5th order demonic beasts, the green-eyed demon foxes, demon fox ghost fire. He recalled that pair of cunning, troublesome, and well-coordinated green-eyed demon foxes. He had indeed been in dangerous situations to kill them. But if it were with his current cultivation of a 1-star Dou spirit and a deeper understanding of power, he could probably easily kill them both. To kill this pair of fox mates, Xiao Qing had almost used the heaven-rank Dou skill, Ghost Possession. Without hesitation, Xiao Qing opened his mouth and inhaled. The dark red beast fire, attempting to escape, was drawn by an invisible force, turned into a streak of fire, and was swallowed directly into his abdomen. Immediately after, he followed the same method, and swallowed the demon fox beast fire from the other 2 green jade bottles as well. However, it was not the same as the violent impact he expected when the beast fire entered his body. These 3 clusters of beast fire, which would make even a great Dou master or even a low-star Dou spirit prepare for battle, seemed to encounter a natural nemesis that could suppress them after entering Xiao Qing's meridians. Their originally blazing flames suddenly shrank, becoming only the size of a thumb. Like 3 frightened lambs, they trembled in the face of the vast Dou Qi containing the origin aura of the law of fire, all curling up in a corner, not daring to let even a spark escape, appearing exceptionally docile. In the face of this supreme law of fire, these low-tier beast fires could only submit. Refine. Xiao Qing moved his mind, and the burning technique immediately operated at full power. Inside his dantian, the Dou spirit sea, which had already taken shape, rotated and accelerated, erupting with a powerful suction force. The golden-red burning technique Dou Qi was like a warm tide, instantly wrapping around the 3 trembling beast fires. The refining process was smoother than he had imagined. The slight remnant violent will of the demonic beasts in the beast fire vanished in an instant under the scouring of the power of the law, leaving only the purest fire attribute energy origin. These origin energies were rapidly assimilated and absorbed by the burning technique Dou Qi, like streams merging into a great river, surging into the origin of the bone-chilling flame-subflame. Boom! Accompanied by a faint roar within his body, the aura around Xiao Qing suddenly surged significantly. The barrier of the one-star Dou spirit realm, which had just been stabilized, was easily broken through under the impact of this new power, and his cultivation climbed directly to a 2-star Dou spirit. At the same time, he clearly felt that the circulation route of the burning technique in his meridians seemed to have been widened slightly, becoming smoother and more efficient, and the speed of absorbing and refining the surrounding energy of heaven and earth had subtly improved by another level. The level of his cultivation technique, which was originally at the profound rank intermediate, had reached a critical point of perfection after the accumulation of refining 3 fifth-order beast fires, and it only needed a suitable opportunity to naturally break through to the profound rank advanced. 2. Xiao Qing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air carrying a scorching aura, opened his eyes, and bright light shone in his pupils. Feeling the increasingly powerful strength within his body and his deeper affinity and control over fire, he nodded with satisfaction. This refining not only improved his cultivation, but also laid a solid foundation for the next evolution of the burning technique. Xiao Qing's mind concentrated, and his consciousness, like diving into deep water, instantly arrived at the mysterious space constructed by his own soul power, the Soul Sea. Here, the mysterious book that accompanied his growth was floating quietly, emitting a hazy and ancient brilliance. Since breaking through to become a Dou spirit, he could move his mind and directly check the book in his consciousness, without needing to materialize it externally as before, avoiding the embarrassment of staring into the void in the eyes of others. On the book, simple and ancient characters clearly appeared, recording everything about him currently. Host Xiao Qing. Age 11. Physique innate spirit body. Bloodline first rank Dou Dai bloodline. Talent 1-5 heaven grade, law of fire initial stage, 10-1000. Divine ability, none. Cultivation 2-star Dou spirit. Soul realm, late stage of mortal realm. Cultivation technique, profound rank intermediate, burning technique. Dou technique, profound rank intermediate soul technique, soul destroying arrow, profound rank advanced, 8 extremities collapse, earth rank low level great heaven crimson sun palm, earth rank low level phoenix dance floating body, earth rank low level nirvana finger. Available talent fixation count, 4. Innate spiritual rhyme, 1922. Looking at these lines of information, ripples stirred in Xiao Qing's heart. The Dou technique section was quite rich, with 3 earth rank low-level Dou techniques already. Phoenix dance floating body and nirvana finger were gifts from Guzana. He still felt emotional when thinking of that seemingly casual yet heavily weighted gift. And Great Heaven Crimson Sun Palm was taught by Medicine Elder with overwhelming power. As for the profound rank advanced movement Dou technique taught by Medicine Elder in the early days, it had long been replaced by the more exquisite Phoenix dance floating body. Especially worth mentioning is the soul-destroying arrow, this profound rank intermediate soul technique, which was a secret technique in Medicine Elder's collection specifically for soul attacks, and was exceptionally precious. Moreover, this soul-destroying arrow could be called the ultimate attack against the soul among the profound rank intermediate soul technique level. Condensing soul power into a soul arrow, the power of a single shot was probably no less than the damage brought by some profound rank advanced soul techniques. Chapter 27 Xiao Qing, Just Luck, 6th Order Demonic Beast, Heaven Swallowing Python. Thinking of the financial constraints Xiao Yan had regarding Dou techniques in the early stages of the original work. What was this? Suffering Xiao Yan first. Xiao Qing couldn't help but smile. Perhaps Medicine Elder really had some intention of tempering his will and laboring his bones back then. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the talent column, and his mind moved. The progress of the heaven grade initial stage, Law of Fire, actually increased from the initial 1 point to 10 points. Thinking back carefully, This change happened exactly after he successfully refined the bone-chilling flame subflame and those 3 fifth-order beast fires. Without the need for innate spiritual rhyme to improve, relying on swallowing and fusing powerful flames can actually directly promote the advancement of law talent. This discovery made Xiao Qing's heart burn with heat. This undoubtedly pointed out a clear shortcut to improving his strongest talent. Swallowing heavenly flames was the core of the burning technique's advancement and strength improvement. Now it seemed to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, the heaven-grade initial stage, Law of Fire, is currently enough to support me to a high-level realm. The remaining nearly 2,000 points of innate spiritual rhyme are far from enough to raise it to heaven-grade high level, he analyzed calmly. Rather than wasting spiritual rhyme on the endless improvement of the Law of Fire, it is better to use it to fix a new talent. 4 fixation opportunities must not be wasted. Should he choose a defense-type talent that enhances life-saving ability, or some special physique that strengthens the physical body? Or should he seek rare talents associated with soul power, power of space, or even special attributes like poison or lightning? Every choice could have a profound impact on his future path. He needed to observe more carefully and wait for the right opportunity. He could not be impatient. A clear plan for his future path gradually took shape in his heart. The core was the burning technique and the Law of Fire, while using the book's ability to selectively complement other abilities, creating a powerful foundation without any shortcomings. He needed to choose carefully. After clarifying his thoughts, Xiao Qing's consciousness withdrew from the soul sea, and he slowly opened his eyes. Almost the moment he opened his eyes, Medicine Elder's soul body floated leisurely out of the bone flame ring. Looking at his disciple, whose aura was becoming increasingly profound and condensed, the old man's face was full of undisguised amazement and gratification. He stroked his beard and smiled. The merit of the burning technique is truly heaven-defying. Swallowing beast fire is like drinking water, and cultivation advancement is like child's play. Coupled with your innate fire spirit body and fire affinity, which can be called a prodigy. Tusk, this old man dares to assert that in time, the so-called prodigies of the entire fighting Qi continent will probably not even have the qualifications to look up at your back. Medicine Elder's words were full of certainty. Witnessing Xiao Qing grow at such a terrifying speed with his own eyes, he had no more doubts in his heart, firmly believing that this child would definitely reach the pinnacle of the continent. Just luck. To this, Xiao Qing could only smile modestly and did not become complacent because of the praise. He knew deeply that the road of cultivation was long, and future challenges would only be more numerous. Luck is also a part of strength. Medicine Elder waved his hand, his expression turning solemn. Since you have stabilized the Dou spirit realm, then the refining of the 6th rank spirit nourishing pill should also be on the agenda. If this pill is successful, with your soul foundation at the late stage of mortal realm, there is great hope for impacting the peak of the mortal realm. By then, as long as your Dou Qi cultivation keeps up, attempting to refine a 7th rank medicinal pill and knocking on the door of a 7th rank alchemist is not impossible. Speaking of this, even Medicine Elder himself couldn't help but feel some emotion. A nearly 12-year-old Dou spirit, with soul power at the late stage of mortal realm, and carrying so many powerful Dou techniques and secret methods. Such achievements, if spoken out, probably no one would dare to believe. This cultivation speed was not just fast, it simply broke common sense. Plus the storage here with your master, only the auxiliary medicine guarded by the heaven-swallowing python is missing to collect all the medicinal herbs needed for the 6th rank spirit nourishing pill. Medicine Elder stroked his beard and said again, "Soul-soothing moon evening grass." When Medicine Elder mentioned this item, a sharp, substantial light instantly burst out in Xiao Qing's eyes. He knew the pill formula for this pill by heart and knew the key to this auxiliary medicine. The 6th rank peak spirit nourishing pill would be the key to another leap in his soul power. And the obsession with obtaining this spiritual plant had long been closely linked to that embarrassing encounter a month ago. And the last piece of the puzzle for refining this pill, the soul-soothing moon evening grass, was also time to go and get. It was time to settle the score with that heaven-swallowing python. It's time to go back and take revenge, Xiao Qing whispered to himself, a cold, fierce light flashing in his eyes. As if in a trance, he saw again that heaven-swallowing python coiled outside the deep cave, its body as huge as a small mountain, emitting a suffocating coercion. At that time, he had just killed a fifth-order demonic beast and was about to look for the next target, but unexpectedly sensed a strange soul fluctuation coming from a valley. Following the trail, he actually discovered that soul-soothing moon evening grass swaying in the moonlight, its leaves like crescent moons, and its whole body emitting tranquil soul power. However, before the ecstasy could well up in his heart, a cold, viscous, and terrifying aura far exceeding the fifth order swept out like a tide from the cave beside it. Chapter 16. It was actually a heaven-swallowing python that had just advanced to a Tier 6 demonic beast. A being equivalent to a low-star Dou Qi expert among humans. If not for Xiao Qing's keen soul perception, sensing the danger half a step early, it would have been a face-to-face encounter with absolutely no warning. Who could have imagined he would encounter a Tier 6 demonic beast right in his face? Because of this, he was hunted by the Tier 6 demonic beast heaven-swallowing python and was finally repelled when Yao Lao possessed him. At that time, relying on Yao Lao's experience and the might of the bone-chilling flame, it was not impossible to fight that heaven-swallowing python, or even kill it. But Xiao Qing still wanted to rely on his own power to take revenge. And so, having just advanced his cultivation to Duling, with his soul power having reached the late stage, and having also cultivated the profound rank intermediate soul technique provided by Yao Lao. Now the time has come. Breaking through to Duling was not only a quantitative change in Du Qi leading to a qualitative change, but also a leap in the control of power. With his soul power advancing from the middle stage of mortal realm to the late stage, his perception range, precision, and ability to control soul power were no longer the same. Coupled with the newly mastered profound rank intermediate soul technique, soul-destroying arrow. This eerie attack method specifically targeting the soul was undoubtedly a major weapon against demonic beasts, whose soul power was relatively weak. As the tides turned, Xiao Qing's heart was already filled with confidence. With my current strength, I am enough to deal with it. He clenched his fists, his knuckles emitting a slight popping sound, and a powerful battle intent soared into the sky, forcing even the splashing water droplets around him to be pushed away by this invisible aura. He hesitated no longer. With a movement of his body, he vanished from the spot like a ghost, leaving only the waterfall roaring tirelessly behind. The direction pointed straight to that dangerous valley where he had returned in defeat a month ago, the territory of the heaven-swallowing python. This time he would walk in openly and take that soul-soothing moon evening grass. And use the life of this Tier 6 demonic beast to verify the results of his cultivation over the past month or so. A fierce battle of cross-level challenge was about to begin. Chapter 28, Earth Rank Do Technique, Great Heaven Crimson Sun Palm. Heaven-swallowing python, come out and fight. Xiao Qing's voice sounded like thunder, exploding in this gloomy valley. He stood on a huge rock, his eyes like torches, staring straight at the deep cave ahead that seemed to devour all light. The cave entrance was pitch black, emitting a chilling coldness, and faintly, a weak but seemingly all-annihilating devouring power permeated out. "Human, it's you again." A terrifying and hoarse roar came from the depths of the cave, filled with unbelievable anger. In the next instant, a pitch-black shadow, dozens of meters long, shot out from the cave like an arrow leaving the string. Under the sunlight, this behemoth finally revealed its true form. Its entire body was covered in ink-black scales that glinted with a cold metallic light, and on its hideous snake head, a pair of blood-red eyes were filled with violence and cruelty. It was exactly the heaven-swallowing python, a Tier 6 demonic beast that had just broken through a few years ago. "So what if it's me?" Xiao Qing's expression was indifferent, his voice cold, without the slightest fear. Today, he was determined to obtain that soul-soothing moon evening grass. "You actually dare to come and die?" The heaven-swallowing python locked its blood-red eyes onto Xiao Qing, its voice trembling with extreme anger. It would never forget that a month ago, this seemingly insignificant great Dou master, of whom it could swallow several in one bite, had strangely escaped right under its nose. In its long snake life, it was simply a great humiliation. and in the end, it had even unleashed a terrifying power that could threaten it. That was definitely not the power of the human in front of it. There must be a mysterious entity helping him. At this moment, although its murderous intent towards Xiao Qing was overwhelming, and it wished to swallow him alive, it dared not attack easily. It was wary of that existence who might be hiding in the dark and could lend out such power. Moreover, in just 1 month, advancing from Great Dou Master to Dou Ling, this speed made it feel a chill in its heart. Human, retreat now, and we shall be at peace. This king can pretend nothing happened. The heaven-swallowing python suppressed its anger, its voice sounding sinister as it tried to probe. Xiao Qing went straight to the point. I want the soul-soothing moon evening grass in your immortal cave. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cunning human brat, this king knew you came here with bad intentions. The heaven-swallowing python roared, refusing without a second thought, its voice filled with cold, murderous intent. This soul-soothing moon evening grass could increase soul power and had the effect of nourishing the soul. For them, demonic beasts, its attraction was huge. It had originally intended to wait until its cultivation reached the peak of Tier 6 before consuming it, so it would have a great chance of charging towards Tier 7 and becoming a transformed demonic beast equivalent to a human Duzong. At that time, it would not only possess the long lifespan of a demonic beast, but also the cultivation speed to rival humans. This spiritual plant was the key to its future success. In charging towards Tier 7 and transforming, it was comparable to its own life. Want its soul-soothing moon evening grass? Why not say you want the Tier 6 demonic core inside its body? Since we cannot agree, there is nothing more to say. Let us see the real skills under our hands. Xiao Qing stopped talking nonsense, his golden-red Dou Qi exploding around him, and he struck first. He pointed a finger, and a condensed golden-red Dou Qi finger imprint whistled away. At the edge of the imprint, a trace of an imperceptible but profound law quietly flowed, striking directly at the snake's head. Raw. Seeing this, the heaven-swallowing python roared again. It opened its huge mouth, and a deep, black energy ball instantly condensed in its mouth, emitting an eerie suction force. It violently spat out the black ball, colliding fiercely with Xiao Qing's finger imprint. Boom! The two forces violently intertwined and eroded in the air, erupting with astonishing energy ripples, destroying all the huge rocks and ancient trees around the cave. However, in Xiao Qing's perception, that finger imprint containing a trace of law, upon contacting the black ball, was like a clay ox entering the sea. The law essence within was quickly devoured by the black energy, its power greatly reduced, and finally completely annihilated. The black energy ball continued on its path, shooting towards Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately executed the earth rank movement technique, Phoenix Dance floating body, his figure like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, narrowly dodging it. The black energy ball landed on the ground and did not explode, but instead formed a small, constantly rotating black hole-like vortex, erupting with terrifying suction, crazily devouring the surrounding soil and gravel. Xiao Qing stabilized his figure, his brows tightly knitted. Something is wrong. The trace of exotic firepower I attached to the attack was actually devoured by it. Devouring power. This innate ability of the heaven-swallowing python could actually devour energy and even touch the level of law. Even touching a trace of it was extremely terrifying. Just as Xiao Qing was slightly distracted by this discovery. Hiss! The heaven-swallowing python seized this fleeting opportunity. Its thick snake tail, wreathed in majestic dark Dou Qi, lashed fiercely towards Xiao Qing's waist. Boom! The speed was so fast, the power so fierce, it seemed as if it would shatter the space. Crisis descended. Facing this unavoidable, terrifying attack, a fierce look flashed in Xiao Qing's eyes. Instead of retreating, he took a deep breath. And the Dou Qi within his body erupted simultaneously with his soul power, which far exceeded his peers. Take it head-on. No, he wanted to counterattack. Earth-rank low-level Dou technique, Great Heaven Crimson Sun Palm. Xiao Qing raised his hand and struck out with a palm, no longer responding in a rush, but exerting his full strength. The surrounding heaven and earth energy gathered crazily, and a huge palm imprint instantly took shape. The palm imprint was not only burning with golden red flames, but also had streaks of bone-white bone-chilling flame patterns, emitting a destructive aura of intertwined ice and fire. This was a strike where he perfectly integrated his own flame characteristics with the earth rank Dou technique. Rumble. The huge crimson sun palm imprint collided with the snake tail, wreathed in dark devouring power. This collision far exceeded the previous tentative exchange. The terrifying explosion was deafening, and a destructive energy shockwave spread crazily in all directions. The valley floor was forcibly shaved down several feet, and the surrounding rock walls shattered and collapsed like tofu, smoke and dust rising into the sky, as if the end of the world had arrived. Xiao Qing's body shook violently. Even with the Dou Qi armor protecting his body, the majestic giant force transmitted through the palm imprint still injured him, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He used the force to retreat dozens of meters backward. In contrast, the heaven-swallowing python let out a painful and angry hiss. Its tail was injured, the hard scales shattered, large areas of flesh became charred and blurred, and the golden red flames burned on it, making a sizzling sound, even emitting a smell of burnt flesh. It frantically mobilized its own devouring power to barely suppress the spread of the flames, but the severe pain and injuries could not be alleviated in the slightest. Sure enough, relying solely on Dou Qi cultivation and physical body to clash head-on with a Tier 6 demonic beast is still a bit of a stretch. Xiao Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming increasingly steady. He knew that his Dou Qi, under the tempering of the law of fire and the burning technique, was of extremely high quality, comparable to a Du Huang expert. But in terms of total quantity, compared to a real Du Huang expert, especially a Tier 6 demonic beast known for its physical body and vigorous energy, there was still a large gap. The strike just now had proven that his frontal combat power was enough to rival an ordinary low-star human Du Huang expert, but this was not enough. Earth rank Dou technique, you a mere Du Ling, how is it possible? The heaven-swallowing python's blood-red eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 29, Reappearance of Earth Rank, Nirvana Finger, Late Stage of Mortal Realm Slays Heaven-Swallowing Python. A Du Ling not only took its attack, but also injured it. This simply overturned its cognition. Especially the strange flames contained in the palm imprint, even its devouring power could hardly resolve them quickly. At this moment, it no longer cared about being wary of the mysterious expert who might exist. Intense anger completely overwhelmed everything. Hiss! A hiss that tore through the air sounded, and the huge body of the heaven-swallowing python erupted with astonishing speed. However, facing this death constriction that arrived in an instant, Xiao Qing's eyes were filled with coldness, without the slightest fluctuation. Earth rank low-level movement technique, Phoenix Dance floating body. Just at the critical moment when the snake body was about to close, and the snake fangs were about to touch his body, Xiao Qing's footwork changed, and he executed the earth rank movement Dou technique to the extreme. His figure became blurred, moving at high speed within a square inch. Rip! The snake body's constriction missed, but the terrifying power still crushed a huge rock on the spot into powder. The sharp snake fangs snapped shut, but only tore apart an afterimage that was slowly dissipating. And Xiao Qing's real body had already appeared more than 10 feet outside the constriction circle. Your speed, slow as a turtle, is no good. Xiao Qing's cold voice sounded, carrying a hint of mockery. Impossible. The heaven-swallowing python was shocked and angry. It could not understand how a Du Ling could have such an eerie earth rank movement technique. How can you have so many earth rank Dou technique? The heaven-swallowing python let out a roar, and a trace of fear began to well up in its heart. This was a Dai-rank Dou technique movement technique, which was far more precious than a cultivation technique or Dou technique of the same rank. The heaven-swallowing python did not hesitate any longer. Seeing its strike miss, it raised its massive snake tail again, carrying even more violent power, and smashed it down towards Xiao Qing's head like a mountain. At the same time, the scales on its body expanded and contracted, and that devouring power erupted with full force, attempting to interfere with the flow of energy around Xiao Qing and slow down his movements. Xiao Qing's eyes sharpened. Dou Qi gathered crazily at his fingertips, and a sense of nirvana, the withering of all things, suddenly emerged. Die rank low-level Dou technique, Nirvana finger. As the shout fell, a massive energy finger several zhang large condensed out of thin air. The fingertip was entwined with a heart-palpitating grey aura of decay, as if it had been pointed out from the ancient era, carrying destructive fluctuations as it fiercely struck towards the heaven-swallowing python. The heaven-swallowing python hissed, and dark Dou Qi surged out, turning into a thick barrier in an attempt to resist it head-on. Boom! The giant finger and the barrier collided violently, erupting with a deafening roar. Terrifying energy ripples spread out like a storm, impacting the surrounding void realm, causing the ground to crack and debris to splash everywhere. However, the power of a die rank Dou technique was far beyond imagination. The power of the Nirvana finger actually tore through the dark barrier, and although its power was greatly reduced, it still struck sharply against the heaven-swallowing python's hard scales. Bang! Scales exploded, and a force containing the essence of Nirvana penetrated its body, causing the heaven-swallowing python to let out a painful hiss as its massive body was knocked back. When the energy ripples dissipated slightly and the dust settled, the man and the snake confronted each other from a distance once again. The murderous aura permeating the air had almost solidified. Another die rank Dou technique. The previous head-on collision was just a litmus test for Xiao Qing to check his own combat power. Now he knew what he was doing. It was time to end this. Dou Qi is not my only means. Xiao Qing thought coldly. My soul power at the late stage of mortal realm is the true killing weapon. Soul power at the late stage of mortal realm was enough to make many Duzong take notice. Suddenly, an invisible yet vast and majestic pressure permeated from within Xiao Qing's body. A light flickered slightly between his brows, and powerful soul power surged out, rapidly condensing and compressing in the void realm in front of him. In the blink of an eye, an arrow about a foot long, completely transparent yet emitting fluctuations that made the soul tremble, had taken shape. On the arrow, profound runes faintly swirled, locking onto the heaven-swallowing python's soul origin. Profound rank intermediate soul technique, soul extinguishing arrow. Wait, kid, what are you trying to do? At the very moment the soul extinguishing arrow took shape, the heaven-swallowing python's massive body suddenly stiffened. A fear originating from the deepest part of its soul instantly seized it. It was a premonition of death more terrifying than the destruction of the physical body. Its blood-red pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints, and it roared in sheer terror. Although it could not see this soul arrow, it could feel an unprecedented fatal threat from this invisible arrow. It finally understood that the strongest thing about this human was not that strange flame Dou Qi, but this impossible to guard against soul attack. Seeing that the transparent arrow emitting fatal soul fluctuations was about to fully solidify, fear and madness intertwined in the heaven-swallowing python's blood-red pupils. It clearly perceived that if this arrow were fired, its soul would surely suffer heavy damage and might even be annihilated. It had to force Xiao Qing to interrupt the soul technique, to force him to defend or dodge. Once Xiao Qing's focus was slightly distracted, the condensed soul-extinguishing arrow would inevitably dissipate, and he might even suffer a backlash. But it was too late. Xiao Qing's soul attack came faster than it had imagined. Soul-extinguishing arrow, go! A cold light surged in Xiao Qing's eyes, and the mental energy locking onto the heaven-swallowing python's soul origin suddenly erupted. That soul-extinguishing arrow, floating in the air and condensing his massive soul power at the late stage of mortal realm, had already issued a silent death sentence. A silent shriek, and it instantly vanished into the air. It was not a physical entity, yet it was more lethal than any physical attack. The arrow ignored the hard scales, the thick dark Dou Qi, and ignored all of the heaven-swallowing python's physical defenses and energy protections. Like a streak of void light, it directly penetrated the barriers of matter and energy, and in an instant, it accurately plunged into the heaven-swallowing python's head, piercing straight into its soul origin. This was not a disappearance of physical speed, but a direct penetration through the distance of space, pointing straight to the depths of its soul. No! The heaven-swallowing python only had time to let out a soul-piercing howl containing extreme fear before the destructive soul arrow had already plunged into its head. An invisible soul storm raged within its skull, destroying its consciousness origin. Puff! The sound of something breaking inside softly rang out. The heaven-swallowing python's massive body suddenly stiffened, freezing in midair as if cast under an immobilization spell. Its blood-red eyes instantly lost all luster, rapidly dimming and dilating at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only boundless pain and emptiness. Its massive body stiffened in midair, the falling snake tail hung down powerlessly, and its open, bloodthirsty maw also froze there, unable to close ever again. The next moment, this massive snake body, tens of meters long and having lost its sole dominator, fell towards the ground with a heart-palpitating weight, like a puppet with its strings cut. Boom! The earth trembled violently and dust shot up into the sky. Profound rank intermediate soul technique, soul extinguishing arrow, one hit succeeded. A generation of tier 6 demonic beast, the heaven-swallowing python, equivalent to a human Du Huang expert, had fallen. Its ambition, its guardianship of the soul-soothing moon, evening grass, all vanished into nothingness under this one soul arrow. The valley fell into a deathly silence for a moment, with only the whimpering sound of the wind blowing through the ruins, and the gradually dissipating soul fluctuations proving what a thrilling cross-level kill had just occurred. Xiao Qing stood alone above the ruins, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, his gaze cast towards the deep cave. The obstacle had been cleared. Chapter 30, Taking Action to Refine a Peak 6th Rank Spirit Nourishing Pill. Deep within the cave, the lair that originally belonged to the heaven-swallowing python had now changed owners. Although a faint fishy smell and chill still lingered in the air, the suffocating pressure had already dissipated, and it was now filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. Yao Lao's soul body floated in midair, his burning gaze sweeping over the surroundings of the cave, discovering that over a dozen precious medicinal herbs were growing around. These medicinal herbs had a strong fragrance and were clearly not ordinary items. Among these precious medicinal herbs, there were also a few of extremely high quality. Tusk, I didn't expect this demonic beast to have such a rich stash. A look of surprise and satisfaction appeared on Yao Lao's illusory face. He gently swept his soul power over these medicinal herbs, perceiving the pure medicinal power contained within them. Looking at these energy fluctuations, they are all rare medicinal herbs that can be used as the main ingredients or key auxiliary ingredients for medicinal pills of rank 5 or above. This demonic beast has been entrenched here for many years, so it has certainly scavenged quite a few good things. For an alchemist, heavenly flames, high-rank medicinal herbs, and rare treasures that can nourish the soul are undoubtedly the greatest temptations. The value of these dozen or so medicinal herbs before them was immeasurable. It spent years guarding them painstakingly, but now it has benefited us instead. Xiao Qing chuckled, walked forward, and skillfully picked these medicinal herbs one by one. Sure enough, every medicinal herb was preserved extremely well, with abundant medicinal power, including that one as bright as moonlight, with leaves like crescent moons, the soul-soothing moon evening grass. This was precisely the medicinal herb he needed for refining the 6th rank spirit nourishing pill. He carefully placed all the medicinal herbs into the jade boxes he had prepared long ago, and then stashed them all into his storage ring. The harvest this time far exceeded expectations. After leaving the cave, Xiao Qing's gaze fell upon the massive snake corpse. A tier 6 demonic beast, its whole body is a treasure. He skillfully cracked open the heaven-swallowing python's hard skull and took out a fist-sized magic core, pitch black all over, with what seemed like a vortex slowly rotating inside. The energy contained within was vast and strange, carrying a clear devouring power attribute. Following that, he used a special technique to extract a few drops of the purest origin essential blood from the snake corpse's blood, which had not yet cooled, and stored it in a jade bottle. This essential blood was dark red, faintly shimmering with black light. Holding it in his hand, he could even feel a faint suction force, as if even light was about to be devoured by it. Xiao Qing held the jade bottle containing the heaven-swallowing python's essential blood, his eyes flickering as he fell into deep thought. The most special thing about this heaven-swallowing python is its strange devouring power. Although it is still very rudimentary, in essence, it is an extremely rare and powerful talent. A thought became increasingly clear in his mind. The mysterious book can extract the talents of all living things and solidify them. If this devouring attribute could be successfully extracted and solidified as my own talent, it might bring unexpected results. Whether it is used to weaken the opponent's Dou technique power when fighting, or to assist in cultivation to accelerate energy absorption, or even in the future, can it devour other more mysterious things? Thinking of this, a trace of determination and anticipation flashed in Xiao Qing's eyes. He decided to try to extract and solidify this devouring talent. This might become another powerful trump card for him, following the law of fire. The valley was quiet and lush with greenery, yet at this moment, a solemn and dignified atmosphere quietly permeated. This was an hidden valley that the master and disciple had specially sought out. Yao Lao floated in an open area, his expression solemn. He gently waved his sleeve, and a pitch-black, ancient and grand-looking medicine cauldron appeared out of thin air, landing heavily on the ground with a low hum. On the body of the cauldron, a vivid flame totem was drawn, the flame patterns seemingly flowing slowly, emitting an ancient and profound aura. This cauldron was none other than the Black Demon Cauldron, ranked 8th on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Its extraordinary nature lay not only in the runes on the cauldron body that could assist in alchemy and improve efficiency, but it was also rumored to contain a trace of the mysterious dark origin power of the world. Xiao Qing had already chosen a spot in the distance, holding his breath and focusing his mind, his burning gaze prepared to observe. He knew deeply that watching a former #1 alchemist of the Central Plains personally refine a peak 6th rank medicinal pill was an incredibly rare opportunity, which would have immeasurable benefits for the improvement of his alchemy. Yao Lao reached out his slightly illusory palm and gently stroked the cold body of the Black Demon Cauldron, his eyes revealing complex and indescribable emotions, the familiarity of a long-lost reunion, and also a trace of strangeness brought by the passage of time. He whispered softly, as if speaking to an old friend, "Old partner, it's been a long time. After so many years of silence today, you and I are finally going to fight side by side again." The Black Demon Cauldron seemed to understand its master's words. The cauldron body trembled imperceptibly, emitting a weak, almost joyful clear chime, and the black light radiating from its body seemed to soften a bit. Yao Lao collected his thoughts, his gaze returning to the calm and sharp look of a grandmaster, as he looked at Xiao Qing. "Watch carefully from now on. The refining of a 6th rank medicinal pill hinges on success or failure at every step. Especially the delicate control of soul power and the instantaneous changes in heat. This will help you quickly become a 6th rank alchemist." "Yes, teacher," Xiao Qing respectfully replied, then sat firmly on the bluestone, fully focused. Yao Lao took a deep breath, his soul power restrained yet vast. Although refining a peak 6th rank medicinal pill was easy for him in his prime, now that he was only a soul body, he had to be extremely focused. The next moment, his eyes narrowed, and the ghostly white bone-chilling flame jumped out from his fingertips. At the same time, the Black Demon Cauldron seemed to be activated. The black light on the cauldron body flared up greatly. The light was not blinding, but instead gave people a feeling of bottomless, profound depths that could contain all things. Chapter 18, Alchemy, begin. With a thought from Yao Lao, the dozen or so precious medicinal herbs needed to refine the spirit-nourishing pill flew out from his storage ring simultaneously, hovering in midair. Ordinary 6th rank alchemists would never dare to be so arrogant, all of them carefully refining the herbs one by one for fear of making a mistake. However, relying on his vast, ocean-like soul power and his peak-level fire control technique, Yao Lao was actually manipulating the bone-chilling flame simultaneously, splitting it into a dozen or so tiny flames that, as if possessing life, precisely and gently enveloped every single medicinal herb, conducting a synchronized refining process. Refining, removing the dross and extracting the essence. The entire process was smooth and fluid. Each medicinal herb was perfectly refined into crystal-clear medicinal essence at the most appropriate temperature, without even the slightest bit of waste or damage. In an instant, a rich and refreshing medicinal fragrance permeated the entire valley, making one feel relaxed and happy. Xiao Qing watched every one of Yao Lao's alchemy techniques, his heart shocked by his teacher's godlike methods, and he deeply imprinted every detail into his mind. I remember that in the original story, teacher also knew an alchemy technique that used heavenly flame as a cauldron. Following this, Yao Lao's techniques changed, and in accordance with the unique requirements of the spirit-nourishing pill formula, he successively cast the refined medicinal liquids into the black demon cauldron. Runes flowed across the cauldron's body, and black light surged like living water, gently enveloping all the medicinal liquids, miraculously promoting their fusion, making their medicinal properties complement each other and become a unified whole. Fusion, purification, condensation. The medicinal liquid rolled within the cauldron, impurities were further removed, the volume continuously shrank, yet the color became increasingly pure. Finally, it transformed into a small glob of viscous spirit liquid emitting vast soul power fluctuations. The most crucial step, forming the pill, had arrived. Chapter 31, Pill Formed, Peak of Mortal Realm Soul Power. Yao Lao's expression was grave, his soul power surging into the black demon cauldron like a tide, precisely controlling the final morphological changes of the spirit liquid. Under the dual action of high temperature and soul power, the glob of spirit liquid slowly shrank and solidified, gradually forming a round pill embryo. Xiao Qing, who was focused intently on the side, held his breath, a trace of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Finally, the hand seals in Yao Lao's hands changed abruptly, and he struck out an incomparably profound pill-forming technique, shooting it straight into the cauldron. Hum! The black demon cauldron emitted a pleasant vibrating sound, the lid flipped open, and a warm, jade-white radiance soared into the sky. One could see a dragon eye-sized, flawless medicinal pill slowly rising from the cauldron. Spiritual light flowed like water ripples on the pill's body, emitting strong soul power fluctuations, and there was even a faint, autonomous consciousness-like spirituality attempting to break free from its restraints. It was truly worthy of being a 6th-rank peak medicinal pill in terms of soul-related properties. Its spirituality was no weaker than some 7th-rank medicinal pills. The moment the pill left the cauldron, as if unwilling to be restrained, it emitted a faint buzzing sound. Spiritual light flashed rapidly on the surface of the pill body, and it actually wanted to fly away. Pill formed. Yao Lao let out a soft shout, reached out and grabbed at the air, capturing the pill that was about to fly away into his hand. With a slight operation of his soul power, he gently suppressed the restless spirituality back into the pill. The medicinal pill immediately quieted down, lying quietly in his palm, its radiance restrained, yet it appeared even more miraculous. It is finally done. Having not done this for a long time, I am indeed a bit rusty. Yao Lao looked at the highly spiritual, high-quality spirit-nourishing pill in his hand, a trace of fatigue appearing on his face, but it was mostly satisfaction. The spirituality of this pill had faintly touched the threshold of the 7th rank. Its medicinal efficacy far exceeded ordinary 6th-rank medicinal pills. The spirituality is indeed not weak, nearly 7th rank. Yao Lao was not surprised but happy. His soul power surged slightly, turning into an invisible restraint, gently suppressing the restless spirituality back into the pill body. The medicinal pill immediately quieted down, only emitting a warm luster and fluctuations that made one's mind peaceful within the jade bottle. He held the jade bottle and explained to Xiao Qing, who had been watching intently the entire time. The spirit-nourishing pill is a miraculous pill for nourishing the soul. The trace of spirituality it generates is not an impurity, but rather the gathering of the pill's essence. Retaining this spirituality can make the medicinal power more compatible with the origin of the soul, resulting in better effects. If one were to erase it just for safety, it would actually be a lesser approach. Upon hearing this, a look of realization and admiration appeared in Xiao Qing's eyes. He had just clearly sensed the vivid spirituality contained within the medicinal pill, as well as Yao Lao's ability to handle heavy matters with ease. This was not just a display of alchemy, but also a profound interpretation of the understanding of the Tao of medicine. Disciple has learned much. Xiao Qing respectfully replied, keeping his teacher's words firmly in his heart. He knew that observing this alchemy session would have immeasurable benefits for his future impact on the 6th rank and even higher-ranked alchemist realms. Yao Lao handed the jade bottle to Xiao Qing, a trace of fatigue on his face but mostly gratification, and said, "The medicinal pill is formed, its internal spirituality has been temporarily pacified by me, and the medicinal power is mild. Find a quiet place, adjust your state, and then you can take it." With your late stage of Mortal Realm Soul Foundation, borrowing the power of this pill to break through to the peak of Mortal Realm should have an 80% chance of success. Xiao Qing solemnly took the jade bottle. It felt cool to the touch, and he could clearly feel the vast and pure soul power contained within the pill. His heart was filled with anticipation. Once his soul realm stepped into the peak of Mortal Realm, his perception and fire control, and even his cultivate speed, would all usher in a qualitative leap. Many thanks, teacher. Xiao Qing bowed to Yao Lao. He knew that for Yao Lao, in his current soul body state, refining a 6th rank peak medicinal pill must have consumed a significant amount of energy. Hearing this, Yao Lao waved his hand at him, his soul body appearing a bit more illusory, and said, "It is fine. Paving the way for you is my responsibility as your master. Go prepare quickly, do not waste the best medicinal efficacy of this pill." Xiao Qing nodded, did not say anything more, but turned and walked towards the depths of the valley, finding a relatively quiet place to sit cross-legged. He needed to adjust himself to his peak state, and then, with the help of the 6th rank peak spirit nourishing pill refined by Yao Lao, knock open the door to the peak of Mortal Realm in one go. Within the valley, peace was restored once again, with only Yao Lao guarding the place from the side, his gaze filled with anticipation. Xiao Qing sat cross-legged on a smooth stone, his whole body already adjusted to the best state. He took out the 6th rank peak spirit nourishing pill, and the moment he opened the bottle stopper, a refreshing fragrance that made one feel as if their soul was sublimating spread out. Spiritual light flickered on the surface of the white medicinal pill, and faintly there was a weak wave of consciousness. Peak of Mortal Realm, it shall be today. Xiao Qing's gaze was firm. He directly put the spirit nourishing pill into his mouth. The medicinal pill melted upon entering his mouth, turning into a warm, cool, yet incomparably thick and miraculous energy, directly surging into his glabella and converging into the depths of his soul. This energy was not violent. On the contrary, it was exceptionally warm, enveloping him and nourishing his soul origin. In an instant, Xiao Qing felt as if his soul had broken free from the shackles of his body, as if he were floating happily in an ocean of souls. Under the infusion of the pure medicinal power of the spirit-nourishing pill, this sea of souls began to expand and solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soul power rose like a tide, and his perception became clearer than ever before. The veins of every leaf in the valley, the subtle wriggling of insects and ants underground, and even the movement trajectory of energy particles in the air, were all reflected with incomparable clarity in his heart. The precision and range of this perception far exceeded the late stage of Mortal Realm. The medicinal power continued to play its role, not only expanding the quantity of his soul, but also purifying the quality of his soul. At the center of the soul ocean, the core representing his consciousness origin became more brilliant and condensed, emitting stable and powerful fluctuations. Some of the obscurities in the application of soul power in the past suddenly became clear at this moment, especially his understanding of soul techniques like the soul-extinguishing arrow, which had deepened by a level. Time passed quietly during Cultivate, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the last wisp of medicinal power was thoroughly absorbed and fused by his soul, Xiao Qing's sea of souls finally stopped expanding. His soul power was full and saturated, round and flawless. With a slight movement of his intent, he could trigger the surrounding heaven and earth energy to resonate. Peak of Mortal Realm achieved. Xiao Qing slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, a tangible brilliance seemed to flash in the depths of his eyes, and his gaze became deeper and sharper, as if it could pierce through people's hearts. His entire person and temperament had also undergone a subtle change. He clenched his fist gently. He did not mobilize his Dou Qi, but a powerful self-confidence spontaneously arose. This self-confidence stemmed from the sublimation at the level of the soul. As he was now relying solely on this peak of Mortal Realm soul power, it was enough to make many Du Huang, and even low-level Du Zong, feel troubled. "How do you feel?" Yao Lao's soul body drifted over, looking at his disciple whose temperament had changed greatly, his eyes full of gratified smiles. He could naturally feel Xiao Qing's already transformed soul aura. Better than ever, Xiao Qing smiled slightly, feeling the vast and precise power in the depths of his soul. "Teacher, I feel that now, when refining 6th rank medicinal pills, my success rate can increase by at least 30%. Haha, good, Yao Lao stroked his beard and laughed. The peak of mortal realm soul is already a realm that countless alchemists dream of. With this as a foundation, the realm of a 7th rank alchemist is no longer an insurmountable chasm for you. When your Dou Qi cultivation advances further, you can try to break through. The pill lightning of 7th rank medicinal pills can be left to me to handle. Xiao Qing nodded heavily. With his current peak of mortal realm soul power, heavenly flame, his own law of fire, and his peak-level fire control technique, he believed that even ordinary 6th rank medicinal pills would not be difficult to refine. He currently did not have enough cultivation for 7th rank medicinal pills. He would need Dou Wang cultivation to refine them. He knew that 7th rank pill lightning could be perfectly absorbed by the heavenly demon puppet, thereby turning the power of the pill lightning into nourishment for the puppet's evolution. His heart was filled with anticipation for the future. And the huge improvement in soul power laid a more solid foundation for his subsequent cultivate and plans. It was time to consider solidifying new talents and continuing to improve his own strength. His path to becoming a powerhouse had taken another solid step. Next, after exploring the cave containing the pure lotus demon flame fragment map, he could head to the Taiga Desert. Chapter 32, Devour, the herb-gathering girl Guziana, Xiao Yan. In the outer regions of the magical Beast Mountain range, the crowns of the ancient trees no longer blocked out the sky like they did in the inner regions. Sunlight was able to fall in patches, casting bright spots of light on the clearings in the forest. The air also lacked the lingering bloody and violent aura of the inner regions, and had a bit more of the freshness of grass and trees. Xiao Qing walked slowly, his posture upright. Only 11 years old, his height was already approaching 1.75 meters, and the thin frame that originally belonged to a youth was gradually being replaced by smooth lines containing power. He tilted his head slightly, squinting as he felt the long-lost sunlight that was not too obstructed, a ripple rising in his heart. This deep dive into the inner regions, slaying the Snake Emperor, solidifying talents and the soul breakthrough, the harvest far exceeded expectations. What amazed him was that the Devour, talent of the heaven-swallowing python, was actually spiritual grade initial stage. More importantly, he had a clearer outline of his future path. Grrrr. A low beast roar accompanied by a fishy wind attacked from the side and rear. A long-lurking second-rank striped fierce tiger suddenly pounced out, its sharp claws aiming straight for Xiao Qing's heart. This demonic beast, which was enough to dominate one side in the outer regions, had chosen what it thought was an excellent opportunity. However, Xiao Qing did not even glance at it with the corner of his eye. The moment the striped fierce tiger leaped into the air, a cluster of forest-white flames shot up without warning from beneath its tough fur. The flames grew upon meeting the wind, and in an instant they turned into a ball of cold raging fire, devouring the entire tiger. There was no screaming, no struggle. The massive body in the inertia of its run turned into a handful of greyish-white ashes, quietly blown away by the wind passing through the forest, leaving no trace. Xiao Qing's pace did not change in the slightest. Under the shroud of his peak of mortal realm soul power, the lurking of this second-rank demonic beast was as conspicuous as a candle flame in the dark night. In the past few days, walking out of the perilous inner regions, he had experienced too many similar, welcome ceremonies. There was no lack of third-rank and fourth-rank demonic beasts, and in the end, they all became nourishment for him to verify his strength or feed his newly acquired talents. With a slight movement of his thoughts, he felt the newly solidified spiritual grade initial stage, Devour, talent within his body. Although he had not yet actively activated or boosted it, its very existence was as if a miniature black hole had been opened next to his Danshan energy vortex, obscurely absorbing the surrounding free heaven and earth energy. Although slow, it was continuous. This was just the most basic passive state. The power of its active manifestation was something to look forward to. The only regret was that Flood Dragon Python physique and the other two, highly poisonous and super strength, dissipated when he made his choice. After all, the opportunities to fix talents were limited. Highly poisonous, as the name implies, is a talent that is extremely strong in the use of poison. And super strength should be equivalent to possessing the strength of a demonic beast, similar to innate divine strength. If it kept evolving and he cultivated it to its absolute peak, would it reach the level of physical body becoming emperor? However, comparing these talents, Flood Dragon Python physique also seemed quite good. If it evolved and sublimated to the end, wouldn't it transform into the true dragon physique? But Xiao Qing dared not gamble. After all, there were only so many talents that could be fixed, and he might encounter better ones in the future. When I break through to Du Wang, or my soul steps into the spirit realm, I can try to upgrade the grade of Devour, and the commotion caused at that time can also be covered up by the opportunity of the breakthrough. Xiao Qing pondered to himself. The realm of Du Wang was no longer out of reach for him. Chapter 19. Just as his thoughts wandered, and he was about to completely step out of the mountain range's boundaries, his brow suddenly furrowed. At the edge of his powerful soul perception, he caught an extremely faint aura that was completely out of place with the surrounding environment. A little human girl, about 7 or 8 years old, carrying a small herb basket on her back. In this edge of the magical beast mountain range, where even a Dou master wouldn't dare let their guard down, the appearance of a little girl with no cultivation, dressed in rags, her original white coarse cloth dress so stained with mud and grime that its original color was barely visible, was truly bizarre. Immediately after, his soul perception saw more clearly. A thin, small rank 1 demonic beast with a cunning gaze was using the shadows of the bushes to silently approach the little girl, a cruel light flickering in its tiny eyes, as if it were toying with its prey. In the distance, a 7 or 8-year-old girl was squatting on the ground with full concentration, carefully digging up a pale red herb with a small herb hoe. Her small face was smeared with mud, but she had a pair of very spirited large eyes. At this moment, those eyes overflowed with the joy of discovering a treasure. "It's blood-benefiting grass." She cheered softly and carefully, her voice carrying the crispness unique to children. She recognized this herb in the soil. The senior martial uncle physician in town had said that applied externally, it could stop bleeding, and taken internally, it could nourish Kai and blood. Although the blood-benefiting grass before her was young, it could still be exchanged for a few copper coins. She very carefully dug the herb out by the roots, for fear of damaging it in the slightest, and then gingerly placed it into the small herb basket on her back, which only contained a few other herbs. After finishing all this, she stood up and habitually patted her mud-stained, worn-out skirt. Just as she was about to look for the next herb and turned around, those spirited large eyes met a pair of emerald green eyes filled with greed and hunger just inches away. A rank 1 demonic beast, a bloodthirsty rat. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audio. The little girl was startled into a scream by the demonic beast, the color quickly draining from her small face until it became exceptionally pale. Tears immediately welled up, spinning desperately in her eyes, and her thin little body trembled violently out of control, even her teeth chattering. Demonic beast. She backed away in despair but was tripped by a rock and fell to the ground, completely unaware as several herbs spilled out of her basket. The bloodthirsty rat seemed to enjoy its prey's fear, letting out a low squeak as its hind legs crouched slightly, about to pounce and enjoy this delicious meal. In this moment of crisis, an invisible and intangible but matchlessly sharp aura, like the finest needle, flashed through space in an instant. The shadow rat, poised to pounce, suddenly stiffened. The fierce light in its eyes instantly dissipated, and it slumped down softly, devoid of life. The little girl was still in shock, her eyes blurry with tears, when she saw a figure standing not far away, appearing out of nowhere. It was a big brother wearing blue robes, with a tall, straight posture and a face more handsome and good-looking than she had ever seen. His eyes were as calm as a deep pool in autumn, quietly watching her. "What is your name?" Xiao Qing's gaze fell on her small herb basket where several herbs had spilled out. His voice was calm, revealing little emotion. "How did you end up coming to the magical beast mountain range alone to pick herbs? It is very dangerous here." My name is Guzayana." The little girl, Zayana, answered timidly, but mother always likes to call me Xiao Yan. For some reason, looking at this big brother, the fear in her heart inexplicably dissipated a bit, replaced by a feeling of wanting to be close to him. She struggled to climb up from the ground, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. "Guzayana, Xiao Yan." a very faint trace of realization flashed deep within Xiao Qing's eyes. Could it be? This name overlapped with a woman of a special physique in his memories. Indeed, after all, this is a real world. Xiao Yixian's appearance differed somewhat from what was in his memories. Mother is sick, very sick. Mentioning her mother, little Xiana's large eyes instantly filled with tears, her voice choked with sobs. The town physician said it takes a lot of money to cure her. I don't have money, so I can only come to pick herbs, hoping to exchange them for some money. Her voice grew smaller and smaller as she spoke, and her little head lowered. But soon she looked up again, as if she had made some kind of decision. She took off the small herb basket on her back again and held it out to Xiao Qing with both hands. Though her arms were trembling slightly, her gaze was exceptionally firm as she said, "Big brother, thank you for saving me. I only have these herbs, I'll give them all to you, to repay you for saving my life." In her simple world, this small basket of herbs was the most precious thing she could offer. It might be worth several silver coins, a huge fortune. Xiao Qing looked at her small hands, knuckles white from the effort, those bright eyes struggling to hold back tears while trying to express gratitude, and that stubbornly straight little body. A soft spot in his heart was gently touched. This sensibly heart-wrenching appearance made him see another figure in a trance. "These herbs are the hope for treating your mother's illness. Keep them for yourself." His expression began to soften. He reached out, not to take the basket, but to gently push her hands back, his voice warm but carrying an unquestionable power. "Come, tell me where your home is, and I will send you back." But little Xiana still wanted to insist, feeling that such a great debt of gratitude must be repaid. "Let's go," Xiao Qing said no more, turning to walk towards the exit of the mountains. "Oh's okay." Little Xiana was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Qing had already walked a dozen meters away, she hurriedly and clumsily gathered the scattered herbs back into the basket and put it on. Then she moved her short legs, rushing to catch up, carefully following just behind and to his side. From time to time, she would secretly lift her small face to steal a quick glance at Xiao Qing's well-defined profile, then quickly lower her head like a startled fawn, her small hands tightly clutching the straps of the herb basket, her heart thumping. "Do you recognize these herbs?" Xiao Qing asked casually, looking ahead, trying to dispel her tension and unease. I recognize some." "Did no one teach you? You learned by yourself?" Xiao Qing continued to ask, slowing his pace. "Yes." Mentioning this, little Xiana seemed to regain a bit of confidence, nodding her little head vigorously, her voice becoming clearer. "I watched the senior martial uncle physician in town drying herbs and secretly memorized them. Then I went to the fields outside town to find them. I got them wrong, and had diarrhea a few times, but slowly I learned to recognize them." The afterglow of the setting sun stretched their shadows long, casting them onto the mountain path covered in fallen leaves. The tall youth and the thin little girl, one in front and one behind, one asking and one answering, walked slowly along the winding path. The wind in the forest became gentle, fluttering their sleeves. Within Xiao Qing's calm and steady voice, little Xiana's initial fear and restraint gradually thawed away. An indescribable sense of security and reliance quietly sprouted in her small heart. And Xiao Qing, listening to the girl beside him, recount the hardships of identifying herbs in her naive voice. Feeling her resilience and filial piety that were inconsistent with her age, he had already decided that he would not easily let go of this fated encounter. Her fate, perhaps, should not be so lonely and bitter. Chapter 33, Calamity Poison Body, Pure Lotus Demon Flame Fragment Map obtained, 3K. Outside Qingshan Town. The dirt road shimmered gold and red under the setting sun. Xiao Qing followed behind Xiao Yixian. The little girl's pace quickened as they approached familiar surroundings, yet she still looked back from time to time to ensure that the silent and powerful big brother hadn't gotten lost. The closer they got to the town, the more pedestrians there were. Most were mercenaries with fierce auras who lived by the blade. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, dust, and coarse, laughing curses. In a roadside tea shed, a loud, bald, burly man was slapping the table, boasting to his companions about how he had once killed a rank 2 demonic beast with his bare hands. However, when his gaze accidentally swept over the slowly approaching Xiao Qing, the red flush on his face instantly drained away, turning deathly pale as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It's that malevolent star. Quick, let's go. It was as if his throat had been seized. His voice stopped abruptly. He lunged up from his stool, not caring about his bewildered companions, and scrambled into a narrow alley nearby, fleeing in panic. He clearly recognized Xiao Qing, perhaps having been close with those mercenaries who were turned to ash by the forest-white flames back then. This abrupt action immediately drew the attention of the surrounding mercenaries. As gaze after gaze focused on Xiao Qing, suppressed gasps and whispers spread like ripples. It's him, the mysterious youth who made Scar Tiger's gang vanish into thin air with a flick of his finger outside town a few months ago. How old does he look to have such methods? Shut up, do you want to die? Didn't you see Vulture was scared out of his wits? Some mercenaries who knew the inside story were filled with awe and fear. They instinctively backed away, clearing a wide path, not daring to meet those calm, rippleless eyes. But some mercenaries who had suffered under Scar Tiger's bullying showed satisfaction in their eyes. Well killed, that bastard Scar Tiger deserved to die. This young master has truly vented some frustration for us. Xiao Qing turned a deaf ear to the surrounding discussions, as if walking through an uninhabited land. All the clamor that fell upon him failed to stir even half a ripple. Everyone's attention was completely drawn to him, such that the insignificant Xiao Yan in front of him, carrying her small herb basket like a speck of dust, was completely ignored. Entering Qingshan town, the narrow streets were lined with low, cluttered houses. Xiao Yan familiarly led Xiao Qing through a maze of small alleys, finally stopping before a dilapidated courtyard that seemed almost forgotten by wind, rain, and time. The lopsided wooden door and mottled earthen walls all spoke of the owner's destitution. Mother Xina is back. Xiao Yan pushed open the creaking wooden door and put down the light herb basket from her back. Her voice carried the joy of returning home, yet hid an undetectable trace of anxiety. Inside the courtyard, a woman with a face of a bizarre blackish-blue color and thin as a skeleton leaned against a worn-out lounge chair, her gaze vacant and her breath faint. Seeing the strange youth behind her daughter, her vacant eyes barely managed to gather a hint of vigilance as she asked weakly with all her strength, "Xiana, who is this young man?" Kid Xiao looked closely. This woman does not have the calamity poison body, but what is entrenched in her body is the unique origin poison of the calamity poison body. Furthermore, the toxicity has already penetrated into her bone marrow, almost becoming entangled with her life origin. Yao Lao's startled and uncertain voice exploded in Xiao Qing's mind, carrying unprecedented gravity. A mere mortal could never possibly survive until now after being struck by such a potent poison, unless... Yao Lao's voice paused as if sorting through ancient knowledge, finally saying in a deep tone, there are only two possibilities. First, a mysterious existence forcefully intervened and quietly implanted a trace of the calamity poison body's origin poison into her body. Second, and the more likely one, she once birthed an innate calamity poison body. Mother and fetus share the same bloodline. During the gestation process, she was eroded by the origin poison unconsciously emitted by that unborn child. Thus, the toxicity is so deep-rooted and intertwined with her life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's gaze instantly became sharp, as his soul power carefully swept over the woman Gu Ting's body. As expected, that toxicity did not simply exist in the blood or organs, but was like a maggot in the bone, strangely reaching a cruel balance with her faint vitality. This was by no means a common poisoning phenomenon. That she could live until now was entirely due to an astonishing will supporting her, but she had already reached the edge of collapse. Calamity poison body. Xiao Qing let out a puzzled sound. After a while, Yao Lao's voice rose slowly again. On the Fighting Qi Continent, there is a type of physique that is different from ordinary people and extremely special. It has two widely known titles, Natural Poison Body and Calamity Poison Body. The most famous among them is the Calamity Poison Body, and the origin of this title is precisely because its appearance almost always brings disaster and calamity. The so-called Calamity Poison Body does not rely on normal cultivation to enhance strength, but rather, by consuming poison. A person with this bizarre physique, if they accidentally consume poison, will not only not die from the poison, but their strength will increase rapidly, just like an ordinary person practicing hard. The speed of strength enhancement depends entirely on the toxicity and quantity of the poison consumed. However, what seems like a shortcut to becoming a powerhouse is actually a cursed path of calamity. As more and more poison is consumed, the toxins in the body will continue to accumulate. One day, it will completely overwhelm their sanity, turning them into a monster who only knows slaughter and is covered in poison. In the end, they often die by exploding in endless pain and madness. The poisonous mist formed from their body is enough to turn a radius of 1,000 miles into a dead land devoid of life. Precisely because of this, every time the calamity poison body appears, it is like a natural disaster descending. Everyone pales at the mention of it, fearing it like a tiger. Once discovered, they are almost always besieged by various forces, strangling the threat before it can fully grow. Yao Lao's voice carried a trace of imperceptible sighing. This physique is a gift, but even more so the most vicious curse. It grants one power, yet strips away the qualifications to be a human, ultimately leading to destruction. To think. This old mister could actually see an innate calamity poison body with my own eyes in this place, and such a young child at that. Gestation, innate calamity poison body, in other words. Xiao Qing responded in his heart, statting his deduction, his gaze involuntarily falling upon the ignorant and clear-eyed Xiao Yan beside him. The answer seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. The calamity poison body, it has actually appeared in the world again. Yao Lao's voice carried a trace of complex emotion, seemingly stirring up some distant memories. Just as the master and disciple were communicating secretly. Xiao Yan, facing her mother's inquiry, nervously twisted the tattered corner of her clothes with her small hands, her eyes darting away, her voice as faint as a mosquito. Mother Xiana accidentally encountered a demonic beast while picking herbs earlier. It was this big brother who saved Xiana. You silly child, didn't mother tell you not to go to such dangerous places again? Gu Ting, upon hearing this, felt her withered face flooded with urgency and fear. She struggled to get up, but it triggered a heart-wrenching cough, and her dark, bruised complexion added a few more shades of death kai. Mother, don't move, Xiana is fine, really fine. Xiao Yan hurriedly stepped forward, supporting her mother with her thin, small body. Gu Ting's breathing calmed slightly. When she looked at Xiao Qing again, the vigilance in her eyes was replaced by an undissolvable, thick gratitude. She managed to pull out a weak smile, her breath as thin as a thread. Many thanks to you, young brother, for saving my life. Gu Ting has no way to repay you. Madam, there is no need for such formalities. It was merely a chance encounter. Xiao Qing's voice remained calm, but looking at this pair of suffering mother and daughter relying on each other, especially when associating it with the cruel truth, he had already made a decision in his heart. 3 days later, Xiao Qing retrieved the pure lotus demon flame fragment map, hidden within that immortal cave in the magical Beast Mountain range. Soon after, his figure quietly left Qingshan town, embarking on the long sandy journey toward the Taga Desert. During these 3 days, relying on his profound knowledge of alchemy, soul perception, and former friends, Yao Lao ultimately confirmed that Xiao Yan was indeed that 1 in 10,000, destined to be rocky, innate calamity poison body. Yao Lao could not help but sigh once again at the wonder of fate. This physique, filled with misfortune and curses, had actually quietly appeared here. And her mother, Gu Ting, was the pitiful host who had been eroded by toxins because of gestating her. Yao Lao looked at the ignorant little girl and let out a long sigh, filled with both astonishment at this peerless physique reappearing in the world and deep pity for her future fate. During these 3 days, Xiao Qing took action. Using pure kai combined with the advanced detoxification medicinal pill, he carried to disperse the origin poison of the calamity poison body that had accumulated within Gu Ting's body. And with the life-containing, foundation-stabilizing medicinal pill, he replenished the origin kai of life that had been depleted by the toxins over the years. This origin poison was collected by him into a jade bottle, to be used as cultivation resources for Xiao Yan when she begins to cultivate in the future. He believed that when the time comes, this origin poison, which originated from her, would play a crucial role for her. Although Gu Ting had not yet fully recovered her health, her life was at least out of danger, and her complexion had returned to the ruddy color of a normal person. She only needed to recuperate well in the future. Xiao Yan saw that the strange illness that had tormented her mother for countless days and nights had finally receded. When her mother's face reappeared with the long-lost living ruddy color and her breathing became steady and strong, she threw herself into her mother's arms. The fear, grievances, and current ecstasy that had been suppressed for so long turned into dam-breaking tears, gushing out. She hugged her mother's neck tightly, her small body trembling uncontrollably from excitement. Gu Ting gently stroked her daughter's hair, feeling the long-lost lightness in her body. Her gaze toward Xiao Qing was filled with gratitude and awe, almost as if looking at a god. And Xiao Yan was also filled with gratitude and reliance toward Xiao Qing. For Xiao Qing, the medicinal pill consumed to treat Gu Ting was but a drop in the ocean. But it could save a life and sever the continuation of a tragedy. This act was both an expression of compassion for this suffering mother and daughter, and it could also be considered an early investment in a future powerhouse with the calamity-poisoned body who had infinite potential. He knew very well that if guided correctly, Xiao Yan, who carried the calamity-poisoned body, would surely shock the continent with her future achievements. At the very least, it would be the Dou Qi level. And with his intervention and cultivation, the time for her to reach that height would definitely be much earlier than the original trajectory of fate. And he might be able to change those unnecessary sufferings in her original fate. This trip was not in vain. Chapter 34, Another Fragment Map. Ice, Emperor Hai Bodong. The wind of Mo City carried fine sand, scraping across the stone-paved streets and whipping up the dust on the street. Xiao Qing passed through the streets, which were filled with rising dust and had a unique style different from Qingshan Town, his gaze locking onto an inconspicuous map shop. This shop formed a sharp contrast with the liveliness of the surrounding shops. He pushed open the wooden door of a map shop, and the door hinge gave a creak of an old, soft sound. Unlike the style of other shops receiving customers, this shop's frontage was relatively simple and quaint, even a bit old, as if time had stopped at this moment. The light inside the shop was relatively dark compared to the outside. The air was also filled with the mixed scent of ink, parchment, and wood. Xiao Qing's gaze swept casually around. On the shelves against the wall, rolled-up maps were neatly arranged. Some were tied with rope, others were wrapped directly in plain cloth. Yet there was not a single customer coming to purchase. Only the candlelight in the corner was burning quietly, stretching the shadows long and casting them onto the wooden floor filled with a sense of decay. Xiao Qing walked slowly toward the shop counter, his gaze finally falling on the old man behind the counter, who was bowing his head to draw. The old man had a head full of white hair, simply tied behind his head with a plain wooden hairpin, and he wore a thin grey cloth robe. Although he looked advanced in age, his aged palm holding the pen was very steady. The tip of the pen moved slowly on the yellowing parchment, outlining stroke by stroke, without appearing to tremble in the slightest due to his old age, as if every stroke was carved with decades of skill. Xiao Qing's line of sight moved away from the old man and landed on the shelf on the right. He just took a casual glance and saw it on the most conspicuous wooden shelf in the middle. There hung a fragment map that was out of place with the surrounding maps. It was only the size of a palm, and the edges of the map were jagged, as if it had been forcefully torn by a sharp weapon. The paper emitted a mysterious and ancient luster, and vague dark patterns could be seen on the surface, as if they were mysterious marks precipitated by time. His soul power quietly spread out, his mortal realm peak perception instantly capturing the aura permeating the fragment map. It was a feeling full of ancient years, mixed with a trace of mysterious fluctuation. This is another pure lotus demon flame fragment map. Yao Lao's voice, filled with surprise and emotion, rang out in his heart. To think you encountered another piece. This pure lotus demon flame fragment map, countless experts search for a lifetime and can hardly see a trace of it, yet you have encountered 2 pieces in a short time. It seems your affinity with this strange fire ranking list, third-ranked strange fire, is not shallow. Even with Yao Lao's vast experience, he felt somewhat incredulous at Xiao Qing's heaven-defying luck. Be careful, that old guy at the counter is not simple. Yao Lao subsequently spoke to remind Xiao Qing, saying, There is a very strong seal power within his body, suppressing his true cultivation to the Du Ling level. However, looking at his soul's strength and restrained aura, before his cultivation was sealed, he was at least a Du Huang expert. Although he is now sealed, his combat experience and vision are still there, so he cannot be underestimated. Of course, with your current strength, you are enough to easily deal with him. Understood, teacher. Xiao Qing did not make a sound. He was not surprised by this, only responding in his heart via soul transmission. He had long known the specific origin of this fragment map, and even more clearly, the true identity of the old man behind the counter. One of the former top 10 experts of the Jiama Empire, Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. It was precisely because of this fragment map that he formed a feud with the Snake People tribe's Queen Medusa, having his cultivation sealed by Queen Medusa, and now he could only exert the strength of a Du Ling. Regarding how to deal with the next steps, Xiao Qing already had a specific plan in his heart. He raised his hand to take down that half-fragment map. When his fingers touched the paper, he could feel a trace of coolness. Subsequently, he used his middle and index fingers to hold the fragment map, shaking it in front of him, his voice flat yet clearly echoing in the shop, saying, "Old mister, may I buy this map?" The old man's hand holding the pen did not stop. He was still focused on drawing on the parchment, not even lifting his head, only faintly spitting out a sentence, saying, "That map is not for sale." Although his voice was hoarse and slightly aged, it carried a sense of power. Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a bit more playfulness. When he said half-fragment map, he deliberately emphasized the tone, the meaning obvious, saying, "Since this half-fragment map is not for sale, why is it placed in this conspicuous place? Could it be?" Bang! As soon as the words fell, the wooden door of the shop suddenly moved without wind, closing heavily, completely isolating the light from the outside. In an instant, the shop fell into darkness. Only the surrounding candlelight was swaying, driven by the airflow, and the shadows were dancing on the walls, filled with a sense of killing intent. A cold chill rose as Xiao Qing's voice fell. At the same time, a powerful aura pressure surged from behind the counter, firmly locking onto Xiao Qing. The old man behind the counter finally stopped his pen, and only then did he lift his head full of white hair. On that aged face, from the left cheekbone extending to the corner of the eye, there was a dark brown scar horizontally across it, and faint gullies could still be seen on the edge of the scar, obviously a mark left by a fierce battle back then. Although his eyes, which were usually as peaceful as still water, awakened at this moment as his gaze turned cold. "Kid, you recognize this fragment map." The old man's voice no longer had the previous indifference, but was filled with cold, killing intent. His eyes were even more filled with coldness, staring fixedly at Xiao Qing, and the temperature of the air around him dropped by several degrees under this gaze. "Today, if you cannot say everything you know, I am afraid you will not be able to walk out of this door." Xiao Qing looked at his gaze, his expression without a shred of panic. Instead, he directly laid his cards on the table with Hai Bodong, his tone relatively indifferent, saying, "Naturally, I recognize it." Boom! This sentence was like a thunderclap, resounding within this small map shop. The desk in front of the old man instantly emitted a bone-chilling cold. Ice blue Kai instantly erupted from his body, as if a world of ice and snow had suddenly descended. The ink bottle on the desk instantly froze, the parchment was covered by ice, and the next second, the entire desk in front of Hai Bodong instantly turned into countless ice shards, scattering on the ground. The surrounding temperature dropped to freezing point. The water vapor in the air condensed into tiny ice particles, falling onto Xiao Qing's clothes. Although his cultivation was sealed, the soul pressure and aura of a Du Huang expert still existed. The temperature in the shop seemed to suddenly drop a few degrees, and the air stagnated. However, facing this aura pressure that was enough to make ordinary Du Ling, and even low-star Du Wangs terrified, Xiao Qing's complexion did not change in the slightest. Seeing this, he directly extended his hand, without even pausing, and a wisp of golden red flame ignited at his fingertip. The cold chill in the shop gradually dissipated silently. He held that palm-sized fragment map in his hand and began to confront Hai Bodong. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a trace of a smile, and his gaze looked flatly at Hai Bodong's cold eyes. A battle over the pure Lotus Demon Flame fragment map, and at the same time, a defense of the dignity of a former Du Huang expert, began to unfold at this moment. Chapter 35, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, Mortal Realm Peak Suppresses Ice Emperor. Old Mister. Xiao Qing's voice was clear and flat, ringing out in the silent shop. Why get angry? I am indeed somewhat interested in this fragment map. How about we make a deal? Hai Bodong's pupils shrank slightly. He hadn't expected this seemingly young boy to not only ignore his soul power pressure, but also effortlessly shatter his ice attribute Kai. What shocked him even more was that the other party had directly pointed out a transaction. Clearly, he had seen through the secrets contained within this remnant map and had come prepared. The atmosphere inside the shop instantly became subtle and tense. Not only do I recognize this remnant map, but I also know where the seal on your body comes from. Xiao Qing's calm voice echoed in the quiet shop at that moment. Hand over this half of the remnant map, as well as the other half. He paused, his tone filled with absolute confidence, tossing out a condition the other party could not refuse. In exchange, I can help you break the seal and allow you to return to the Emperor realm. Bang! An icy blue Kai, filled with coldness, completely awakened at this moment, erupting from his aged body. The temperature inside the shop instantly dropped, and everything in the store began to condense a thin layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bone-chilling cold permeated every corner of the room, even the air seemed to be freezing. Hai Bodong's originally slightly hunched body straightened up at this moment. His body was surrounded by cold, ice attribute Kai. Those aged eyes were filled with shock and a trace of fury, his scales having been touched. Who exactly are you? Hai Bodong's gaze turned cold, and the cold, ice attribute blue Kai rapidly condensed in his palm. That is not important. What is important is whether old Mister is interested in this transaction, Xiao Qing said with a playful glint in his eyes and a light chuckle. Kid, to dare propose a transaction with me, I don't even know if you have the qualifications. Ice shards condensed at Hai Bodong's fingertips, his voice cold and bone-chilling. He knew all too well the difficulty of undoing this snake seal curse. This required at least a 6th rank alchemist, and even a high-level alchemist possessing an exotic fire to refine it. Even a figure like a 6th rank alchemist was as rare as a phoenix in the Jiamar Empire. Let alone a 6th rank alchemist who possessed an exotic fire. However, the Xiao Qing before him was too young, and the greenness carried in his aura did not seem like a disguise. He didn't look like those old monsters relying on secret techniques to maintain their youth. I fear he is toying with me, Hai Bodong. The thought had just faded when Hai Bodong's ice blue Kai began to spread along the floor under his feet. The temperature of the entire room instantly dropped to freezing point. He let out a cold shout. He still needed to test its authenticity. Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring. In an instant, the dense ice attribute Kai rose, forming an ice dragon several meters long in midair. The dragon's scales were covered with dense ice thorns, and its pupils flashed with blue light. As soon as the ice dragon took shape, the edges of the tables and chairs were quickly covered with a layer of thick ice. However, Xiao Qing only raised his eyes upon seeing this, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not to mention the law of fire, innate to his talent, its high status had an overwhelming suppression on the ice attribute. Let alone his subflame derived from Yao Lao's bone-chilling flame. Although it was only a subflame, it possessed the natural attribute of mutual generation and restraint of ice and fire, posing a natural suppression to Hai Bodong's ice attribute Kai. Daring to play with ice in front of him, wasn't this like an old man hanging himself, seeking death? He didn't even move a step, merely a thought in his heart. The next second, a formless soul power began to surge out, like materialized energy, crashing straight into the ice dragon. Hai Bodong's aged pupils shrank. He could clearly feel that this soul power was not only powerful, but also carried a trace of ethereal flame aura. Upon touching the ice dragon, it caused him to feel a loss of control over his Dou technique. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The ice dragon's horns shattered first, followed by its body. The originally hard ice crystal dragon body, under the dual suppression of soul power and flame aura, was like fragile glass, gradually crumbling and shattering, finally turning into ice shards across the sky. When it hit the ground, not even a trace of cold remained. It was directly vaporized. This scene caused Hai Bodong's expression to change instantly, his pupils contracting sharply. Although his cultivation was sealed to the dueling stage, relying on his former foundation as an Emperor Realm expert and his profound understanding of Du techniques, even a 1 or 2-star Du Wang expert would absolutely not dare to receive this mystic ice dragon soaring so lightly. Yet this young boy before him hadn't even moved his hand and could disintegrate it with just his soul power. However, before he could think further, an even more terrifying pressure descended. After crushing the ice dragon, that formless soul power did not dissipate. Instead, like an invisible mountain, it pressed down heavily on Hai Bodong himself. Ugh! Hai Bodong let out a muffled groan. The intense stinging pain from his soul made his head feel like it was splitting, as if countless fine needles were fiercely stabbing into his soul. At the same time, he felt difficulty breathing. His neck felt as if it were being tightly gripped by a pair of invisible, cold, large hands. A strong sense of suffocation and the fear of impending death instantly flooded his heart. It made this Ice Emperor, who had once shaken the Jiamar Empire, experience the despair of hovering on the edge of death. This is soul power. Such terrifying soul power. Hai Bodong's heart was filled with shock. Fortunately, this despairing feeling of death lasted only for an instant, as if it were just a small warning. The pressure from his soul dissipated. Hai Bodong stumbled half a step, steadying himself only by leaning against the cold wall. His face was pale as paper, and fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His eyes were full of terror. When he looked at Xiao Qing again, the contempt and anger in his eyes had long been replaced by shock and disbelief. Holding his head, which was still aching, his voice trembling slightly, he asked tentatively, with a touch of awe, "Such terrifying soul power. Are you a high-level alchemist?" "I didn't expect that I, Hai Bodong, would have a day where I misjudged someone." Hai Bodong's heart was filled with horror at this moment. Xiao Qing slowly retracted his emitted soul power. A wisp of forest-white flame appeared at his fingertips. He looked at the pale-faced Hai Bodong, his voice calm, saying, "Old mister, do you feel now that I have the qualifications to discuss a transaction?" Hai Bodong stared at that wisp of forest-white flame, his eyes widening slightly. He could clearly feel the terrifying temperature contained within that flame. It was the nemesis of his ice attribute Kai. After a moment of silence, he finally restrained all hostility, cupped his hands, and followed his heart, saying, "Your Excellency is not only a high-level alchemist but also possesses an exotic fire." It was Hai Bodong who was blind just now. "I wonder what conditions Your Excellency requires to be willing to help me lift the seal." Xiao Qing extinguished the flame at his fingertips, picked up the half of the remnant map, raised the corner of his mouth, and smiled. "The condition is very simple. I want this, and the other half of the remnant map you have hidden." "Sigh, this remnant map." Hearing this, Hai Bodong let out a long sigh, his expression complex and unreadable. Finally, his gaze fell on that half of the remnant map, instantly evoking countless painful memories from the past. Chapter 36. Hai Bodong, I call this following my heart, 6th rank Po Pill Pill formula. Hai Bodong was silent for a moment, but finally spoke about everything that happened behind the scenes to obtain this remnant map, his voice carrying a trace of unwillingness. "Back then, deep in the Taga Desert, I racked my brains I even paid an unimaginable price to obtain it. Ending up in this state today is inseparable from it." He paused for a moment, seemingly calming his emotions, and continued. "After obtaining it, relying on my many years of map-making experience, I could feel its mystery, so I perfectly divided it into 2 parts. One part is this half of the remnant map in your hand, and the other part was hidden by me in a place that only I know of, somewhere absolutely hidden." "Medusa Queen, is it?" Xiao Qing recited silently in his heart, not surprised by this name. He had long known that the reason Hai Bodong was trapped in this remote Mo city, with his cultivation unable to advance an inch, was all thanks to that notorious Snake People tribe queen. As for the stunningly beautiful yet ruthless Medusa Queen from the original story, he could be said to have heard of her for a long time. Hai Bodong shook his head helplessly, but then a pride from his bones surged onto his face. He straightened his back slightly and said in a deep voice, "Old man Hai Bodong, I presume you should have heard of my title from back then, Ice Emperor." Hearing this, Xiao Qing cupped his hands, a hint of a smile on his face. The name Ice Emperor is like thunder to the ears. This junior has naturally heard of it. It's just, who would have thought that the Ice Emperor who once shook the Jiama Empire would be living in seclusion in a corner of this small Mo city? The meaning in these words made Hai Bodong's expression stiffen, then turn into deep bitterness. He nodded, his sigh heavier. Yes, who would have thought? More than 10 years ago, I accidentally obtained this remnant map in the Taga Desert, but it also brought about the pursuit of the Snake People Queen, Medusa Queen. Her strength is among the top tier within the Emperor realm. That battle, I lost without any suspense. Hai Bodong's voice lowered. When mentioning that name, his eyes still retained a trace of horror and suppressed anger. Although I luckily escaped using a secret technique, I was struck by her snake seal curse. Not only did my body begin to age, but my lifelong cultivation was also firmly sealed at this dueling stage, unable to be released for more than 10 years. His fists clenched subconsciously, his knuckles turning white from the force. For so many years, I have hidden my name and identity, hiding in this dark shop, studying the secrets of this remnant map day and night, hoping to find clues to lift the seal from it. But it was ultimately just a fragment of a whole map. Even after spending over 10 years of effort, I haven't been able to comprehend even a shred of it, only knowing that it is related to a mysterious treasure trove. To tell you the truth, Xiao Qing looked at Hai Bodong, revealing a key piece of information about the remnant map, but still holding something back. The treasure trove that this remnant map points to is an exotic fire. He didn't explicitly say that this exotic fire was the Purification Lotus Demon Flame. After all, this was the third-ranked exotic fire on the exotic fire ranking. Exotic fire. Hai Bodong muttered, his heart suddenly filled with bitterness. It was for this remnant map, recording an exotic fire, that he paid the painful price of having his cultivation sealed and being trapped here for over a decade. If it weren't for this damn seal, with his talent in these dozen years, he would have likely stepped into the ranks of top Emperor realm experts, right? All kinds of unwillingness and the helplessness of reality finally turned into a heavy sigh. He seemed to have all his energy drained in an instant, his waist bending slightly, his voice carrying a resigned exhaustion. Forget it, forget it. If your excellency can truly take action and help me break this seal, I, Hai Bodong, am willing to hand over the remnant map in my hand. Old mister, do you have any specific insights regarding the seal on your body? Xiao Qing then slowly spoke, starting to lay the topic to the core. He had a rough understanding of Hai Bodong's seal. Medusa Queen's snake seal curse was a secret technique combining soul power and Kai. As long as one's soul realm far exceeded that of Medusa Queen at the time she cast the seal, breaking it was not very difficult. As a member of the Snake People tribe, Medusa was destined not to have very high soul power. And with his current peak mortal realm soul power, relying solely on soul power, provided he wasn't engaged in close combat, it was enough to engage in long-range combat with high-level Emperor realm experts, and even against a Du Zong, he could deal with it for a while. He had 10% certainty in breaking the seal. But he wasn't in a hurry to show the information gap he currently possessed. He still wanted to extract more valuable bargaining chips from this former Ice Emperor. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Hai Bodong's eyes, and he hurriedly said, "These years I haven't just stayed here. I have also collected a pill formula that has miraculous effects in breaking such seals, and I have basically gathered the necessary medicinal ingredients." He looked at Xiao Qing with anticipation and continued, "It's just, this pill formula is for a 6th rank medicinal pill, and it must be refined by an alchemist who possesses an exotic fire." After finishing, he stared intently at Xiao Qing, waiting for the other party's response. However, Xiao Qing slowly shook his head, his tone calm. 6th rank medicinal pill. With my current alchemy, I am not yet able to refine it. Hearing this, Hai Bodong felt a rush of blood surge straight to his head. Veins bulged on his forehead instantly, and the previously suppressed anger and the humiliation of being toyed with surged into his heart once more. He clenched his fists tightly, and the ice attribute Kai within his body showed faint signs of erupting. If not for his fear of Xiao Qing's unfathomable soul power, he would have already made a move. A single mystic ice dragon soaring would have frozen this brat, who kept toying with him, into ice shards. However, just as the atmosphere grew tense, Xiao Qing's tone suddenly shifted. A faint smile curved the corner of his mouth as he continued. As for the Tier 6 medicinal pill, although I cannot refine it at the moment, my teacher can. This light-hearted sentence was like cold water poured onto a flame about to ignite. Hai Bodong's overflowing anger was instantly extinguished by these unexpected words. That aggrieved look of wanting to lash out but forcing himself to hold back appeared quite comical. Watching this scene, Xiao Qing chuckled. That feeling of wanting to beat someone up but being afraid of not being able to win, who could understand that? Only the current Ice Emperor could. Hai Bodong stared fixedly at Xiao Qing, his chest heaving violently, feeling as if he were about to vomit blood and die from anger. In the end, he swallowed it back down forcefully. There was no other way. He couldn't win in a fight, and the current situation forced him to submit. Moreover, behind the other party stood a high-tier alchemist teacher who could refine a Tier 6 medicinal pill and very likely possessed a heavenly flame. This allowed him to see a hope that was far more concrete and urgent than a piece of a map that was meaningless to him, breaking the seal and returning to his peak. On Hai Bodong's aged face, a rare trace of embarrassment appeared. He coughed dryly, and his voice lowered unconsciously. The medicinal ingredients required for this Po pill, I have spent much effort and managed to collect 3 sets, however, these 3 sets of ingredients are all missing the most crucial main ingredient, the sand mandala. He tried to squeeze out a helpless smile, but the muscles on his face, frozen for years, were stiff, and smiling only added to the terrifying impression. It is just missing one ingredient, no matter. Xiao Qing waved his hand lightly, his tone so relaxed it was as if he were speaking of a trivial matter. He continued to toss out words that made Hai Bodong's heart race. Hand over the pill formula and the existing medicinal ingredients to me, and I can remove the seal for you right now. Is this true? Hearing this, Hai Bodong's cloudy eyes instantly burst with light, his heart filled with wild joy. He had just thought that Xiao Qing possessed the sand mandala capable of refining the Po pill. The fire of hope burned fiercely once again. However, Xiao Qing just looked at him meaningfully, his tone carrying a touch of banter, and said, "If old Mister does not believe me, then I shall take my leave now." Having said that, he made a gesture as if to leave. Wait, Hai Bodong hurriedly spoke up to stop him, his body even subconsciously taking half a step forward. Let's talk this over. Xiao Qing was his only hope to break the situation. How could he let him leave just like that? He felt a wave of stifling frustration in his heart, discovering that he was completely controlled by this youth, with no power to resist. Think of him, the dignified Ice Emperor, when had he ever suffered such grievance? Sigh, fine. After struggling for a moment, Hai Bodong ultimately let out another heavy sigh, as if resigning himself to fate, and gritted his teeth. He extended his withered palm, a flash of light appeared, and a storage ring with an ancient style appeared in his palm. With reluctance and determination, he handed it to Xiao Qing. His voice was filled with helplessness as he said, "Inside this storage ring is the pill formula for the Tier 6 medicinal pill Po pill, as well as 3 sets of matching medicinal ingredients missing the sand mandala. I hope your excellency will keep your promise." Xiao Qing took the storage ring, his fingertips gently stroking its surface, and then a wisp of soul power probed inside. After a slight examination, a satisfied arc curved at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, another Tier 6 pill formula and 3 portions of precious medicinal ingredients acquired. He felt a slight joy in his heart. Perhaps because he had become an alchemist, collecting various high-tier pill formulas and rare medicinal ingredients had become one of his great hobbies and pleasures. All right, I have received the payment, so I will waste no more time. Xiao Qing put away the storage ring, his expression serious, and spoke directly. Let's start now. Find a quiet place to break the seal on your body. This. Hai Bodong was stunned by this sudden speed, subconsciously asking in confusion. Do we not need to refine the Po pill first? Looking at his bewildered expression, Xiao Qing couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing and asked in return, "Did I ever tell you that to break this snake seal curse on your body, one must use the Po pill?" Hai Bodong was instantly speechless. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to refute. Indeed, no one had ever explicitly stated that breaking a seal must rely on a medicinal pill. This was merely a fixed perception he had formed over the years based on ancient records. Now that Xiao Qing had pointed it out, he suddenly realized that he might have been stuck in a misunderstanding all along. As for the youth before him, his methods were likely far more unfathomable than he had imagined. Looking at Xiao Qing's calm and composed demeanor, in addition to his confusion, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Inside the basement, the air seemed to stagnate. Xiao Qing held his breath and focused his mind, a flash of bright light passing through his eyes. His soul power at the peak of the mortal realm was like the finest scalpel, transforming into countless invisible and intangible threads, quietly probing into Hai Bodong's body, pointing straight at the snake seal curse, coiled deep within his source of Kai. This seal was shaped like a small, dark purple snake, emitting a cold and eerie aura. It not only locked away Hai Bodong's Kai, but was also intertwined with parts of his soul mark. If one were to forcibly peel it away, it would likely cause irreversible damage very easily. However, in front of Xiao Qing's terrifying soul power, this seal that had once made Hai Bodong despair for years did not appear so impenetrable. He cautiously used his soul power to infiltrate and analyze, finding the weak points in its energy nodes and soul connection, and then, suddenly exerted force. A faint vibration, perceptible only on a soul level, rang out. The dark purple snake shadow seemed to let out a silent wail, and under the scouring of the peak mortal realm soul power, it turned into specks of purple light, finally dissipating completely into nothingness. Snake People Holy City, inside a deep palace. On the throne, a stunning beauty was lying sideways on the throne with a sense of laziness. Her figure was graceful with amazing curves, and her jet-black long hair hung down like a waterfall, making her skin appear as white as snow. Just resting here, a natural charm and majesty permeated the air, peerlessly elegant. Queen Medusa, who was resting with her eyes closed, felt her long, slender eyelashes tremble slightly at this moment, and the jade hand supporting her forehead moved slightly. She slowly opened those enchanting light purple eyes, first flashing with a trace of coldness, and then flashing with a trace of faint surprise. Someone forcibly broke this queen's snake seal curse. Her mind stirred slightly, and she immediately remembered that ice attribute human race Dou Qi, who had broken into the depths of the desert over 10 years ago, and on whom she had personally planted the seal. It is that old fellow called Hai Bodong. With a shift in thought, a faint, cold smile curved at the corners of Queen Medusa's red lips. A Dou Qi who had been sealed for over a decade, even if the seal was broken, would struggle to recover his former prowess. He was no longer enough to attract her attention. Currently, she had more important matters to solve. That was how to break through the bottleneck of the Dou Qi and step into that dreamlike Duzong realm. Perhaps, that ancient secret method passed down is the only chance to help this queen break through. With these thoughts, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes again, dispelling the slight sensation from just now, and sank her mind into planning for the future. Mo City underground secret chamber. At the very moment Queen Medusa sensed the seal being broken, boom. A terrifying aura that had been silent for over a decade, and suppressed to the extreme erupted instantly. The aura belonging to Dou Qi swept out violently from Hai Bodong's aged body. The cold blue Kai brilliance shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire secret chamber. Fortunately, this secret chamber was built with all of Hai Bodong's effort, and the walls were inscribed with dense runes, blocking this Dou Qi aura that was enough to shock the whole city, and locking it firmly inside. Ha 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 ha! The incomparably wild laughter was so loud that the secret chamber vibrated slightly. Hai Bodong's figure slowly rose into the air of the secret chamber, beneath a pair of Kai wings condensed from ice attribute Kai. He looked up, his face filled with indescribable excitement and exhilaration. He poured all the grievances, unwillingness, and despair of these years into this crazy laughter. How many years has it been? This damned seal, finally broken. A terrifying sense of power filled his entire body once again, and the Kai belonging to a Dou Qi expert circulated rapidly through his meridians. At this moment, he, the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, had truly returned. After laughing wildly for a long while, Hai Bodong, who was hovering in midair, suddenly stopped his laughter. Those eyes, which had become cold again due to the recovery of his strength, looked down at Xiao Qing, who had remained calm and motionless below. His cloudy old eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of extremely complex light flashed rapidly in the depths of his eyes, mixed with a hint of gratitude. However, more of it was a coldness of scrutiny and calculation that naturally sprouted after his strength recovered. Strength is the best catalyst for desire. Chapter 38, Clues to the Heavenly Flame. Heading to the depths of the Taga Desert. Feeling the sudden return of power, a dangerous thought suddenly popped up in a corner of his heart. Perhaps I could rely on my restored Dou Qi cultivation to take that remnant map. Below, Xiao Qing gently lifted his head, his expression still calm, feeling no ripples because of Hai Bodong's suddenly changed attitude. His gaze met Hai Bodong's eyes, which had become cold again. It was as if the Du Huang aura gradually returning to the other party was, to him, no different than when he was still a Du Ling. Subsequently, the corners of Xiao Qing's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a half-smiling expression. His eyes were full of playfulness, and in that joking tone, there was an endless coldness that pierced straight into Hai Bodong's heart as he said, "What, our Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, has he just recovered his strength and wants to ask this Xiao how to walk the path to the afterlife?" Once these words were spoken, it was like a flood extinguishing a great fire, instantly snuffing out the trace of greed that had just risen in Hai Bodong's heart. Chapter 23. He suddenly snapped back to his senses, instantly waking up. That's right, the youth before him was a mysterious existence who had broken the seal of Queen Medusa with effortless ease. That incomparably terrifying soul power, which made his very soul tremble, would not weaken in the slightest just because he had recovered his Du Huang cultivation. Even as a Du Huang himself now, he still could not see through Xiao Qing's cultivation. "Haha, little friend, you joke. You truly flatter this old man." Hai Bodong's expression changed instantly. His cold gaze quickly faded, replaced by an almost ingratiating smile. He hurriedly retracted his Du Qi wings, descended from midair, and lowered his posture significantly, saying jokingly, "This old man's cultivation was only restored thanks to you, little friend. I am too grateful to even express it. How could I dare to harbor any dissatisfaction toward you? Just now, I lost my composure due to the excitement of my cultivation being restored. I hope you will not take offense, little friend." "It had better be so." Xiao Qing narrowed his eyes, his smile remaining indifferent, but the invisible pressure of that soul power caused beads of sweat to form on Hai Bodong's forehead. Hai Bodong gave 2 dry laughs and hurriedly changed the subject, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. He thought for a moment and voiced his guess. "That, little friend, you came to this Taga desert, surely. It must be for the heavenly flame in the depths of the desert, right? After all, aside from the heavenly flame born between heaven and earth, what else could attract such a young alchemist here, to come to this harsh and perilous wilderness? It couldn't possibly be for that notoriously fierce Queen Medusa, could it?" Hai Bodong didn't know what he was thinking, and the words slipped out. Queen Medusa. Seemingly realizing what he had said, Hai Bodong couldn't help but shudder uncontrollably. Just mentioning the name seemed to cause a chill from the depths of his soul to instantly spread throughout his entire body. The ruddy color on his wrinkled old face gradually faded, replaced by a pallor of fear and humiliation. Over these years, his cultivation had been sealed, leading to stagnation, and he had lived like a rat in a gutter, hiding in this small Mo city. Remembering being dominated by the powerful and cold figure of Queen Medusa, the memories of these years flooded into his mind like a tide. For these past dozen years, he, Hai Bodong, had lived under the shadow of Queen Medusa. That was not just a defeat in battle, it was his pride being completely shattered, his dignity trampled deep into the mud. This was a pain and humiliation that he, the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, could never forget in his entire life. If he, Hai Bodong, were given another chance to choose, he would never set foot in this damned Taga desert again. Not even a single step. His heart was filled with regret, and he held endless dread for the land of the Taga desert. Xiao Qing looked at Hai Bodong with a calm gaze. His near-furious expression caused no ripples in Xiao Qing's heart, which remained perfectly clear. Hai Bodong's reaction precisely illustrated the strength and terror of Queen Medusa. However, this did not make him feel like retreating. On the contrary, it stirred a hint of anticipation and desire for a challenge within him. Queen Medusa, heavenly flame. He silently recited in his heart, his gaze seemingly piercing through all obstacles, cast toward the depths of the desert where Queen Medusa resided. To him, the source of Hai Bodong's fear was nothing more than this. His goal had never changed. Solidify his talent, find the heavenly flame, increase his strength, and step onto the peak of this fighting Qi continent. And that queen, who made even the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong turn pale at the mere mention of her name, might perhaps be one of the opponents he would face in the future. It was just unknown what kind of scene it would be when he truly met Queen Medusa. Xiao Qing's lips curled upward, his heart filled with anticipation. After a long while, Xiao Qing took the map with clues about the heavenly flame given by Hai Bodong and walked out of that quaint map shop. The hot wind belonging to the desert blew toward his face, ruffling the black hair on his forehead. He did not set off immediately. Instead, he cross-referenced Hai Bodong's description of the possible areas where the heavenly flame might appear with the memories in his mind. The direction given on Hai Bodong's map was roughly the same as the sensing provided by the burning technique. Xiao Qing lifted his head slightly, cast a final glance at Mo City, and then turned his gaze toward the golden sea of sand that was the Taga Desert. Xiao Qing put a token, with the character Hai engraved on the front and Mittel on the back, into his storage ring. This was the token Hai Bodong gave to Xiao Qing. If there was ever a place where he needed Hai Bodong's help, he could simply go to the Mittel family in the Jiamar Empire to find him. Presumably, before long, the Jiamar Empire would once again be stirred by wind and clouds. The Ice Emperor, Hai Bodong, who had disappeared for over a dozen years, was about to display his past prestige once again. But these disturbances were unrelated to his current goal. His journey had only just begun. The vastness of this fighting Qi continent was far beyond what a single Jiamar Empire could compare to. With a movement of his figure, the Earth-rank low-level movement technique, Phoenix Dance Floating Body, was quietly activated. Xiao Qing's body instantly turned into a blurry figure, completely merging into the Taga Desert. Leaving everything in Mo City and the brief interlude brought by Hai Bodong completely behind him. Xiao Qing was about to step alone into this death zone, known as the natural barrier of the Jiamar Empire. Looking out, there were only rolling golden sand dunes between heaven and earth. The sandstorm whipped up fine sand, striking the invisible protective Dou Qi layer around Xiao Qing's body, making a continuous, rustling sound. In such an environment, for an ordinary Great Dou Master, just maintaining the Dou Qi armor to resist the high temperature and sandstorms would be a tremendous burden, difficult to sustain for long. However, even while walking in this desert with his Dou Qi armor active, Xiao Qing appeared unusually composed. The Dou Qi within his body circulated slightly. It was not fully resisting, but rather forming a wondrous cycle. The scorching fire attribute energy around him not only failed to shake him in the slightest, but instead became docile as it approached his body. Just as if it had encountered its master, it began to gradually and actively integrate into his body's circulation. In this way, it not only offset the consumption, but even provided a slight replenishment. Relying on his deep affinity for the energy of heaven and earth, Xiao Qing turned this place, which was a dead zone for others, into an alternative treasure land for cultivation. Chapter 39, Underground Lava World, Shielded Soul Perception. The fire element energy in this desert is dense. It is an excellent place for those with fire attributes to cultivate. But the fire elements here are relatively singular in attribute. If one does not possess fire attribute Dou Qi or some special physique, cultivating here for a long time will definitely cause the Dou Qi to become contaminated with fire poison, damaging the meridians with more harm than good. Xiao Qing walked on the sand dunes, as if on flat ground while communicating his perceptions with Yao Lao in his mind. This also directly explains that this place can truly give birth to a heavenly flame, and its heavenly flame origin must be very powerful. Yao Lao's approving voice sounded. I wonder which heavenly flame it is, and to what extent it has grown now. He did not have Xiao Qing's prophetic memory. And the heavenly flame that appeared in this Taga Desert was the green lotus core flame, ranked 19th on the heavenly flame ranking. The green lotus core flame was born in the depths of the earth, tempered by the earth's lava. Its aura was essentially homologous to the fire attribute energy of this desert, but at a higher level. Xiao Qing's heart stirred slightly. Could he actively guide it to sense the location of the heavenly flame? He immediately thought of the burning technique, which had been enhanced by the law of fire, producing a special resonance with heavenly flames, as well as his own natural affinity for flames. Perhaps I can try to actively stimulate the burning technique, combined with my perception of fire attribute energy, to locate the position of the heavenly flame more precisely. Thinking of this, Xiao Qing calmed his mind, a sense of joy welling up in his heart. At this moment, he was no longer just passively sensing. He began to actively circulate the burning technique, which was already approaching the profound rank advanced level. Once the cultivation technique was activated, the Dou Qi in his body seemed to be imbued with spirituality, and his perception of the surrounding energy of heaven and earth instantly magnified several times. A moment later, he sensed a faint, yet exceptionally clear and special fluctuation emerging in the southeast direction. It pierced through the interference of layers of energy flow between heaven and earth, transmitting into his mind. It really works. Xiao Qing was delighted. Although this fluctuation was weak, the direction it pointed to was clear, which meant that the heavenly flame was highly likely to be in that direction, and the distance was not unreachable. From then on, Xiao Qing began to travel day and night, following that special sense, and continued moving forward in the vast sea of sand for 3 full days. During these 3 days, it was not all smooth sailing. Several groups of desert bandits who lived on the edge of the knife saw him, a tender youth, walking alone in the desert. The key was that although his attire did not appear luxurious or wealthy, his temperament was extraordinary, so they naturally regarded Xiao Qing as a fat sheep delivered to their door. The result need not be detailed. Xiao Qing did not even use any Dou technique. No, it should be said that he did not even use any Dou Qi. He merely used his soul power at the peak of the mortal realm, condensed into an invisible soul impact, to precisely sweep across these desert bandits who treated human lives like grass. Under the crushing force of his soul power at the peak of the mortal realm, these desert bandits, whose cultivation was at most at the Dou Master level, didn't even manage to let out a scream. Their souls were instantly shattered and dissipated, and their bodies became mere husks upon the yellow sand. After many days of constant tempering, his control over his own strength became more perfect, and his Dou Qi cultivation reached the level of a 3-star Dou Ling. At noon on the 4th day, when Xiao Qing climbed over a huge sand dune, the scene before him changed drastically. It was a huge sunken basin, completely different from the surrounding rolling sand dunes. In the center of the basin, it was not the oasis of life he had imagined, but a desert gobi beach with giant rocks standing horizontally and dull colors. What was even more shocking was that in the sky above the desert gobi, the energy of heaven and earth appeared abnormally violent. Fire-red and earth-yellow energies were like 2 giant snakes entangling and squeezing each other, forming visible turbulent flows, emitting a low and oppressive sound. Even the light seemed dim here. The energy here is abnormally violent, it cannot be formed naturally. Yao Lao's voice sounded with a hint of gravity, saying, "Investigate carefully. Either there is an extremely powerful fire attribute demonic beast circling here, or it is the heavenly phenomenon triggered by the impending emergence of a heavenly flame." Xiao Qing's eyes narrowed, his soul power unfolded, and he began to sweep across this basin. In an instant, the appearance of everything in the basin emerged in his mind. His perception at the peak of the mortal realm meticulously scanned every inch of the land and every rock in the basin. His soul perception directly pierced through the surface sand and stones, continuously probing deep into the ground. Soon he saw a scorching, churning lava lake deep underground. The crimson lava flowed gradually, emitting an incredibly astonishing high temperature. However, when his soul perception attempted to probe deeper into the lava lake, he encountered an unknown obstacle at a certain point. It felt to him as if he had crashed into an invisible wall. No matter how he stimulated his soul power, he could not penetrate it. "Teacher, there is a lava world beneath the ground. Just when my soul power was about to probe into the depths of the lava, one area completely shielded my soul perception." Xiao Qing frowned and asked Yao Lao in a deep voice. To be able to form a barrier capable of shielding his soul perception in such deep underground lava, it must not be an ordinary object. "Oh, there is actually something that can isolate your soul power at the peak of the mortal realm." Yao Lao's voice sounded from within the bone flame ring, filled with surprise and curiosity. His current state was very special. His soul perception range and strength were not necessarily comparable to Xiao Qing's current state. Chapter 24. In this remote Taiga desert, something mysterious that could block Xiao Qing's soul power perception must have an extraordinary origin. The place that blocked my soul power perception is very likely the place where the green lotus core flame was conceived. Xiao Qing fell into deep thought, becoming increasingly certain of his guess. Just then, his soul power perception captured a scorching aura, suddenly appearing at the edge of that isolated area. Xiao Qing carefully looked over and saw that it was actually a massive demonic beast. That demonic beast was a full 4 or 5 zhang long, covered from head to tail in flame-like crimson scales. On its long neck, it bore 2 hideous snake heads. Its 4 vertical pupils flashed with a fierce light as it swam happily around that mysterious place. This was a Tier 4 demonic beast, the 2-headed fire spirit snake. This purely fire attribute demonic beast was naturally fond of living in such places with molten lava. This underground lava was its best place for cultivation and its nest. Its appearance here, along with that mysterious place that isolated soul perception, made the answer surface in an instant. As expected, that place that blocked my soul perception must be the birthplace of the green lotus core flame. A sharp light flashed in Xiao Qing's eyes, and a trace of excitement welled up in his heart. The heavenly flame that he had been searching for so long was finally right before his eyes. To be able to block your mortal realm peak soul perception, it must be a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It seems that the target of our trip is 9 times out of 10 at the very bottom of this basin. Yao Lao's voice also carried a trace of understanding and anticipation. Then let's break through the crust and go down to investigate. Xiao Qing nodded and said directly. Chapter 40, temporarily reaching the Dou realm, a single finger pierces heaven and earth. He took a deep breath, the Dou Qi meridians behind him began to flow, and a pair of purple wings suddenly unfolded. Profound rank advanced flying Dou technique, purple cloud wings. This was something he had obtained from a cave in the magical Beast Mountain range. At the same time, the remnant map of the purification Lotus Demon Flame was also inside it. Xiao Qing's wings suddenly flapped, and his figure turned into a golden-red arrow, ascending into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived directly above the energy chaotic basin. Beneath his feet was a Gobi desert with giant rocks standing horizontally, filled with turbulent energy currents, while above his head was a sky that seemed to be isolated by an invisible force, yet was exceptionally clear. The hot wind whipped up by the desert blew the few strands of hair on his forehead, which had already turned golden red. On the youth's immature face, however, was a calmness unbecoming of his age. He took a deep breath of the hot air, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Teacher, lend me a hand." Xiao Qing shouted in a low voice. The voice was not loud, but under the coverage of Dou Qi, it echoed clearly in the surroundings. "I want to forcibly break open this ground and punch a channel directly to the underground lava." "You brat, you really know how to put this old man through the ringer." Yao Lao laughed helplessly, his tone carrying gratification and appreciation. Before the words had faded, a thick, incomparably cold and terrifying power surged out from the black ring. It was precisely the origin power of the bone-chilling flame that carried Yao Lao's power. The next moment, a forest-white bone-chilling flame appeared on Xiao Qing's body surface, instantly enveloping him completely. The black hair on his head, as well as his eyebrows, turned snow-white at a speed visible to the naked eye. A terrifying power that did not belong to him awakened like a sleeping ancient dragon, erupting completely from within his body. The powerful aura began to rise rapidly, instantly breaking through the limits of Du Wang and Du Huang, finally stabilizing at the peak Du Huang level. This was a temporary boost from Yao Lao's soul power and the origin power of the bone-chilling flame. However, this was not the end. Xiao Qing's own unique golden-red Dou Qi also suddenly surged, blending with the bone-chilling flame on his body surface. Golden red and forest white intertwined. Strangely, these two forces did not directly conflict. Instead, they formed a shocking vision of the sun and moon shining together. Under Xiao Qing's powerful soul control and the harmonization of his own innate spirit body, Yao Lao's power was actually temporarily converted and absorbed, perfectly merging into his own power. A more terrifying fluctuation erupted. The critical point of peak Du Huang was directly broken through, and his aura stepped into a brand new domain. Du Zong. At this moment, with the help of Yao Lao's power and the combination of his own burning technique and the law of fire, Xiao Qing briefly stepped into the threshold of the true powerhouses of this continent, the Du Zong realm. Xiao Qing slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers slightly spread. Everything centered on him. The fire attribute energy within a radius of several miles seemed to receive an irresistible summons, crazily gathering towards his palm. Energy surged, even forming a crimson vortex visible to the naked eye in the air. All the energy of heaven and earth, as well as all the power, were forcibly compressed and condensed by his powerful soul power. Finally, his palm was covered with a layer of golden-red brilliance, emitting heart-palpitating golden-red light spots. Around the light spots, the space could not withstand this extreme power and began to slightly distort, rippling with dense ripples. He was about to execute an Earth-rank low-level Dou technique, Nirvana Finger. This time, he concentrated all his power on one point, pursuing extreme penetration and destruction. This would be his strongest strike ever. Xiao Qing's eyes narrowed as he looked down at the point in the center of the basin where the energy was most chaotic. He suddenly pointed a finger. The golden red and forest white flame energy condensed at his fingertip was like a radiance tearing through the firmament. Carrying an unparalleled aura, it directly bombarded the Gobi ground below. Boom! A deafening roar erupted directly. The brilliance at the impact point instantly swallowed everything, and a terrifying energy fluctuation that was indescribable quickly spread out like ripples. Wherever the energy aftermath passed, the sand dunes within a radius of several miles were not blown away, but instantly vaporized by the extreme high temperature, leaving behind large areas of crystalline, glass-like substances shimmering in place. And that nirvana power, with an unstoppable momentum, directly pierced through layers of earth and rock. A huge crater with a diameter of over 100 meters appeared in the center of the basin. The edges of the void were as smooth as a mirror, presenting a glass-like texture after the lava cooled, emitting billowing thick smoke. Through that bottomless, deep channel, leading directly to the underground, it seemed like a portal to another world. An extremely pure and incomparably scorching fire attribute energy, mixed with the pungent smell of sulfur, rushed into the sky like a volcano that had been suppressed for 10,000 years. A dark red pillar of energy pierced through heaven and earth. Meanwhile, deep in the desert, the Snake People holy city. Deep in the quiet and magnificent palace on the throne, a bewitchingly curvy figure suddenly opened her eyes. On her stunningly beautiful face that bewitched all living things, there was now shock and gravity. This power fluctuation, what happened? Queen Medusa straightened up, standing on her beautiful snake tail, her slender fingertips turning slightly white from the force. Just now, a terrifying power fluctuation that made even her feel palpitated and insignificant swept across the sky above the holy city like a gale from afar. Although it was only for an instant, it was enough to cause huge panic and turmoil within the holy city. She could clearly feel the fear rising instantly from her subjects in the holy city. Huashi. Her voice was cold, carrying unquestionable majesty as it reached outside the hall. Your Majesty. The Snake People personal guard Captain Huashi, who was guarding outside the hall, immediately responded. Pass down the order to do everything possible to appease the tribesmen in the holy city. Without my order, no one is to act rashly. Queen Medusa ordered quickly, her enchanting eyes looking in the direction where the power fluctuation came from, full of wariness and determination. I will go check it out personally. Before the words had faded, her Dou Qi surged, condensing into a pair of gorgeous energy wings. With a flap of her wings, she turned into a purple stream of light, breaking through the opening at the top of the palace. At the fastest speed, she sped towards the depths of the Taga Desert, the source of the power eruption. Deep underground, the mysterious place where perception was isolated, and the two-headed fire spirit snake guarding it, seemed to be restless because of this heaven-shaking blow from the ground. The lava churned more violently, and the two-headed fire spirit snake raised both its heads at the same time, its 4 vertical pupils looking vigilantly towards the direction of the channel that had been forcibly opened, emitting a threatening, hissing sound. Xiao Qing hovered above the huge void, his eyes burning as he looked at the bottomless darkness below, as well as the scorching aura and the demonic beasts hissing faintly coming from it. He slowly withdrew the finger he had pointed, lowered his head, and gazed intently at his own slender, yet terrifyingly powerful palm. An unprecedented sense of power filled every corner of his body. Chapter 41, The Terrifying Might of Dou Qi, Entering the Underground World. Is this the power of a Dou Qi? He whispered to himself, his voice carrying a trace of undisguisable shock and intoxication. At the moment when the Nirvana finger was just pointed out. That feeling of controlling the energy of heaven and earth, as if even space could be briefly distorted, was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. He clearly perceived that the ultimate destructive power of penetration, contained in that one finger, was absolutely not something an ordinary Dou Qi could withstand. He had an intuition that even a mid-level Dou Qi, if hit head-on by his finger just now, even if they didn't die, they would definitely suffer heavy injuries, or even be completely annihilated. This feeling of controlling incomparably powerful strength was enough to make anyone's heart surge, and even breed endless ambition in their hearts. However, just at the moment, when this sense of power was about to go to his head, HMPH, a cold snort like a bell, rang directly in the depths of his mind. It was Yao Lao. "Brat, wake up." Yao Lao's voice carried a trace of seriousness and warning as he said, "Do not let this suddenly borrowed power blind your mind. Although a Dou Qi is very powerful and may dominate one side in this northwest continent, but looking at their entire fighting Kai continent, it is just stepping into the threshold of a powerhouse. The true peak is far beyond what you can imagine. What's more, this borrowed power is ultimately an external force, not belonging to yourself and cannot last. If you become addicted, or even lose yourself in this, losing your pursuit of your own foundation, that would be self-destruction." Xiao Qing was startled, suddenly jolted, as if doused by a bucket of cold water, instantly waking up from this terrifying power. That's right. No matter how strong this power is, it was temporarily converted through Yao Lao's soul power and did not belong entirely to himself. If he were to become addicted to this false strength and develop a reliance on it, then what would be the meaning of his own cultivation, the meaning of seeking to stand at the peak of the world? The improvement of power is to better control one's own destiny, to make oneself master of power, not for power to master oneself and become a slave to power. The trace of intoxication in his eyes quickly faded away, replaced by clarity and calmness. Xiao Qing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing that terrifying sense of power. He refocused his attention on the bottomless, scorching underground world below. "Teacher is right to reprimand me." This disciple lost his composure for a moment. Xiao Qing responded solemnly in his heart, his tone returning to his usual composure. External power is, after all, just external power. One's own cultivation is the foundation of everything. Yao Lao could clearly feel the rapid shift in his state of mind. His tone softened, and with a trace of gratification, he said, "It is good that you could awaken to this immediately. Just remember this control and insight regarding power. It will become the key to your future breakthrough. Now, compose yourself. This path to the underground and the heavenly flame will likely not be peaceful." "Understood." Xiao Qing nodded, his gaze deep as he looked toward the depths of the underground. The terrifying power at the Dou Qi level began to dissipate, but his indomitable conviction became even firmer. His purple cloud wings flapped gently, and his figure transformed into a streak of light. He plunged without hesitation into the underground passage he had carved himself, a path leading to the unknown and to opportunity. The path was open, and the heavenly flame was just ahead. As Xiao Qing continued forward, a stiflingly hot air current, 10 times hotter than the surface, rushed toward him. The surrounding cave walls were not cold rock, but rather exhibited a dark red, glass-like quality. That was the sand from the desert, melted by the terrifying high temperatures and then cooled into glass. On the slightly smooth surface, faint ripples of residual energy flowed. Xiao Qing's body descended rapidly under acceleration, the whistling wind rushing past his ears. A pale golden Dou Qi light shield automatically appeared around him, insulating him from the high heat capable of scalding a great Dou master. The further he flew down, the dimmer the light became. However, the temperature rose rapidly, and the air began to fill with a unique scent, a mixture of sulfur and pure fire attribute energy. Be careful, the underground structure here may not be stable after the impact just now, Yao Lao warned in his mind with a hint of caution. Understood. Hearing this, Xiao Qing nodded slightly. He extended his soul power directly downward, though it could not yet penetrate that mysterious barrier. But it was enough to sense the underground world below and the surging fire element energy. After less than half an incense stick of time, the view suddenly opened up. He rushed out of the narrow passage and burst into an unimaginably huge underground world. This was an underground cavern, so vast that its edges could not be seen, with a high ceiling from which countless enormous, dark stalactites hung. And below him was a crimson ocean that seemed to stretch endlessly. A colossal underground lava lake. Viscous magma flowed and churned slowly in the lake like blood. From time to time, a huge bubble would bulge up. Then it would burst with a pop. The splashing crimson waves emitted a suffocating heat and a pungent odor. Even the entire space was illuminated in a dark red hue. The fire element energy in the air was so dense that one could feel their lungs burning with every breath. What pure fire attribute energy! Xiao Qing spread his wings and hovered in midair, unable to help but marvel at the sight before him. If he did not possess fire attribute Dou Qi, an innate spirit body, and control over the law of fire, his Dou Qi consumption would be extraordinarily alarming just by staying here. A heavenly flame is a strange fire born between heaven and earth. The one born in this magma ocean deep beneath the earth is likely the 19th ranked heavenly flame, the green lotus core flame. Yao Lao's voice also carried a hint of gravity. And this lava lake is its best breeding ground. Deep in the magma, in that mysterious region where all perception was cut off. It was not deathly silent here. Instead, it was filled with a more primitive, more violent life Qi. Viscous dark red magma, like the blood of a giant beast, flowed and surged slowly in the vast underground space. The lava was filled with pure fire element energy and highly toxic fire miasma, enough to make even a Du Wang expert turn back. However, this period of relative peace that had been maintained for who knows how many years was completely shattered today by a youth. The vibration and energy fluctuations caused by the terrifying blow from the surface that had pierced the crust, even after being weakened by thick rock layers, had still slammed fiercely into this earthcore world. Rumble! The entire lava lake surface began to boil violently, more frenzied than ever before. The huge stalactites hanging above were shaken by this terrifying power, teetering on the verge of collapse. Some even could not bear the load, snapping off and falling into the lava lake, stirring up even greater waves. Chapter 42, Refining the Green Lotus Core Flame, 2-in-1 4K chapter. That heavenly flame fluctuation, which felt like the heartbeat of the earth, showed a trace of extremely subtle disorder at this moment. And the fiery red figure guarding the outermost edge of this region, the two-headed fire spirit snake, reacted even more intensely. Hiss! Its two hideous heads suddenly lifted from the magma, its slender body covered in crimson scales tensed in vigilance, coiling on the lava lake surface near the direction of the passage. Its four cold vertical pupils stared fixedly at the deep passage that had been forcibly punched through, which was now constantly letting in fresh air and an unfamiliar scent. It was filled with rage at having its territory invaded and a trace of imperceptible fear. As a rank 4 demonic beast, its perception of energy was extremely keen. The energy fluctuations that had just come from the direction of the passage were of such a high level and destructive power that it felt a strong threat from deep within its bloodline. The underground world. We need to sense carefully. The origin fluctuation of the heavenly flame should be hidden beneath this sea of lava. Just as Xiao Qing was focusing his senses, the lava lake surface below suddenly exploded. Hiss! Accompanied by a screech filled with violence, that familiar fiery red figure broke through the magma and soared into the sky. It was exactly the two-headed fire spirit snake he had sensed earlier. Now at such a close distance, its hideousness could be felt even more. Its two heads and four vertical pupils locked onto Xiao Qing, filled with anger at the intrusion into its territory. Its massive body was composed entirely of scorching magma and hard crimson scales. Wherever it passed, the air distorted. One of its heads suddenly opened its massive maw, and a highly compressed crimson flame beam shot towards Xiao Qing like lightning. The other head spat out a large shower of lava fire rain, sealing off all space for him to dodge. Before the attack arrived, the scorching heat wave had already caused ripples in Xiao Qing's protective Dou Qi. Facing this joint attack that would instantly severely injure an ordinary Du Ling, Xiao Qing did not panic. Instead, he raised his right hand. He did not use any Du technique, he merely moved his thoughts slightly, and a wisp of crimson gold flame began to appear at his fingertips. This flame looked weak, but it contained an aura of the law that was superior to ordinary fire. Xiao Qing flicked his finger, and the pale golden flame flew out rapidly, meeting the violent flame beam and lava fire rain. A bizarre scene occurred. The menacing flame beam, the moment it touched the pale golden flame, was like a subject encountering a king. It actually trembled violently and then vanished in midair. And that shower of lava fire rain was like snow meeting the sun. It dissipated before it could even get close, reverting into pure fire attribute energy, which was quietly absorbed by that wisp of pale golden flame. Woo! The two-headed fire spirit snake's two heads, simultaneously, let out a cry filled with fear and confusion. As a fire element demonic beast, its perception of fire far exceeded that of humans. In its simple consciousness, the flame aura radiating from the human before it was of such a high level that it felt trembling and submission from deep within its bloodline. It was an absolute suppression of status. Its massive body recoiled in fear, coiling on the lava lake's surface, its four vertical pupils looking at Xiao Qing in shock, not daring to launch another attack easily. Seeing that the two-headed fire spirit snake's attack had been extinguished, Xiao Qing did not continue to pay attention to it. His gaze passed over the fire spirit snake and cast toward the depths of the lava lake. Through the activation of the law of fire just now, he clearly sensed the green lotus core flame, right at the very center of that crimson ocean. An incomparably pure flame origin, which felt like the heartbeat of the earth, was resonating strongly with the burning technique and the law of fire within his body. Found it! Xiao Qing glanced at the two-headed fire spirit snake, which had been scared out of its wits and was curled up by the lava playing dead, and couldn't be bothered to pay it any more mind. He shifted his thoughts slightly, and the Dou Qi within his body surged. A golden-red flame burst out from his body with a whoosh, condensing into a shimmering, colorful shield around him, completely insulating him from the scorching heat waves and fire toxins. Although Xiao Qing was in the high-temperature magma, he possessed the law of fire, so this bit of temperature was about the same as soaking in a hot spring for him. But truly standing before such a boundless sea of lava, the visual impact was still a bit chilling. It was like standing on the edge of a bottomless abyss, with a heart-palpitating sense of oppression in the silence, making one's hair stand on end. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. The slight hesitation in his eyes flashed and vanished, replaced by a touch of determination. Without thinking any further, he leaped, his whole body transforming into a dazzling golden streak of light, diving down like a sharp sword. Plop! With a muffled sound, he plunged straight into that viscous, scalding crimson. Once he entered the magma, the expected burning sensation did not appear. The golden-red shield firmly enveloped him. The terrifying high temperature outside, capable of vaporizing steel, felt only like a lukewarm warmth when transmitted to his body. There was not the slightest hindrance in his movements. It was as smooth as returning home. This was the overbearing nature of the gifted law of fire, an almost absolute control over all fires in the world. He no longer distracted himself by looking at the hair-raising scene around him. His sole perception, like an invisible net, tightly locked onto that ancient and majestic flame fluctuation ahead. Like a swimming fish, he broke through the viscous magma and accelerated as he dove toward the direction he had sensed. Beneath the lava, it was not entirely dark. A hazy, dark red luster permeated everywhere, as if forever submerged in a blood-colored twilight. He did not know how long he had been diving, but at the edge of his perception, a point of distinctive cyan abruptly pierced through this crimson. That cyan was initially extremely faint, like a lamp emitting tiny specks of light in the dark night. But as he kept approaching, the point of light rapidly expanded and brightened, so pure in its cyan hue, yet carrying a touch of eeriness, its spirituality overwhelming. Wherever it went, even the violent magma energy became docile, like subjects surrounding their king. Finally, after breaking through a layer of exceptionally viscous magma membrane, the view suddenly opened up. A huge spherical space was forcibly held open by an invisible force field deep within the lava ocean. It was exceptionally clean inside, without a single drop of magma intruding, like two different worlds compared to the crimson, violent world outside. And in the very center of the space, where the light source originated, it was not just a ball of fire. It really is the green lotus core flame. Yao Lao's voice rang out in his heart with irrepressible amazement. That's it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, like, comment, and subscribe to Infinite Novel Audio. For more stories, check out my other channel AI Otaku Studio, and I'll see you in the next chapter.